Alright, who up Blackrock in the depths? Who ready to do... That sentence didn't work, but I'm eating breakfast, so you don't get the camera, but you get me kind of just sat here. You get ambient porridge noises right now. That's what's going to happen. What's for breakfast? Bowl of ready break. With some maple syrup mixed into it. Because I am a child. I may have also put some chocolate chips in there. You can't prove I didn't. Right, Blackrock Depths. A big dungeon. A long dungeon. We have a healer. We have a damage dealer. We require a tank. That's what we need next. Who wishes? I mean, you guys, we can put the camera on. I'm just sat here. I'm just sat here with a bowl of ready break. That's what's happening today. Who enjoyed time traveling last night? Who enjoyed losing the entire hour? I didn't agree to that. I did not agree to that. So correct me if I'm wrong. Blackrock Mountain. You've got Blackrock Depths. Then you've got Lower Blackrock Spire. Then Upper Blackrock Spire. Then Molten Core. And then something else? What's after that? Blackrock Depths, Lower Spire, Upper Spire, Molten Core. Blackwing Lair, that's where Onyxia is, isn't it? I'm picking up what you're putting down. Ah, yes. Onyxia. I remember. I remember that one. Now, I probably don't think I'm going to need any other weapons until like 60, to be honest. Right. Who wishes to tank the first section of Blackrock Depths? Need tank for Blackrock Depths, first bit. I'm asking the guild as well. Just the first bit. Oh, Onyxia's in the Onyxia's lair. Gotcha. So who's in Blackwing Lair? Is Blackwing Lair different? I'm learning slowly. I'm working out what is and isn't there. Okay, cool. Felt says you'd love to, but you're too low level. That's fine. We'll find a tank, don't you worry. Batman is there. Ah, thank you, Nan. That's the correct answer, obviously. What a foolish question of me to ask. I should have worked out the answer to that immediately, shouldn't I? Onyxia's brother. Gotcha. I've got 3 minutes left to finish my breakfast, so no rushing. Don't rush me. Don't do it. Straight up, don't do it. However, I'm currently at Thorium Point. I require... I've got an Ironforge. Sell some stuff there. Yeah, we'll fly to Ironforge. Because I want to go to my warrior trainer. Not been to my warrior trainer in a while, to be fair. How much have you paid attention to the lore? What are your thoughts if you have? Okay, Witter, that's a good question. From what I've been able to work out, Warcraft is a game about playing it wrong. There are two versions of World of Warcraft. Hardcore and wrong. And unfortunately, I think that I chose the wrong world. Now, I've been having a great time. I've been having fun. The guild's been going really well. But I think what I can tell from the in-game story is Stormwind is where the humans live. Ironforge is where the dwarfs live. And nobody likes the gnomes. As far as story goes, most of the plot is built around the dead mines. And once you've passed that, everything is then just kind of, honestly, just winging it from there on in. 3 for 3 so far, fantastic. Elves have some kind of tree. And there are also boats. That's pretty much where we are so far. That's where we're up to. Nailed it. You know more than Blizzard themselves. Thank you. I'm glad I understood this. I am available for consultation, if you guys wish to do consulting. Need a tank for Blackrock Depths up to the first big boss, because we cannot do anything beyond that, because I am a weakling. Right, let's go this way. Dead mines are mentioned until the Defias gang are mentioned. Yeah, exactly. That's what it is. That's how it works. That's the plot. There are 2 versions of WoW, hardcore and wrong. And unfortunately, it seems that I chose the wrong, which I thought was fun, but yeah, who knows? Can we keep the DVD logo on during the stream? No. No, we can't. Okay, you know what? You can answer... We can keep the DVD logo on during the stream if you can answer me one question in a scientifically accurate way. Are ghosts wet? There we go.
I need a target.
You tell me if ghosts are wet or not. Coat Goat says no. No. Oh, some of you are getting this wrong. You're getting this incorrect. Right, you. Warrior training. What have I got? I've got a new charge. I've got a new... I don't use Mocking Blow. Heroic Strike. New Thunderclap. Ooh, Fury. Right, what have we got here? Let's have a look. Intercept. Oh god, this is so expensive. Bloodthirst I am using. Execute I probably should be using... Right, Execute is a lot. Slam, I'm not using. Is it an instant spell? It's a 1.5 second cast. Okay. Demoralizing Shout, I'm also not using. Execute, however, is good. And now I think I have no money. Right, I am now very poor in the game. Revenge, I'm not using. That doesn't matter. Sunder, I have used a bit. We've sundered well. As a lab tech, if I run a water method, say ASTM D6304B, Vaxis, that's actually my favorite type of ASTM, with a small portion of a ghost, I'm not sure there would be enough moisture to report. Ergo, no. Vaxis, what if we used more ghost? Because if there was just more ghost and then there was moisture to report, then we have to conclude that ghosts are wet. The reason this conversation started, and I'm really happy that it carried on since yesterday. Yuko, I'm glad that you enjoyed the DVD logo hitting the corner. That's the value that I provide. I understand exactly what you guys all want. This is what you want. This is what you need. I'm here for all of you. So, allow me... That's cool. It's like a little... How are you doing that? How are you making like a little random cool portal? Right, okay. Let me explain. If we were talking about ghosts yesterday, and some of you are scientists in the actual chat right now, so you need to bear with me. We were talking about how creepy Victorian children, for some reason, had like the monopoly on ghosts. And then we spoke about pirate ghosts, because if you see a pirate ghost, which you know they're a pirate ghost because they're wearing a pirate hat, they're also dripping wet, because normally pirate ghosts die in the ocean, because that's where pirates live. So if you see a pirate ghost, they're wet. But if you see like a ghost of someone that died in a house fire, they're probably going to be pretty dry. I would wager even crispy. So you can't be a wet ghost if you die in a house fire. That's science. So what happens if a ghost dies? Well, no, a ghost can't die. If the person that is about to become a ghost dies, does the circumstance of their death change the type of ghost they make? And ergo, are ghosts on at least some level wet? Like you can, I don't believe in ghosts, but you can detect apparently ghosts using those weird ghost detector machines. And they detect like drops in temperature, because people always go, "Oh, it got so cold. Oh, it's cold over there. There's a ghost." But what if you had like moisture sensors? Would it trigger them as well? Can you detect... If you can detect a ghost with a temperature sensor, can you detect it with a moisture sensor? Define ghost. A spectre, a poltergeist, a wraith. Be more specific. Ah, good point, Wild. It's a dead person. I'm glad I've... Dr. Kitty, is mold a type of ghost? I've been streaming for 3 minutes. I don't need this in my life. You could have said anything. You could have literally said anything else. Caliente can tank Blackrock Depths. Beautiful. So now we just need a DPS for BRD. Inside of you are 2 ghosts, 1 is mold. We've been streaming for 3 minutes, guys. Let's start... We need to establish a baseline. Like an immediate baseline. And then we can get weird... Like 7 o'clock. We can get weird around 7 o'clock, okay? It is 1 o'clock, because apparently time stole an hour from me last night. Which sucks. Right, we can probably, if we try, get to, I want to say like the 7 dwarves. We won't beat the 7 dwarves. You have the same bowl as me. I'm sorry. Do you mean that other people shop at this? But I shop at this pretty much kind of hipster, underground, unknown store. You may have heard of it. It's called IKEA. Don't know if you guys have ever been there. That's a good question. Are damp, mouldy houses just pre-haunted? IKEA. Just some oak, some pine, and a handful of Norsemen. That's how it works. No, next question. Piggy, I'm glad you're here, because you're bringing some obviously well-needed just directness, just bluntness to this. We're like, oh, are mouldy houses haunted? You're like, no, move on, next question. What else do you need to know? Keep going, tell me other things. Okay, so I could potentially bring a new weapon with me. Oh, hang on, Bracers of the Stone Princess increase attack power by 30. Whereas currently I've just got Jade Bracers of the Bear, which are giving me strength and stamina. But that's giving me... What's better, 8 strength and 7 stamina, or less strength but increasing attack power by 30? I think attack power by 30 is a good... That's a good thing to have right there. I'm going to go with the attack power by 30. What else have we got? That's level 50, so we can't use you yet. That's level 49, so we can't use you yet. Damn, son, I'm so far behind on gear. Like, I don't need to know. I don't know any of this. Let me just equip these. First of all, Jade, Bracers of the Stone Princess. Equipped, they're on, they're ready. 2 strength equals... Okay, 1 strength equals 2 AP. So 1 strength is actually 16 attack power. But they give me 30 attack power, which is better. That's nice. Okay, that's good. That's very good. Now it's time to sell a load of stuff. Let me just chuck some stuff in the old... Throw some stuff in the old bank. Like, what don't I need? Like, who needs dark iron residue? No one needs that. Rune cloth? No one needs that. Your bank is full. Oh, bag slots. Hang on. Oh, you can put bags there. I didn't realize you could do that. And then you use bags to do things. Oh, I'm so good at this game. Right. You know what? The one ring I'm never going to use, and I did say that I would throw that into Molten Core when I got there. That's going in the bank, not the shop. I mean, Stuff is going in the shop at some point. Scarlet leggings can be sold, to be fair, because I got some better ones that give me agility and strength and way more armor, to be fair. And Boney just messaged me, first time chat, top viewers, and then there's like just three things there going on. What's up with that, Boney? I feel like you give me some kind of clue. Josh, what is the most unique class in the MMO you've ever seen? Ooh, good question. I like the idea that in Guild Wars 2, the Elementalist changes all the spells they can cast based on the weapon they have equipped. That's kind of cool. Hey Josh, long-time YouTube watcher, seen all your Was It Good content. Thanks for the supreme content. You are welcome. This is the Burning Crusade. This is TBC. The Burning Crusade. Oh, hang on, let me just open these small sacks of coins. Get myself... Oh, I got a gold. I got a whole gold coin from that. That was amazing. Legal documents, I don't need those. Morning Glory Dew, some chicken. Up here is the important stuff. I need this stuff. Stuff up here in the bag, this is very important. This stuff can probably be sold. Let's be fair. I did, however, get a good battle axe. I think that can go in the bank. That battle axe, the bank's full. That battle axe can replace... What don't I need? I probably don't need this dowsing widget. In fact, I can just put stuff down here that's like quest items. Coal I can get rid of. No one needs coal. I'm not Santa Claus. And... Oh, sack of gems to open. I'll open those in a second. Throw all this stuff away. I am realizing that I am carrying way more than I need to carry. Like, I'll put 100 dark iron residue away. Who needs dark iron residue? Does anyone need that? Because, like, if you don't, I will throw it away. Bag of gems. Oh, look at all these. That's way too many gems. They can go in the guild bank. Ah, there's a guild bank, isn't there? I forgot I can just put stuff in the guild bank. Rune cloth. Where does that go? If I were a cloth, where would I be? Probably, like, around there. That seems clothy. And more rune cloth. There. So, oh, hang on, this rune cloth there. Someone will probably shout at me for not tidying the bank correctly. But it's very important that you just live your best life occasionally. Do you often deposit your residue in the bank? It depends what kind of mood I'm in. You know, you've really got to consider exactly what you are or aren't doing with this. Ooh, hang on. Black Veil Cape. I can wear a new cape now. Requires level 48, which I can finally wear. It's got more armor. It's got strength and agility, as opposed to stamina and spirit. That's a better cape. That's just a straight up better cape right there. Good afternoon, Josh. Any advice for dealing with a 7-year breakup? Going from soulmate and a best friend to feeling like an utter stranger. It is challenging. Any kind of... We've gone from Are Ghosts Wet to how do you deal with the most painful emotional experience you're going to go through. This stream is a roller coaster. But as the famous poet Keatings said, you just got to ride it. I think if you are struggling, that is a chance to find out how you deal with the pain. There is no right or wrong answer to exactly how you do or don't deal with it. There are just choices you are going to make. You will be tempted to make some stupid choices, you'll be tempted to make some interesting choices, you'll be tempted to do some stuff that you do or don't understand. Take a second to think things through before you do them. Take a second to sit back and remember that there are still going to be kind of long-term repercussions for the decisions that you do make. And know that you are eventually, at some point, going to get through the difficult part. But no one's going to lie to you. It's going to suck. It's going to absolutely suck. It's not going to be fun in the slightest. But that does not mean that you're incapable of dealing with it. I am sorry that you are going through the dark times. But there is no more advice than simply enduring it. And the process of enduring it will teach you a hell of a lot more about yourself than you wanted to know. You might discover you're a far worse person than you thought you were. You might discover you're a far better person than you thought you were. You might discover that you have the capability to be a worse person, and have thoughts that you never thought you would have, and do things that you never thought you would do. You might discover that you are incapable of having those thoughts. Either of those things is going to tell you something about yourself. They are neither good things nor bad things. They just are. But if you spend 7 years working on something, and then it gets destroyed or broken or removed, there is no way to deny that that just straight up sucks. No one can tell you what to do. They can just say that you will find what you need to do by just continuing to go. Stay strong and endure. But when someone says stay strong, it doesn't mean that you cannot feel bad. People think stay strong means be stoic. Don't feel. No. You can be sad. You can be upset. You can cry. You can feel the pain that caused. That's okay. Staying strong does not mean cutting your emotions out. Staying strong means understanding that feeling those emotions is part of the process. It's okay to feel bad. It's okay for stuff to suck. It's okay to be irritated. It's okay to be angry. These are all parts of the process. Don't deny the very emotions that make you human. Feel that whole range of human emotion and understand that if it didn't mean something to you at some point, you wouldn't be feeling it now. So there is an annoying, horrible beauty in it. It meant something, it's ended, the end means something as well. But it doesn't mean that you are any better or any worse than you were before. It just means that you're here now with a new experience. So go forth. Let it suck. Push through. Now, while you're here, I understand that obviously you've gone through a hell of a deep, emotional, painful time. But while I've got you here, are ghosts wet? I just need to know. I understand that you're probably focusing on other stuff right now. There are no wet or dry answers. The ghosts must just endure. Would you rather be a wet ghost or a moldy ghost? That's true. Wet ghost daughter or moldy ghost son? That's the true questions right now. They're filled with water, that's why they're blue. That just raises further questions. They're filled with water, that's why they're blue. Are ghosts blue? If you guys don't mind clearing for experience, that would be great. I will follow the old Tankaroonie. Are we using Wind Fury? That's going to make me very happy if we are. I thought they were blue because they don't breathe. Is water blue? No, water just reflects the sky. Water itself is clear. There you go, random fact for you. Water itself in general has no actual colour. Unless there's colour in the water. So ghosts reflect the sky. I am not drunk enough to have this conversation. I feel that I need a lot more or a lot less going on in my mind before I have this exact conversation with any of you, to be honest. You wish you could play and not be content without knowing your damage and enjoy the game as it is. I've got a damage meter. My damage meter is the enemy's health. If my damage is doing well, then the enemy's health goes down faster. If my damage is doing badly, it doesn't. That's kind of how it works. The DPS meter is attached to every enemy, and it's above their health. So as the enemy's health goes down, my DPS is doing good. The great thing about being a streamer is that nobody really expects you to be good at the game. And this is much more about, honestly, I bring luck to this group. That's what they're going to get. We're going to get lucky. We're going to get some good drops. That's my plan. Get lucky, good drops. I'm the bard. If there were a bard class, I would play it. if there were a support class, if there were a full buff class. In fact, what I might do in the future is if I start doing fitness streams again, I will make the streams, I'll just call them buff streams, and it will just be me working out while giving buffs to all the team members. A full-on workout buff stream. That sounds great to me. Now, I should hopefully be able to do quite a bit of damage if I combine the increased hits from all of my weapons with the Crusader enchants and with everything else that we've got going on right now. It's a communal DPS meter. Yeah, it's a very communal type of game. I just don't want to get bogged down in the numbers, you know? The floating numbers during combat always bother you. Don't bother me at all. Love it.
I'm out of range.
Daft Punk, are they wet? Are you implying that Daft Punk are ghosts? Is that the plan for the new EverQuest stream? I don't know if I'll play the new EverQuest, because I've just got lots of other games I want to try. And obviously I like EverQuest. It just depends whether I've got time for it. Like, I've got a huge amount of stuff I'm already doing. It's about finding time. Daft Punk are robots. Can robots be ghosts? Does a robot have a soul? Oh, the new EverQuest, by the way, looks quite clever. Now, from what I can tell, the new EverQuest is actually borrowing... When I say new EverQuest, I don't mean EverQuest 3. I mean that they are bringing out a... They're bringing out a version of the first EverQuest that has a couple of changes to it. And one of the changes, I think, is actually based off an old private server design for the game. And the change was you can pick more than one class and you can train up more than one class. Which means that effectively you can kind of solo through the game by EverQuest. No, it's not EverQuest Next. It's been announced recently. So you can pick more than one class, you can train up more than one class, which means that you're going to be able to have class combinations and skill combinations that never existed before. It's not EverQuest Next. It's been announced recently. Someone find out what that EverQuest game is that's coming out recently. The new one. It's not EverQuest Wet. Legends, is that what it's called? Since you're a fitness guy as well, how would you make ground beef and rife more interesting without spending too much money? Honestly, at that point, wild salts, spices. Spices are your best friend. Spice, you're going to learn to love spicy food, man. You kind of gotta. If you are eating healthy food, you're going to find that it's boring. You're going to want to put stuff in there that's low calories but high flavor. You are going to be becoming best friends with spices, with salt, with pepper, with paprika, with chilies, all that kind of stuff. Is it EverQuest Legends? Thank you, Red Sky. EverQuest Legends. Let's see what that's all about. Right, EverQuest Legends is a newly reimagined version of EverQuest with new stuff. Experience classic EverQuest with modern game features, and it allows you to create a unique character by selecting 3 classes at a time with benefits from all of them. And you can upgrade your gear and swap between different classes with 560 different possible combinations. There we go. So EverQuest Legends is a solo-friendly version of EverQuest, made solo by allowing you to just have 3 classes on one character, which I think is pretty goddamn cool, to be honest. What is EverQuest? The children have forgotten the originals. We've moved on. We're in a world we no longer recognize. EverQuest is one of the most successful early 3D MMORPGs. It's not the first 3D MMORPG. That was Meridian 59. It's also not the first MMORPG ever. That was probably the Island of Kesmai. It's also not one of the most influential or successful. That would probably be World of Warcraft. It competed for a long time with Ultima Online. EverQuest and Ultima Online were the titans of the industry that constantly battled for dominance and supremacy through the late 90s into the early 2000s. Dark, I agree. The makers of EverQuest probably saw the success of Guild Wars 1 Remake. People don't mind old games. People just don't want the games to be obtusely difficult to play. That's what I try and get to people. There is a difference between a game being hard to play and a game having hard gameplay. Being hard to play is annoying. The controls are annoying, the UI is annoying, the installation's annoying. There's quit moments that aren't related to the gameplay themselves. Having hard gameplay is fine. That's, if anything, encouraged. That's good. That's what you want a game to have. You want a game to have hard gameplay, you don't want it to be a hard game to play. And so I think EverQuest very much realized that it has some really good stuff going on there. There's some good fun moments within EverQuest, but people weren't experiencing them because they were just bloody difficult to get into. So they said, hey, what if we allowed players to choose more classes? What if we increased player choice? What if we changed the UI around a little bit? What if we made it slightly easier to get into? Maybe people would enjoy the game then. And you know what? I think they damn well will. Guild Wars 1 was fantastic. That's just a good online RPG. What's this about an EverQuest 1 remake? EverQuest Legends. Give it a listen. Give it a read. Red Sky has put it in the chat. EverQuest 1 is having a new server created called EverQuest Legends. It will be effectively the base game of EverQuest. I think a couple of expansions might be included. The differences are it will have a few quality of life updates, and it will allow the player to create a class by combining 3 of the classes together. So you'll have access to more abilities, more spells, more armor, more everything, to be honest. And it will allow you to create a class that's uniquely your own, and that effectively allows you to solo through the game if you wanted to. Or you could become the most powerful team buffer, or you could become the tankiest tank, or find out a way to deal a huge amount of damage by combining classes that you shouldn't be combined. That I very much love. I love games that allow you to combine classes. Big fan of combination stuff. Or just, you know, Skyrim, Stealth Archer. That works too. What classes in WoW have I not tried? Are there any I'm particularly interested in trying? I've only not really tried the Druid. And again, honestly, I'm just not particularly interested in trying the Druid. Sorry, I'm just not. Rift, yeah, Star Wars Galaxy did it, Rift did it. Good games have done it. Many good games have done the thing where they combine gameplay together. I love choice. Runes of Magic did it, and Runes of Magic was one of my favorite MMORPGs. It wasn't a good game, but it was definitely one of my favorites. You prefer the rigid bounds of class identity. Yeah, absolutely, I get that as well. I still think that combining 2 defined classes into a third thing still has a level of, you know, class identity to it. It's just, if you combine, okay, I'm going to take the class of mage and the class of warrior, then boom, you've got a spell sword kind of going on. I love the idea of creating the unique thing that you need. Kelly, what is that armor set? This is a very revealing armor set. I'm intrigued. All right, we've got Elemental Rock Ridge leggings going on. And then we've also got the Carapace of Tutankesh. That is remarkably revealing. I mean, I'm not complaining. Let's keep going. I do love the whole spell sword vibe. One of my favorite fantasy vibes, without a doubt. There's somewhere between the both that, you know, people will enjoy, people will find fun. That's the general vibe. Kind of like multi-classing in D&D. Yeah, exactly. That's what EverQuest Legends is going to be bringing. Will I play it? Don't know. I'll find out. I will find out. You want more magical archers? Yeah, magical archers. When I played Neverwinter Nights, Neverwinter Nights had the Arcane Archer build, which I thought was really cool. I really enjoyed the Arcane Archer. Super powerful long-range attacks. Absolutely kicked ass with swords as well. Loved that stuff. Suddenly all the lurkers have given direct attention to the second monitor once I said, that is a very revealing armor set on the Draenei. I know what people want. Does Dragon's Dogma also have the Arcane Archer class? Gotcha. What if you combined a barbarian and a priest? Oh, you get an angry preacher, wouldn't you? Surely a barbarian and a priest would just give you preacher, which is like the fantasy version of Reacher. That's a Warhammer character. Barbarian priest is a zealot kind of thing. Yeah. You've got the priests of Sigmar going on there. Streamer, I demand more politics. Please say something controversial. I think Dungeons & Dragons is better when players don't use a rigid grid map. Because by using a rigid grid map, you're turning the Dungeons & Dragons adventure into a board game instead of a fantasy in-your-mind adventure. I think that Dungeons & Dragons is a shared daydream. I think it's the idea of a collective imagined experience, and your brain is more powerful than any Hollywood special effect could ever be. And so by giving the players a rigid map and saying this person is this far away from this person is 60 feet from this person is 25 feet from this person, you are turning the experience of imagining Dungeons & Dragons into a tactically engaging game. And there's no problem with a tactical engaging game, I just don't think that's playing to Dungeons & Dragons' strengths. I think the strength of D&D is the imagination aspect of it. And by forcing players to look at the map, you are making them spend more time mentally on the table and less time mentally in their imagination. Anything that I can do in Dungeons & Dragons that causes the player to spend more time within their imagination instead of within the mechanics or within the maths, to me, is a way to improve the game. How would the alternative look like? You simply describe the situation, and you make sure that everyone knows roughly what's going on. They don't need to know for a fact the enemy is exactly 58 feet away from you. They simply need to ask the fact, could I in this turn reach them? And the Dungeon Master will go, well, you'll have to really sprint for it, but yeah, you could. But I'm not going to tell someone they're playing Dungeons & Dragons wrong. There is just a reason that whenever I run D&D games, I do not use maps. That is my controversial Dungeons & Dragons take. Anything that I can do that means the player are worrying less about the numbers and more about the imagined situation, I'm happy with. But there are many other Dungeon Masters who care about the numbers, which is totally fine. I've often said, players roll dice for the numbers, Dungeon Masters roll dice for the sound. Sometimes when, the player's like, ooh, I want to see if I can hit this enemy, and they roll the dice, I'm like, I don't know exactly what the number that you have to hit is, but if it's really high, you're going to hit it, and if it's really low, you're going to not hit it, and if it's kind of in the middle, let's just say that the fight continues and nothing really changes. I hate that I have to tell you that, and people are like, oh no, but that doesn't mean that I won or lost. As long as the players are having a really good experience at the end of it, you have won. I like to try and take away the maths-based metagaming. And instead, like if a player, put it this way, if a player really wants to make a roll, and it's a very important roll that they make, and so instead of just rolling a d20, they have Bardic Inspiration, and they use an item, and they use this, and they use that, and the players skip their turn to offer assistance. Everything just kind of does that. Then when the player makes that roll, I am much, much more likely to say, yes, you succeeded, but only just, because that makes it feel like every decision they have made to get to that only just was relevant. It really mattered. And that feels better for a player to think, oh my god, if I didn't do everything I'd have just done, I wouldn't have succeeded this. I only succeeded because of all the things I just did. And that is simply a feels-good moment within a D&D moment. If someone spends all their gold, all their time, all their energy, all their effort, and all of their abilities, and then fails the roll, that just sucks. That just feels bad for everyone. You want someone to succeed by the skin of their teeth. You want them to just manage to make it through. That, to me, is a good feeling as a Dungeon Master to be able to give a player. Now, someone said, if you feel like that, why don't you just play a different system? Because Dungeons & Dragons itself is less of a system and more of a vibe. The fact that the very first rule within the book is this book is just a guideline. When I say I play Dungeons and Dragons, I think what I mean to say is I like playing imagination-based games that require the players to role-play their characters within combat or role-play situations. However, we have to admit that Dungeons and Dragons has just become the de facto descriptor of that kind of game. When someone says, I play Dungeons and Dragons, what they don't mean is I follow every single rule in this book to the letter to make sure that you go through this mechanically perfectly. They normally just mean we're going to get a couple of mates to sit around a table, role-play their fantasy characters for a bit, get in some fights, have some conversations, have some laughs, make some stories, and just create our own legend. That's going to be the vibe. So when people say, why don't you play another system that focuses more on what I do, chances are I probably do actually just play another system. But Dungeons and Dragons is such a famous term that you have to say that. It's like someone says, hey, are you going to Hoover your house? And you're like, no, I'm going to vacuum clean my house because Hoover is the brand name. You ever heard of a tannoy system? No, you haven't. You've heard of a public address system. Tannoy is the brand name. But sometimes a brand name becomes more popular and more famous than the thing that it is. So when I say, hey, you guys want to play some Dungeons and Dragons, it's almost like a shortcut of a way of saying, hey, you guys want to play an imagination-based fantasy roleplay game where we roll some dice. Not sure I believe you going to Google it. What are you Googling? Exactly. You're going to Google it. Not you're going to use a search engine on the internet to find out. You guys want to go into a jacuzzi? Oh, you mean a bubbly hot tub. Jacuzzi is the brand name. D&D is the general term for fantasy tabletop RPG, even if you are playing another system within that entire vibe. So whenever I say, hey, this is how I play D&D, and someone goes, technically that's not Dungeons and Dragons because you're not following the rules as set out in the Dungeons and Dragons rulebook, I say, well, maybe it technically isn't, but you have to understand that we are shortcutting the term for this kind of hobby. So that's my hot take. I think Dungeons and Dragons games should focus more on being a fun game for everyone, not necessarily a mechanically accurate game. Now, sometimes people get their fun from the mechanics being consistent. I totally get that. And if that's what you want from that game, that's fine. That's why Session Zero is a thing. You're meant to sit down and have a conversation with everyone playing your game and work out what kind of game you want. The kind of games that I like playing are games that give the players the most memorable adventure. What I say to people, what I tell my players is, I want them to succeed, but I want them to succeed over challenges, and they will be more likely to succeed over the challenge if they are able to explain how they are doing it. If they get into a bar fight, and their description is simply, I pull my sword out and attack the enemy, okay, we're just going to roll some dice, it's going to be really dull. If during your turn, and this is what I think people forget about Dungeons and Dragons, the Dungeon Master is not the only person who is able to describe the world. Players are able to describe their character. If during your turn you describe how your character is feeling, how they're looking around the room, how they draw their sword, what they are hoping happens, if you can tell part of the story yourself, then I will be giving you advantage on all of these things. Session Zero, for those of you unaware, first of all, it's the name of my Dungeons & Dragons group who do live stage shows. We've performed at MCM, we've done EGX, we've done RuneFest before, it was really good fun. Session Zero is a Dungeons & Dragons term which means before you and your group play your first game, you need to sit down with your group and discuss what you want from the game. It's very important you do that, because if you don't do that, you're all going to be wanting different things. Some of you might want extremely complicated combat. Some of you might want massively complicated political roleplay. Some of you might want stupid, silly, over-the-top, real-world inclusions. Some of you might want to only use the special things in the book. Some of you might have your own custom characters. Session 0 is where you sit down and say, right, what do we all want? Let's all get onto the same page. This sounds like group therapy. It can be. D&D is just a shared daydream. That's my hot take on D&D. I think people focus far too much on the mechanics of it and far too little on the experience of it. Am I planning on stopping anytime soon? I don't think I could if I wanted to. Yeah, also, Session 0 is about what are you comfortable with. Like, as soon as I sit down with my players, I say, right, listen, as a dungeon master, I'm going to push back and make sure I say no on this, 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 and this. We don't do this, 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 or this. And if any player's like, oh, I want to do that, I'm like, cool, find a different game. You ain't doing it here. There's a couple of rules in general that I kind of enforce onto the players. And if they don't want to follow them, that's fine. They don't have to follow them, but they can not follow them in a different game. It's very important. So one of the biggest rules that I have in my Dungeons and Dragons groups are... Example of the rules. Okay, every player wants to work together. There is going to be no, oh, but I'm a brooding edgelord sitting in the corner, and then I'm going to do PvP, and I'm going to attack my fellow players and my fellow party. No, not at all. I say to my players, look, if you want to engage in PvP, I'm going to give massive, and I mean massive, advantages to the defender. If you engage in player versus player, party PvP, if you are the attacker, you are going to lose something major. Doesn't that go against the spirit of the game? Some people don't want to get involved in player versus player fights. What if it's in-character sparring? That's fine. The biggest important in this is consent. If a player wants to attack another player in a training bout and the other player goes, yeah, let's give it a go, that's fine, and there is consent, that's totally okay. If halfway through the session, during a combat encounter, one of my players says, I want to pull out my sword and stab the other player in the back, I should get sneak attack advantage. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? Why would you do that? Your party wants to work together. Why are you not wanting to work together? So that's one example. It is a socially cooperative experience, and if you do not want to be socially cooperative within it, that's fine, but you can do that at a different game. Just came in to say you are long due for a YouTube video. We've been waiting for so long now. Yeah, thanks, Mort. That's a great bit of input. I appreciate that. YouTube videos are still being made. I'm just deciding to, play some games for fun for a little bit, because making them all the time was kind of burning me out. And it was a case of I was staying in my house for 7 days a week, doing nothing, staring at an editing screen for 12 hours a day, which was remarkably unhealthy and incredibly sad. So I thought, you know what, instead, I will jump back onto this. I appreciate that you like all of the videos, but I will not be able to put them out at the continued rate that I used to be able to, because that was just mentally and physically unsustainable. I know that people are meaning the best when they say, oh, where are the videos? They're coming. It's just taking me a long time to make them, because it's remarkably physically and mentally draining to do. I'm not in denial that I'm a WoW streamer now. I'm not staring into the void, don't worry. I've even had some... Guys, you might want to move back. The boss is here. Well, that's a problem. Okay, here we go. Right, let's see what we can do. Boss time. Okay, there are no enemies attacking us. I've got to cleave all of these guys ASAP. Right, let me see if I can cleave everyone. If I can keep cleaving, I can kill all these guys quickly. A, B, C. Always be cleaving. Good job, guys. Earth Slag Shoulders. Nice. Okay. Plus 13 strength, plus 8 stamina, improves critical strike rating by 13. They, I think, I need. That is good for me. Earth Slag. My favorite type of earth. That's just a straight up increase. More strength, less stamina, improves critical strike rating. Beautiful stuff. And you know what? I can wear them right now. I'm going to put them on immediately. Right. Let's get the earth slag going on. The gear raises my promiscuity. That could not be raised. How do you stay Worcestershire? There you go. Worcestershire. Slag is the offcast of molten metal. Remember this, guys. It's just the offcast of molten metal. That's all it is. It's a fine word. Got it. Right, let's see what boss we get down here. So yeah, that's my Hot Dungeons and Dragons take. But, and this is what irritates me about talking about online stuff. Whenever I say, hey, I would run Dungeons and Dragons like this, I get a load of people going, that's not how I do it. What if players want this? What if players want the other? What if players want this instead? And I have to be like, yeah, that's why there are other games. That's why there are other DMs. I'm not saying that I'm the greatest DM. I'm saying that this is the choice and the experience that I'm going to provide, and if you don't want that choice and that experience, that's fine. You can go and find somebody else who does provide the choice that you want. I'm not saying that I'm going to be all things to all men. I'm going to say this is what I'm going to focus on doing really well, and I'm not going to worry too much about this. When I was at the Jagex Player Creator event, I was talking to a couple of the other creators down there, 3 World of Warcraft creators actually. Jokerd, Yuzu, and there's Jokerd, Yuzu, and name begins with S, I always forget. Tall guy, very good looking. What's the dude? Savix, that was the one. Savix, really attractive guy. Jokerd, Yuzu, Savix, and there was a, I want to say RuneScape and Rust content creator called LTK, and we all decided to go and play Dungeons and Dragons. They said they'd never played D&D before. Guzu, that was the one. They'd never played D&D, and I said, well, I can run a D&D game for you guys, that's fine. So we went back to the hotel, and we literally just sat in a hotel room and played Dungeons and Dragons, and I was just making this adventure up off the top of my head, and those guys had a great time with it. They had like a really, really fun time. And we didn't have any maps, we had no character sheets, we had nothing. It was literally just us imagining stuff as we went through it, and me making up those playing their games. It was really fun. Had a really good time. Lured 3 people into the dungeon. No, they were lovely people. Joker, such knowledge about World of Warcraft. LTK, really, really nice person. Savix, super cool, super fun. And is it Yuzu or Guzu? I think it's Yuzu, isn't it? I think it's Yuzu. Really kind. Really, really selfless guy. It's Guzu. Gotcha. Guzu. Arena now? Arena boss. Hooray. Let's go. Let's do the arena boss, guys. We might get something good. You never know. Hang on. Where is the arena boss? I'm following you guys. I'm following the tank. You're all for being casual, but couldn't your character at least bought shoes? How do you think we bring the gold in? The grippers are the main earners right here. That's the money maker right there. The sweatier and the more covered they are in dust, the more money we make. Don't you be sitting there thinking that I don't know how to bring in that gold, alright? I am supporting the guild through this. When Wrath of the Lich King releases and we get Titan's Grip, that doesn't mean that you can wield 2 swords at the same time. That means that your feet just get stronger. Right, let's do this. Let's work out what we're doing here. Level 48, thank you very much. We might make, if I'm lucky, we'll make 50 today. That's my plan. If we can make level 50 today, I'll be happy. Josh, you were talking, so repeat question. What's my take on Crimson Desert? Haven't played it. Based on things seen, not played. I don't want to base things on things I've seen and not played. Because if I base it on things I've seen and not played, that is just me saying, here's my opinion on the graphics and how it looks. It's most confusing review of any game ever. People are saying it's crap and now can't stop playing. Just play games. Like, who cares if someone else doesn't like the game you play? Download it, play it. If you enjoy it, keep playing it. If someone else says, oh, that's crap, you're not going to look around and go, oh my god, you're right. It is crap. I thought I was having fun, but you are much more important than I am in my own opinion. Just play games. Just play a bad game. That's fine. Reviews should tell you what to expect. They should not tell you what to think or feel. If I'm reviewing a game, I want to say, this is what it contains, this is what it's like, this is what I enjoyed, this is what I didn't like. If you want to play this, fine. Go for it. Have a good time. I liked this bit, I didn't like this bit. I can tell you what the game is. I can't tell you what your opinion should be. People need their opinions validated on games they're playing, otherwise they're terrified that they're wasting time playing that game. You're not wasting time, because during your free time, you are not under any obligation to create value to anyone except yourself. I've already got attack power on my boots. You do not need to create shareholder value. You do not need to invest. You do not need to, lay down a foundation for your future. You just need to play a video game and have fun while you're playing it. And as soon as the game is turned off, that's fine. The fun ends. That's okay. People need to know whether something is worth their time, instead of just being told what the thing contains and then deciding whether to give their time to it or not. Is something worth your time? Ultimately, it depends what you want to get out of that thing. If doing something generates money, and you want to know, is this thing worth my time? You have to ask yourself, what are you trying to do with your time? Are you trying to generate money? If that's what you're trying to do, then yeah, that thing's probably worth your time. If what you're trying to do is have fun, then you have to ask yourself, is this game fun? And if the game isn't fun, then even if it does generate money, is it worth your time? I'm irrational. If a person I admire says to play the game, I would play it and I'd have fun. Yeah, but what if someone that you like says don't play the game? Would you then simply not play the game and not have fun? Leisure time is meant to be enjoyable. You are under no obligation to use your leisure time to generate any kind of value for anyone except yourself. $70 folks don't want to waste that on something they don't like. I completely agree. I understand. Which is why it's important to tell people what's in the game. And once people know what's in the game, they can decide if they want to play it or not. The problem is people don't want to know what's in the game. They want to know if they should play it or not. Just watch a video for it. Why would you come to me and ask my opinion on a game that I haven't played instead of just watching footage of the game being played? How does my input have any value when I don't know what I'm talking about? Do you just value my input because you value the other content that I make and think that it's important that if I say yes, go and play it, you will, and if I say no, don't play it, you won't? Sorry to push back against this so much, but it kind of irritates me that people need to know what something is from people that tell them whether they should or shouldn't do something. I'm not going to tell your life, tell you how to live your life. Right, we have unlocked the door. Lovely stuff. I assumed you watched reviews and want your opinion. I like that. Not going to base it. Why would... Okay, hang on. Are you saying that you want my opinion on other people's reviews? So you want, like... not even a second-hand opinion, like a third-hand opinion of my opinion on other people's opinion. They want me to react to what other people are saying about it without actually knowing anything about it or feeling it or understanding it myself. That's a silly thing to want. And the reason that's a silly thing to want is because I would then not actually be giving my opinion, would I? I would just be saying, hey, I watched this guy play a game. Here's what I think about the thing that he said about the game that he played. Which honestly I find a bit weird. Well, well done killing him. I'm not going to review somebody else's review. Technically, isn't you telling us to live our own lives also a way to tell us how to live our own lives? Yes, Sang, which is where the irony and the hypocrisy is thick with all of this. You're going to get home and play Shadow the Hedgehog for the first time. Hell yeah, do it! Then you will be a person who has played Shadow the Hedgehog and you will have the experience of playing Shadow the Hedgehog. Good stuff. This is why game demos shouldn't have gone away. You're reminded of the life of Brian. You're all individuals. Yes, we're all individuals. I'm not. Shadow the Hedgehog was definitely one of the games ever, but you know what? You should play it because you learn more from bad games than from good games. Learning what not to do is just as important as learning what to do. Reviews should be about a critic cross-referencing their bank of knowledge with a new experience to say what the experience in their opinion does well, what it's lackluster in, and who it will appeal to. Hey man, loving the content. What'd you do for work before streaming? I've done a couple of things. As a teacher for a while, as a martial arts instructor for a bit, as a paintball weapons manager for a while. Then I worked in a warehouse as a manual labourer. I worked at a trampoline park as a party host. Worked as a retail worker in Toys R Us. As a mechanic on a go-kart track. Yeah, I've done a variety of things. And they've all been fun. They've all been interesting. Did pressure washing of patios for a while, for a couple of summers. That was fun. Just did lots of stuff, you know? Lots of things. But yeah, IRL variety streamer. That's what I could do. Not sure if I could remember most of it now, though. A party host. I do indeed know how to party. If you've ever been to a trampoline park and you've had a member of staff assigned to make sure that you had a really good time, then that was probably me. Have I ever worked as a masseuse on an oil rig in the North Sea? Ebba, part of my contract says that you weren't allowed to ask about that. Ever thought about adding GM? Oh yeah, I suppose I've done professional GMing because I've done the Session Zero on stage before. You know what, Lord? That's a great question. It annoys me recently when friends and other people get emotionally invested in disliking games they're not going to play. Lord, you are spot on with that kind of observation, that analysis. I think what people need to understand is video games are now part of the culture war. They have been for a while. Which means when a new video game releases, it is not enough to play or not play that game. You must like or dislike it, and you must let people know. Because your opinion and your stance on a game based on its position within the culture war is now a talking point for your position within the culture war. So a game will release and people will tell you that they hate it without having ever played it. They will tell you it looks bad, it sounds bad, it feels bad. People that they respect have said it's bad. But they will never play it. Because to them, the value is not in playing it. The value is in seen to be hating it. Because sometimes the enjoyment of a video game is not playing the game. It's using the game as a playing piece within the larger game of public relations. There's nothing wrong with constructive criticism, but hating something for the sake of hating something, exactly. There's thousands of things in the world. Just spend your time doing something else. Some people will watch a trailer for a game or a trailer for a film and then immediately hate on it straight away. They'll be like, this is the worst, this is terrible, this is awful, this is bad. I'm like, okay, cool, it's a trailer. Just wait for the product to release and then try and experience it and critique that. But remember, people don't want reviews. People want to be angry. That is, when you understand that, the world changes. The straight up world changes. Hang on, Svar just said, but my friend, if something looks like shit and smells like shit, chances are it is shit, and you don't need to step in it to find out. Svar, I completely agree. But if I see a piece of shit on the floor, what I'm not going to do is make a 5-part YouTube video and Twitch stream and going, look at this shit, this is terrible, have you seen this shit? This is awful, this reminds me of the other shit that was connected to this. I'm like, at some point, you're just continuing to point at something that you don't like. You can just say, nah, not for me, and then move on. But you don't want to move on. You want to be angry at the piece of shit that you shouldn't and never will actually engage with. That's what you want to do. You're not annoyed that the thing is shit. You're annoyed that other people don't understand how much you don't like the thing. You need other people to know that it's shit. You need them to look at it. You need them to hate it with you. Because you don't want to just avoid the shit. You want to be angry. And you need other people to be angry with you. Because if it genuinely was shit, you wouldn't engage with it. But to you, it's not actually shit. It's the nucleus around which your opinion grows. It's the focus of the hatred. It is the small nucleation point that your community of people that hate things gathers. So actually to you, it's remarkably useful. And as soon as you remember that people don't want to be critical, they want to be angry, that's when it changes. Gluten-free asbestos. Josh Hayes, you need better lighting for your stream setup. Well, just for that, I'm going to make it worse. Wait, it's better now. I've turned the light off. It's objectively not. But if you enjoy it more subjectively, that's fine. It looks better. Fine. Just go straight up leave. I left to get a drink. That's what happened. All right, cool. What's the argument going on for about now? What are we talking about? We're talking about people being annoyed, people being angry. Remember, people want to be angry. That's what people want. People 100% want to be angry. They need to be angry. It's important for them. As soon as you realize that people want to be angry, then a lot of reviews make sense. A lot of reviews make total sense. Truly is. Right. Do we wait here? Do we recap, then push on? Yeah, people fill their lives with what they're told to think, and you know what? If something is bad, then it's okay to point out that you don't particularly like it. What it's not okay to do is to continuously point out, constantly, why you don't like something, why it's bad and why it's terrible, because at that point you're not critiquing. You're just farming hate. That's true. It's like, I'm angry, I don't like this, you should be angry too. You're right, I agree with you. I tend to not get involved with shit myself, as life has its fair amount of it. That's true, Svart, it totally is. It absolutely is. There's enough stuff going on in people's lives that filling the small aspect of your life that you've got left with stuff that makes you angry is not going to create a happy person. But farming hatred generates a lot of money. It turns into, yeah, it's a great way of putting it, Flondon, a toxic obsession. And being around negativity all the time will make you a negative person. I'm sure we have met many people like that who are just constantly negative. Glass Lion, that is a lovely sentence to read. Glass Lion just wrote, my whole personality used to be getting casually outraged about stuff, but I realized it was I was doing it and how exhausted it made me. It was draining. What was I drinking? Blue Screen Babe, Gamer Subs. Some people do bond over complaining. I mean, we're doing it now. People bond over complaining. There's a human element to bonding over that. A very understandable human element to bonding over a level of complaint. People love to share. Misery loves company. Hatred gets shared more than anything else does. But sometimes you have to understand that the amount of stuff that you are told... You know something I find draining? Let me tell you a pet peeve of mine. Have you ever had a conversation with someone? That's the pet peeve. That's the whole sentence. No, it gets more complicated. Have you ever had a conversation with someone and you've told them about something you dislike? And what they've done is they've gone with the whataboutism, and they've gone, oh, you hate this, well, what about this? And they've mentioned something else, and you're like, yeah, you hate that too. And you're like, well, what about this? And you're like, yeah, you hate that too. Well, what about this? Yeah, that's also bad. What about having a conversation with someone you say, yeah, this is bad, and they go, oh, that's bad, but what about this? By the end of that conversation, all you've done is discovered hundreds of things that you need to be equally angry about. And that's just going to make everyone sad. Because I say to people that you only have a limited amount of hatred, of energy per day. Don't just waste it on being angry at absolutely bloody everything. Discovered the essence of fire. Don't need that. Whenever I have this conversation and I say something like, I mean, I talk about gaming a lot, obviously. And I'll say to people, you know, hey, I'm going to work with this company. And they're like, oh, but don't you hate them because they've done this and this and this and this and this? I'm like, okay, well, now I need to be angry and annoyed, but they've also done this, this and this. Conversations with some people just end making you feel bad that you aren't annoyed enough. That's what it is. Have you ever had a conversation with someone that has ended and you've almost felt like there's so much stuff that person wants you to be angry at and annoyed at that you just don't have the mental energy, you don't have the bandwidth to be that annoyed? And when I say to someone, people hate it when you turn around and go, okay, you know what, look, at this point, I'm sure that's bad, but I just don't care. They're like, oh, you've got to care. You've got to care. P-Shooter says, then why not address it? Because, P-Shooter, what you don't understand is that if you say, hey, I don't like this, and someone goes, well, don't you like this either? It just becomes this endless domino effect of having to be constantly annoyed, constantly angry at everything. And people think that you're heartless when you say, look, I just straight up do not have the energy needed to care deeply about all of these things. It's okay to say that you're going to kind of divide what you do or don't care about. People say not caring is... Hang on. No caring is basically supporting. Do you believe that? Do you believe if someone tells me something is bad and I go, I don't care about that, what they hear is, I support that? Human beings have been exposed to more information, more situations, more communication now than they ever have in history. And we are expected to be able to emotionally regulate hatred on a global scale. A scale that is absurd, that human beings were just not meant to be able to deal with. We are expected to be able to be aware of every negative thing in the world at any given moment and not let it overwhelm us. We are expected to care deeply about every injustice. And if you don't care as deeply as someone else does about their specific injustice, then you are supporting the injustice. And the truth is, caring that deeply about that many things is just straight up insanity. If you were to sit a human being down and make them aware of absolutely everything going on in the world at all times ever, that person would go mad. And unfortunately, some people are willingly trying to do this to themselves. Which is why I think, as harsh as it sounds, it's okay to pick and choose what you want to spend your limited mental bandwidth caring about. P-Shooter says, Josh, but at some point, do you not want to at least want things to make things better? P-Shooter, what are you hearing when I'm saying that there is a limited amount of stuff you can care about? Genuinely, what are you hearing me say? Because what you've said is, I've said people expect you to care about everything and it's overwhelming. And then you've responded with, but at some point, don't you want to attempt to make things better? Yes, I do. I absolutely do want to make things better. But is driving myself insane, caring about everything in the world, actually making things better? Is me being upset and angry and annoyed actually making things better? Human beings were not designed to live in such a massive connected culture. We can try, P-Shooter, we can try. But you have to understand that the most effective effort is not done on a global scale. It's done on a smaller, focused scale. Individual acts of kindness, individual acts of focus, smaller scale, collective community, groups of processes that we do together. It is about slowly working out what things we can do to efficiently change, not burning ourselves mentally out by worrying about everything at the same time. Choosing one process to get right is better than choosing 100 to simply have nightmares about. And so when I say to someone, there are 1,000 things going wrong right now, and I cannot care about all 1,000, but I can care about this, then I will do that. P-Shooter says, so let's do it. Do you not think we are, P-Shooter? Do you think I'm sat here saying, it's all worthless, don't even bother? That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying that worrying about everything at the same time isn't productive. The problem is sometimes I think I don't mind people who are idealistic. I love people who are idealistic. But you need to balance being idealistic and realistic at the same time. Because I think, unfortunately, I like to encourage people to keep doing it. Okay, P-Shooter, if someone comes up to you and says they're trying to solve 1,000 problems at once and they're making no progress in all of them, what would your advice be to them? Someone comes up to you and says, look, there's 1,000 things going wrong. I need to fix all of them. I can't fix any of them. I'm overwhelmed. There's too much stuff going on. What are we doing? Would you say to them, choose one or two things that you can actually fix? Fix things that you can. Try something new or work with others, yeah. But what if that person, P-Shooter, then turns around to you and says, yeah, but I've got to focus on all 1,000. I've got to do this. I understand that you have this very simple view right now of we must try. I agree. We must try. But just trying isn't enough. We need an actual process. We need an actual idea. We need a plan. And working out what that plan is more beneficial than just hoping. Is worrying about everything being too empathetic? Worrying about everything, if it is hindering your ability to fix things, is of course useless. You don't know what we disagree on. P-Shooter, what we disagree on is the fact that I find it rather naive that your attitude is just everyone should try and fix everything all the time. Am I resurrecting or are we waiting? Why is Josh dying? I got attacked. Am I rezzing? I can res, that's fine. We've got the hunter and the... Yeah, we've got the hunter and the mage left, so we kind of have to res. We don't have the healer anymore. Heal was dead, you got ambushed. That's fine, I'll release. I'll come back to you. Also because I'm level 48. Right, I'll run back, that's fine. Sounds like it's coming from someone who hasn't had to deal with critical situations that require critical thinking. That's a way of looking at it. And people also say, wait till you have kids, then you'll know multitasking. Lots of experiences require multitasking, not just having children. I'm sure that having children is a difficult thing to do because every time I've spoken to someone that has children, they decide to compete in the suffering Olympics and tell me exactly how difficult everything is. And they go, oh, when you have kids, it's going to be so much harder, which has made me go, okay, you know what? I won't have kids. That sounds easier. Every single parent has done their absolute best to tell me why I should never have children. And when I turn around and go, you know what? You're probably right. They all go, oh, but you need to do that. It's so rewarding. Really? You haven't told me that. You haven't sat there and said it's so rewarding. You've told me how tired and awful everything is. Oh, it's so awful. I'm so tired. Everything's so bad. Everything's multitasking all the time. Everything's terrible. Oh, never have kids. Okay, cool, done. There you go. Simple. They've convinced me not to, and I'm fully on board with that. Would I mind showing off what trinkets I'm using? Yeah, sure. I'm level 48, so I only have a carrot on a stick. How do I feel about the social expectation to have kids in order to be successful? When I was a child, every single adult told me that I could grow up and do whatever I wanted. They told me that I could grow up and experience the world. When I was a child, most of the adults in my life were remarkably supportive, and they kept telling me how I was destined for these amazing things and I could do stuff if I put my mind to it, and they would support me. And I was very young and I was very privileged and I was very lucky to have so many people tell me that I could do all this stuff. And when I decided on the stuff that I wanted to do, they were very supportive. But as soon as they realized the stuff I wanted to do involved not having kids, suddenly they got a lot less supportive. And I'm thinking, hang on, no, you can't do this. You can't be there telling me that I can do all of these amazing things. And then when I say, hey, I'm going to go and do all of these amazing things, they turn around and go, ah, yeah, but you really shouldn't. You really shouldn't do those things. You really should just be having kids. Okay, if you want to have kids, go for it. I don't. I was raised with adults telling me I can go and do all this awesome, cool stuff. And you know what? I kind of believed them. So I said, I'm going to go and do all this awesome, cool stuff. And they're like, yeah, but yeah, you've got to have kids. You've got to do it. If you want to have kids, you go for it. My bloodline ends with, I was going to say me, but that's not true. I've got a brother. He'll have kids. I'll be a cool uncle. That works. I'm happy to be the cool uncle. It's okay, Josh. You can still change your opinion. You know what's amazing is every time you tell someone something that you have pretty much set, they always go, you'll change your mind. Don't worry. It'll change in the future. As if what they're actually saying to you is, hey, I know you better than you know you. I know you think you want this right now, but you don't. You don't actually want... What you actually want is what I want for you. Not what you want for you. Because you're just foolish and silly. I say, hey, I don't want kids. And someone goes, you will in the future. No. No, I won't. Oh, but you might. No. Isn't it weird that you don't do it the other way around? If someone goes, I want kids, you don't go, you'll regret having them in the future. Like, you'd be insulted if somebody said that to you. You say it the other way around, it's totally insulting. But it's totally fine to do it this way. I say to someone, you having a baby? They're like, yeah. I'm like, what a terrible choice. Oh, what a terrible... enjoy all of your money and free time now while it lasts. Oh, I'll text you at 3 o'clock in the afternoon when I'm doing nothing and you're busy changing nappies. Oh, then you'll regret it. Yeah. People seem to have this idea that if you say, I don't want to do this, it's fine for them to turn around and go, you'll change your mind in the future. Even if I do, I find it really, really patronizing. That's the first thing that you come back with, instead of just, that's your choice. Excellent. Good. I'm glad that you've chosen that. And can we clear, please? We're going to clear this dungeon because I need the experience and also the safety. Hi Josh, thinking of starting a teaching assistant position. Congratulations. Little unconventional, need the help. Any tips for creating comfortable classroom learning environments? The children want structure. The children want structure and they want to be respected, but not worshipped or bowed down to. How you treat the children will tell them how they treat you. If you treat them with a level of directness, a level of respect that is not sycophantic, a level of understanding, and a level of expectations that themselves have consequences, and, very, very, very importantly, if you make a mistake, admit it. That does not make you look weak, it makes you look human and real. Hey, congrats, you leveled up. Many people don't know how to say it, but they think you would be a good parent, which is why they insist on it. I think I would be an amazing parent if, this is important, I wanted to be, which I don't. I think if I was able to say I'm going to dedicate myself to fatherhood, I think I would be good at it. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to give up the things in my life that I would be required to give up to be a good father. Which is why I know that if I wanted to do that, I would end up missing and resenting aspects of that. And so I would simply rather not put myself in that position. And if people want to turn around and call me heartless for whatever reason for that, that's fine. They're welcome to say that. But I would rather do what I know I'm going to be good at. Because the alternate choice is that I follow what the society tells me that it needs and wants from me. And I end up not doing the best thing for any kind of possible child. And the level is, I know that on some level I am selfish. I know that. I know that I want my free time. I know that I want stuff to do. I want games to play. And the fact that I know that and admit that and I'm comfortable with that means that I need to work out what I'm going to spend my time doing. What would you have to give up if you had kids? Time and money. Both of which I like having. I think it would be difficult of me to spend 12 hours playing World of Warcraft a day. I think it would be difficult of me to be able to leave the house whenever I wanted to. I think it would be difficult of me to decide to travel internationally if I wanted to. I would lose a great deal of freedom within the day-to-day that I was having. And I simply look at that and go, I don't want to give that up. And if people say that's selfish, that's fine. When I was a child, people told me that I could do whatever I wanted to do. And this is what I want to do. And so I am doing this. There we go. Okay, well, I guess all I want to say is I really appreciate the commentary and enjoy the streams, and if I misunderstood any of it, I'll give them clarification. The problem is, P, that what I've said was people should care less about stuff if it overwhelms them, and your very first input was so people just shouldn't care. You've gone to the other extreme of the argument. People often jump in with, so what you're saying is, and then like a kind of disingenuous version of what I've said. Best teachers and professors, those who love the topic they're teaching, absolutely, spot on. Having no free time was why you had to do that, couldn't keep up with the grind, yeah. If you say this thing, people will, yeah, they'll come at you. It's true. And then people immediately attack me with it, straight away. Oh, there's the big boy. Right, let's always be sundering. A, B, C. Always be sundering. Murrah, I have no idea why that's relevant whatsoever. Some people do just be typing stuff on Twitch for no real reason. ABC. Always be sundering. That's how you play a warrior. I'm learning. Saw you in One Piece as Captain Smoker. No, you didn't, but I appreciate the fact that I look like somebody else. If I type in Captain Smoker, is it just going to be like generic white guy? Hang on. Oh, good. I'm glad that I look like generic white guy. I'm really glad that I've locked down that incredibly rare casting type of generic white guy. Josh, you're more than generic white guy. You're our generic white guy. Thank you, I appreciate that. That's what I like. P, I can tell that you're well-intentioned. This is harder than I would think to just be nice. P, you're well-intentioned. What you have to understand is that I have thousands of people every day coming at me with just a little bit of, yeah, but what about this? Yeah, but are you thinking about this? But have you considered this? But why don't we just do that? But, so what you're saying is this. But maybe you should do that instead. But, okay, so, well, maybe we should just try. But that's not the right way to do things. Thousands of people every day with just a little bit of input of, yeah, but have you considered this? But have you done that? But have you done that? Imagine having the same conversation thousands of times a day. And every time you say something of, hey guys, maybe we actually care about too much stuff, someone comes at you with, yeah, but maybe we need to care about this much stuff. Maybe we should just fix things. Maybe we should support things. Yes, I have considered that. And what I'm saying is, the best way to fix these problems is to focus on what we can fix. I'm not saying that you're not bringing good intentions to the stream. I'm saying that you are one of thousands of people that have brought the same, but what if we just do this question. And eventually answering the, but what if we just do this, gets kind of draining. So I'm just going to start saying, you know what? Maybe we should just let you guys do that. Josh, my man, you are talking to some teenagers, maybe giving out too much energy. Yeah, but the teenagers otherwise just feel not listened to. And I remember when I was a well-intentioned teenager, and I thought if people were ignoring me, then they were just being remarkably rude. And I would not like to be that. People who are ideologically focused on doing the right thing don't deserve to be ignored. But they do necessarily need to understand that they are not the only person who is focused on doing the right thing. If you go to any university campus, you will meet hundreds of people who are ideologically attempting to do the right thing. And all of them will think that whatever they are focusing on is the most important thing to focus on. And if you do not focus on the thing that they are focused on with the same fervor that they are focused on, you clearly do not care. And it can get quite draining to have to match people's energy on every topic. Adults normally simply do not have the amount of time required to be as active as they would like to be in any of those situations. Let's see what we can get from this boss over here. You have a limited amount of time, energy, and money. Giving the time, energy, and money to situations that you can actually affect is much more important than giving all of it performatively to situations you cannot affect but need other people to know that you care about. That's a great way of putting it. There's a difference between I don't care and I don't want to talk about this right now. It is possible to... It's possible to care while also knowing you can do nothing. As horrible as that sounds, if someone says, do you not care about this bad thing? What do you want me to say? I can say, like, I don't like the idea of the bad thing. I don't like the sound of it. But as far as caring, how much energy do you want me to put into this? It's a limited amount of time and resources. People tend to care about the massive global things going on without worrying or understanding what's going on local to them, because they're told to care about the massive global things going on constantly. Old Time, welcome to the stream, man. How you doing today? We are currently pushing through Blackrock Depths, hacking through some of the bosses. Maybe I'll make a level soon. There's also a level of performance to it. It's performative to a degree, because people say, hey, do you not care about this? And what they want you to say is, of course I care about this. I'm doing this, 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 and this. Because if you're not doing something, then what does caring about it actually achieve? Right, we got a ring. 50 armor. When struck in combat, inflicts 3 arcane damage to the attacker. 50 armor, 10 stamina. That's a good tank ring right there. That is a good tank ring. And you know what? I do not be tanking. So that, my friends, I will greed, but I do not need. Can I wear 2 of them is the question. Find out. Let's find out. Fancy Cobra says, feels like there's been more of the normal amount of exhausting energy from the chat. Fancy Cobra, that is a great way of looking at it. Why do you think that is? I think the reason that there's been a greater amount of exhausting energy is because people think that their input and their advice is something that nobody else has considered. And everyone thinks this, which means that we simply have more viewers. We simply have more people who are watching. It's hard to grasp concepts without talk. The problem that we have is this. Consider this. When you talk specifics, people chime in with, but what about generalities? And when you talk generalities, people chime in with, but what about specifics? Because people need to put input. People want to feel heard. People need to give their perspective. People need to add their ideas. And if you are talking about generalities, or, larger, zoomed out, blue sky thinking ideas, people want to know how that idea affects a specific situation they can think about.
which is quite draining because you're answering thousands of specifics then. And if you're talking about a really specific situation, then people who are watching want to know how that situation fits into the general overall vibe, which means that you're then answering thousands of questions about generalities. This is the first time I was in your chat. You seem to enjoy streaming, but the last 10 streams or so I've seen, you genuinely seem sick of chat's antics. I don't see chat as a monolith. You are all individual people, you all have your own ideas, and every single person deserves at least a base level of human respect. And so when people do chime in with inputs, most other people will say, oh, they're just trolling. No, they're not. People aren't just trolling. People genuinely do have that as an input. They genuinely are concerned. Which is why I think those people do at least deserve on some level a reply. Because, this might sound harsh, if they're asking a Twitch streamer for input, chances are they haven't got that input from other places. Chances are they haven't had teachers answer questions in the way they needed them answered. Chances are they don't have a super supportive local friend group or local support network who are able to give them that information in a way that is relevant to them. This is normally where people ask questions when they do genuinely want them answered. And so my choice is ignore them, which is just going to drive people further and further away into whatever kind of ultimate extremist thing they end up doing. And when I say extremist, I don't mean, super violent. I mean that if people start to isolate themselves away from answers, they will gravitate toward groups and toward cultures that will give them answers at any cost, even if those answers are wrong. Or they just become isolated and internal and shrink back within to themselves. Which means that when people ask questions, I cannot simply assume it's a bad faith question. The reason that we have so many awkward underground subcultures that have effectively become mainstream is because those subcultures prey off promising answers to people who haven't been given answers in a way that they've tried. So when people come and ask questions, yeah, you know what? It's bloody draining to answer the same question again and again and again. But sometimes I do need to remind myself, this may be the 1000th time I've answered this, but it's the first time this person's asked it. Which means in their mind, I've just died. In their mind, that's fine, I'll wait to be resurrected. In their mind, it's not irritating, it's not annoying. Try and consider it this. Imagine you're having a conversation with a child and the child asks a question. And you answer it. That's fine. The child then leaves. Another child enters and asks the same question. You answer again and they leave. A third child enters. They ask the same question. After 10, 20, 30, 40, you might get irritated at answering the same question again and again and again. But it's the first time any individual person who is asking it has asked it. Which means, is it fair to get annoyed at that person when in their mind it's the first time you've had the conversation, despite the fact it's not the first time you've actually had the conversation? Which is why sometimes you have to remind yourself, I've answered this question 100 times, but they've only asked it once. So yes, it is a huge amount of effort, and I think the reason that we're answering the same questions more often is because World of Warcraft does appeal to the type of player who likes sitting inside for a long amount of time. MMORPGs in general appeal to a hardcore market demographic who do tend to isolate themselves away. There's no way we can deny that. Yes, there are lots of casual players, but we're talking about the hardcore, which is harsh but fair. I'm not saying that's a negative, I'm saying that's the people that we have to deal with. Yeah, not everyone has a record of the conversation that we've had before. And I think what ends up happening is I say something like, it is impossible to care deeply about every problem in the world. And so you need to pick and choose what you do care about. And people here don't care about things, which is absolutely not what I'm saying. I say we need to pick and choose what we do or don't care about. And some people chime in with, yeah, but you need to care about this. And someone else says, yeah, but you need to care about this. Someone else jumps in with, yeah, but you need to care about this. And that, ironically, kind of proves it. We've got a ton of people who all want everyone else to care about something that they care about. And everyone suddenly has to address the fact that other people want their care just as much. You have a limited amount of mental energy. And people chime in with a tiny specific thing of, yeah, but you need to care about this. No, you don't. That's the point. You don't need to. It would be nice, but you don't need to. And people often give these, that's a great way of putting it, WTW, they give a bad faith representation of the question that they hear. I say human beings need to pick and choose about what they care about because you don't have unlimited mental capacity. And people say, oh, so you don't care about this. Which makes you sound like a bad person. Oh, you don't care about this. You don't care about that. You don't care about the other. It's not that you don't care. It's that if you tried to care about everything, you would go mad. Stamina, agility, and strength. They're not bad. They're leather. They're not as good as the ones I've currently got, which are stamina and attack power. We have a limited time on this planet as well. That's a great way of putting it. Which means you have to very much pick and choose what you think you are going to be the champion of. Can you, as a human being, be aware of something negative and not care? Can you do it? Because it sounds harsh, but I can. I can be aware of bad stuff going on and decide that I have a limited amount of mental bandwidth, limited amount of focus. I am unable to affect this specific thing, and therefore it does not exist within my world. Emmett, that is a great sentence. How much misery can you sift through caring about everything until you break? Hey, Wayfarer's knapsack. That is a 16-slot bag. Fantastic. I'm going to need that. Do we need or greed? Need it. Oh, everyone's selecting greed. Okay, greed if we do that. Why does nobody select need for that? Just out of curiosity. If everyone can select need, why do people still select greed? Everyone already has 16 slot bags. Okay, gotcha. I didn't know that. I've only got 10. Mailed you the bags of cash for the 50s. That's all they cost me. All the mats came from BRD Run. I don't... Bags of cash, delivery of 50 silver. Oh, okay. I don't know what that is, but thanks. Sometimes greed is more of a kind thing to do. Gotcha. Oh, greed is that you will sell it, and need is that you will use it. I see. I didn't want to feel that I was ninjaing something from the group. That would be bad. I've never checked my mail, so don't... Like, I check my mail, look at stuff and go, that's nice, and then just don't take anything. Sticky, that's a great way of looking at it as well. If we cared about every large-scale disaster as much and as intensely as we care about all of our close friends and family, then any large-scale disaster would be almost, so mentally destructive that we just can't deal with it. And I think that what we end up facing is, this is going to sound really, really reductive, and this is going to sound offensive, but you need to allow me to explain it. I think we often end up, without realizing, dealing with people who are mentally idealistic children. And that does not mean that they are physically young. You can be an idealistic child at 30 years old. But when we talk about dealing with idealistic children, any possible negative of the situation is seen as a bad thing. So someone says, oh my God, this bad thing is happening, we must go and help them. And we turn around and go, we can't help them without damaging and risking ourselves. It is not a clever thing to do. It is not a good idea. We must do this, this, and this instead. That's far more beneficial. They go, oh no, that's heartless. We need to go and do this. No. If you see someone drowning, the worst thing you could do is jump in to try and save them. Because unless you know what you are doing, you are putting yourself and them at more risk. You throw in a flotation device. If you absolutely know what you are doing, if you are a trained lifeguard, then you will probably know the most dangerous thing you could do is jump in to try and help them. It is remarkably important to know that simply using idealistic helping is not always the best idea. And when I say that we are dealing with idealistic children, we need to occasionally remove the immediate emotional reaction to a situation to work out the best way to actually help that situation. People hear about negative stuff and think the first thing they need to do is throw themselves wholeheartedly into fixing it. Not the way we do it. Not a good idea. Golem-fitted pauldrons. Not as good as my earth slag shoulders. So basically, try to achieve idealistic goals with realistic strategies. Scar, that's a good way of putting it. Idealistic goals, realistic strategies, is the best way that we can combine all of this together. And I think sometimes whenever I talk about slightly more philosophical or psychological concepts on this stream, we have quite a large selection of idealistic people who hear me saying, hey, don't sacrifice yourself to save others. And what they hear is, oh, so I shouldn't save others. No. You preview the items by control-clicking onto them. If you control-click onto an item's name in the text box, it will allow you to preview it. You can have empathy, but performative, destructive empathy does not help. It can be hard to understand when people... because people are emotional creatures. We all are. And it can be very hard to process the idea of, hey, this is terrible right now, but worrying about it and crying about it and, wailing about it and letting it mentally destroy me isn't going to fix this. Empathy is great. Empathy at the cost of actual help, not great. Right, I assume... oh, we've pulled the whole thing. Cool. Yeah, full clear as much as possible if we can. That'd be great. Idealists need realists to ground them. The problem is that idealists see realists as negative people. Idealists think that realists hate everything. They don't. We're trying to work out what we can actually do. So when I use the phrase idealistic children, I guess I should mean idealistic and naive. I agree with that as well, achromatic. The ideal that we actually have a hell of a lot of systems in place that people pretend to be idealistic with or realistic with, that they're just using to abuse and collect their own, collect money for themselves. Absolutely. But I mean, do you guys have any experience with people who get annoyed at you for not being idealistic, but then you're also annoyed at them for not being realistic? Because I've met far too many people who posit themselves as just being the right thing to do, without understanding that actually they're not doing the right thing, they're doing performative suffering. You see it in pretty much every university campus whenever any world event is happening, and they decide that they must fix this. It's a tad more complicated. You can fix local things. And you can absolutely, you know, send as much support as you can to global things. But doing it for everything means you burn yourself out too quickly. Do we ignore the ads and just kill this guy? Okay, now we just mage the ads, I suppose. People often do what they can, which makes them feel good as well. Hey, Molten Fists. Okay, increases attack power by 20. They are male items. They are less armor, agility, stamina, and intellect, but no strength. I don't think I want those. It's male as opposed to being plate. It's just Ret Pally is doing well. I don't need those. Black Diamond, not bothered about that either. Molten Fists, not for me. I've already got some good gloves. People do get backlash for approaching things realistically instead of idealistically, because the ideologues think that you just don't like the thing as much as they do. Wants to skip dwarves, right? Dwarves don't do much. Ideally clear for the experience and experience of the dungeon, to be honest. I've not killed them before. I'd like to see them... I'd like to see the fight done, but we can do it next time. If we want to skip the dwarves this time, that's fine. We'll go straight to the final boss and kill that. Finally got home from work in time to catch the live. Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Hopefully you're having a lovely, lovely day. We drop into Blackrock Depths. I've not done all the dungeon before. You did them as the... Yes, the dwarves were the boss that we didn't kill yesterday, weren't they? They were the ones that we struggled on. And they were pretty tough for us to be doing. In one of your streams, you point to the article 6 Harsh Truths That Will Make You a Better Person, and reading it helped me in about... I'm really glad. Thank you, Nothing to Watch. That's excellent to know. It's a good article. I'll read it on stream at some point. Lord Incendious. Ah, we pull him back to here, don't we? Because he knocks you off the thing? Thoughts on Blackrock Depths so far? Really good dungeon. Really enjoying it. Having a real good time. Yes, if any of you guys want to read a good article, I would recommend the article 6 Harsh Truths That Will Make You a Better Person. I thought this guy knocks you back, which is why we want to clear everything behind him first. Or we just continue hacking away because he's basically dead now. That was easy. It was way too easy. Cinderhide arm splints of the monkey. Fire resistance, agility and stamina. Do not need those. I prefer DPS playstyles, I always have. Is this my first time playing Classic WoW? Yes. I don't know anything beyond this. Do you think this is related to the way people tell you how to do things in WoW? Like, they have the idealistic way they think you should do it. When people tell me how to do... nostalgia is a form of advice. That's what is really important to remember. When people have... or advice is a form of nostalgia. Both ways work. When people give you advice, they are using information that they have and experiences that they've had to hopefully help me out. People want me to like WoW, which means they want me to avoid things that I would dislike. So they tell me to do things in a way that, in their mind, avoids dislike. They give me advice that will hopefully jump past the bad bits. They will jump past the negativity. They will avoid the problems that I will eventually end up facing. But people tend to forget that it's the overcoming of those problems that create the connection to the situation itself. It's the process. It's the failures and the repeat and the attempt. When people give me advice and tell me how to play, they want to create a situation where I like the game. But they're doing it by removing the challenge, by removing the journey. They're doing it by saying, hey, eventually you're going to get to a point where you make this choice. So why don't you just make this choice right now? And I say to them, because I want to understand why I'm making that choice. I want to understand what situation I have experienced, which is the situation you will have experienced, that makes me ultimately think this is the right choice. Is the guild still full? It is not. It's got 4 spaces currently. People can give me advice which, in their mind, is going to keep me around WoW. But unrequested advice is criticism. If someone just jumps into the stream and says, you should be using more action bars, that is a critique of the way that I'm currently playing, because what they are implying is that the amount of action bars I'm currently using is wrong. What they mean is, if we're going to give this a good faith interpretation, there are more abilities that you want to have easy access to. And one of the easiest ways to do that is to allow yourself to have access to more action bars. You can do that by doing this, this, and this, which means that you now increase the complexity of the character that you're playing. I get that. I totally get that. But what they're saying is, you're playing the game wrong if you don't have more action bars. And it's critique. The problem is you'll never see why it's the right choice, because most people will give you advice, have never experienced the game directly, and they've read a guide. They've been told it's the right choice for whatever reason. And they believe that. Let's just say it like this. We would have to have a chat if you were underperforming in a raid where everyone else is trying their best. I understand that, but we aren't at that point yet. People giving me advice on how to play the end game is almost like a black belt 5th Dan taking a brand new blue belt to the side and say, hey, just so you know, when you go in for competitive ultra, sparring stuff, you need to be doing this, 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 and this. I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. When we get to that point, we will have that conversation. But until we get to that point, you are giving me advice way beyond where I currently am. We do not need that advice yet, and pacing out when and how you give specific advice is part of the teaching process. Not having Heroic Strike as a warrior is odd. Isn't Heroic Strike your main source of damage? In this group specifically, what I'm focusing on doing is sundering the enemy as often as possible, then keeping up sweeping strikes, then making sure I'm doing cleave as much as I can. Because I'm trying to look into doing larger attacks and get a DPS a group as opposed to an individual. Heroic Strike is fine, but it's also not necessary right now. Lead Surveyor's Mantles, don't need that. Your streams have inspired me to have a more cozy, casual, laid-back approach to WoW. Yeah, absolutely. Doesn't the tank already sunder everything? 1,000 coins? I don't know, maybe. But I mean, I'm sundering, so the tank can focus on whatever they're doing that's working. Yeah, they're giving their idealistic way to play. Of course they are. People want to give good advice. Sometimes friends of mine ask me for my input on stuff, and I have to say to them directly, do you want me to give critique, or do you want me to say nice things? But Sunder generates threat. Do you see what's happened here, guys? We've straight away said, hey, but why aren't you playing Heroic Strike? And I've said, because I'm using Sunder to reduce the enemy's armor, which has said, hey, but Sunder generates threat. But I'm pretty sure Heroic Strike causes a high amount of threat as well. So my choice is use Sunder, which the tank should be using, but use Heroic Strike, which actually the DPS should be using, but also generates threat. Oh, hang on. we've now caught ourselves in a loop of advice where everyone's right. Because Heroic Strike causes a high amount of threat. Whereas Sunder, I believe, also causes a high amount of threat. Which is why what I'm happy to do is just Sunder a couple of times, then get Battle Cry up, then wait for my rage to be able to do Whirlwind, then keep up Sweeping Strikes so I'm hitting multiple things, then maybe press 6, which does Bloodthirst, which hits and then gets me a bit of health back. People tell you to use something because it doesn't generate threat, have never actually read the abilities, they just read a guide and think it does that. Everyone has different levels of input. The question we have to ask ourselves is, are we completing the content? If we are completing the content, we are doing fine. I will take input and advice from the team that I am running with if they want me to change how I am doing things. That's fine. Any chance I will coincide simul streaming to YouTube as well? Nope, loses subscribers when you do it. When you simul stream to YouTube, people don't like that. Most DPS warriors will throw a Sunder early, even if you have a prot warrior to get to 5 stacks faster. Everyone knows exactly how to play correctly. If you are clearing the content, you are clearing the content. World of Warcraft, to play to a casual degree, is not hard. Just push some buttons, see what's going on. Everyone thinks they're an above-average driver. Everyone thinks they're a better parent. Everyone thinks they are a better player than everyone else. Or at least above average. World of Warcraft will get difficult when we take on the more difficult, complicated things. This team is going well. It's a smooth run. If I need to increase DPS because the team is saying, hey Josh, your DPS is too low, then I'll start Sweatlord focusing. But until then, don't think we need to do that. Wind Fury Totem helps with the auto attack. And you know what? Auto attack generates a hell of a lot of damage when I've got these swords with this stuff going on. I don't raid anymore, so I have an appreciation for your laid-back style. Just chilled out. I'll kill this emissary, and I'll occasionally interrupt his attacks. Apart from that, my main focus is interrupting whatever this guy's doing whenever he does stuff that's annoying. If someone wants to tell me what to do, that's fine, but if someone explains the reason for me doing it, that's also fine. And then they have to accept that at some point I will just say, no, I'm not doing that. Let's kill this guy. So one of those things is, but Josh is clearly not laying back on cam. I'm relaxing quite a bit. I'm leaning back. 2 hours in, what's the topic of today? Oh, we've gone so far. Well, what is the topic of today? I don't even know anymore. We've spoken about philosophy, we've spoken about ideas, we've spoken about stuff, we've spoken about wet ghosts, we've got annoyed at children asking the same questions again and again and again. Remember guys, if I really wanted to focus on playing well, I wouldn't be streaming. And I will at some point focus on playing well. Finding people that you want to play the game with is much more important than finding people who are really good at the game. The best tank is one who shows up and doesn't die. That's it. That's just straight up it. If a tank shows up and doesn't die, they are the best tank you will find. If someone makes running the game with them just straight up miserable, does not matter how good they are at the game. And if you ever doubt this, ask yourself a question. Would you rather work with someone that you hate working with, who is a 10 out of 10 at whatever they do, or someone that you love working with, who is a 9 out of 10 at their job? I promise most people, if you have to work with someone, will choose someone who is pleasant to work with and good enough, as opposed to someone who is unpleasant to work with and absolutely incredible. Because being unpleasant to work with ends up grating on you far more than anything else would. And I'm sure some of you will say, it depends on the job. Notice what's just happened. Some people in the chat have said it depends on the job. You know how earlier I said that when I talk about generalities, people ask about specifics, and when I talk about specifics, people ask about generalities? I asked the general question of, would you rather work with someone who is amazing but horrible to work with, or someone who is not quite as amazing but great to work with? And straight away, people started asking about specifics. I posed a general question, and people immediately asked for specifics within that. But what about suddenly started to happen? But what about if your job was really important? But what about if your job wasn't important? It's fun to dive into specifics. It is, but I don't think those specifics are always asked with the best intentions. I think they're normally asked as a whataboutism. I think most people, in most situations, we're not talking about running some kind of super secret underground nuclear bunker. We're not talking about doing something super over the top complicated. Most people, if given the choice between working with someone they like who is good enough, or someone they don't like who is the best, they're going to want to work with someone who they like who is good enough. But what about when they are not? Then that doesn't match up from what I said, does it? Sack of gems. Small sack of coins. People want to feel that their experience within WoW has been optimized. Sack of gems, small sack of coins. Right. Ready when you guys are. Requires the... We will get ganked. Get ready. I'm ready. Given enough time, players will optimize the fun out of a game. And sometimes you have to occasionally ask yourself, why are we playing this again? And sometimes the answer is because it's fun. I am not doing anywhere near as much damage to this guy as I need to. Yeah, they could optimize their game. But again, and I understand this, people seem to think that when I say I'm playing casually, what I mean is I'm going to sabotage someone else's gameplay. Of course I'm not. I'm aware that if we go into a hardcore raid, there are expectations of me. And if I go into the hardcore raid, some of those expectations will be understanding what my abilities do, understanding my responsibilities within the game, understanding what I need to do to be part of a good team. That's fine. And I will do that. I will follow those expectations. I will meet those expectations. No special drop from the boss there? That's a shame. This is hardcore. Emotionally, yes. Mechanically, no. That's cool. Can we open the secret safe? Wand of Eternal Light. Okay. Restores 2 mana per 5 seconds. Increase healing done by 9 and damage done by 3 for all spells and effects. Is that good? Binds when picked up. I don't need that. I don't cast spells. Good wand for a healer. Excellent. Healer's got a good one then. What drew me to Warrior? I didn't want to have to think about things. What game would I recommend for the best story? I think that there's a really good story within Soul Reaver. I think there's an excellent story within Expedition 33. I think there's a good story to be had within most of the Final Fantasy games. Basically, I wanted to play a combat rogue that didn't die as often. And turns out that that is just a warrior. Knights of the Old Republic, that's a good story. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, they've got some great stories. Plate, Spirit, and Strength, don't need those. I will return to the rogue at some point, don't you worry. We're going to get lots of characters. What would be my solution to prevent MMOs and other games dying from min-maxing? You can't do that. You can't prevent how players want to play. If a game has a mechanical, mathematical system behind the aesthetic and the graphical facade, which all video games do, people will want to know what those numbers are, and people will want to know how to make those numbers as high as possible. If your video game is based on finding a numerical advantage over an enemy, people will find the highest advantage. They just will. You can't prevent that. The only way that you can prevent that is by constantly randomizing the experience that your players are having, and people don't like that. People want the numbers. People want to start new games and attempt to find the high number things again. People like that. At some point, you have to ask yourself, why are you designing the game that appeals to a certain subset of players to not appeal to that subset of players? If you make an MMORPG and a load of people who like min-maxing games start playing it, you have created a game for people who like min-maxing things. Why would you then sit back and say, hey, we have a bunch of people that really like our game? Let's make them not like it. At what point do you look at the player base you have and say, why don't we make the game appeal to this player base? If they want to min-max it, let them try. I was having a conversation years ago with Chris Wilson, the guy behind Path of Exile. And I said to him, Chris, when someone opens up the sphere grid in Path of Exile, the point, the leveling system, the forest, if you will. It's not really a skill tree, it's a skill forest at that point. That's a really intimidating moment. Have you ever thought about changing how that's presented to a new player in order to reduce the amount of intimidation they feel? Have you thought about maybe starting with it zoomed in? Have you thought about starting with it in simplified mode, so a player can then manually choose if they want to click into the more complex version? And he said to me, no, I haven't thought about that. Because if we were to do that, what we would be doing is hiding one of the most complicated aspects from our player base early on. What Chris wanted was players who opened that up and got excited. That's what he wants. He doesn't want people to have to be introduced slowly and steadily to that. He wants a player base that open that up and go, oh my god, yes, I'm so excited. This is what we want. This is it. He knew that's the player base that game appealed to. And instead of trying to mitigate the damage that was doing to the player base, he wanted to put it front and center to increase the benefits that was presenting to the player base. Which was great, because he realized that was what people were staying around for. That's what people liked. And so it wasn't a case of, hey, we're going to put a couple of people off. It was a case of a couple of people are going to fall in love with this. And that's more important to him. So when people say, you know, how do we stop MMORPGs min-maxing? The first question is, why do you want to stop this? When you have a genre that has thrived off it, why do you want to stop it? Is it because you believe it would appeal to more people if it wasn't there? Consider this. MMORPGs appeal to the people that don't want to min-max anyway, because they're just going to not min-max. All you're doing is taking away an aspect of the game, an aspect of design that some people really, really like. The fun part can be breaking the game. The fun part can be finding the overpowered builds. It's a dance between the players and the devs to work out how to make those numbers sing in the way you want them to. So when people say to me, oh, MMORPGs have been ruined by min-maxing, they've been changed by min-maxing. They've become a genre where that is rewarded. But the question should be, how do we make this game better? Not how do we remove aspects that we think would make it better. Now, I'm not saying that there is nothing to be improved. Of course there are things to be improved. I'm not saying there are no information hazards. I've made videos about information hazards. But we also need to remember, on at least some degree, we have a genre that appeals to a certain type of player. And trying to make it appeal to a different type of player is not going to keep the players that they've currently got. I'm playing a warrior, if it's your first time watching World of Warcraft. Watching Josh play WoW Classic looks so much fun, but I know if I start playing it, I would not have fun because I've played it that many times. Give yourself a self-imposed rule. A warrior that only uses hammers. Find other people that want to play a silly thing the way you play it. Min-max should not be the only way to play the game. It isn't. You can absolutely clear most content in most MMORPGs without min-maxing. It does not need to be 100% perfect. I think people forget this. Min-maxing means the numbers are the minimum on the stats that you don't need and the maximum on the stats that you do. The vast majority of MMORPGs can absolutely be cleared without those numbers being min-maxed. Pretty good numbers, yeah, you need those. You need a pretty good weapon, you need pretty good armor. But the idea that there is only one way to do it? That's not what min-max means, but okay. HMK, what do you think min-max means, if not minimum maximum? Like, I'm genuinely curious. If the phrase min-max does not mean, 5 of portals, combine the ace through 8 of portals to complete the set. I don't know what that is. Minimum value for maximum value for minimum investment. Maximum results, minimum effort. Minimal effort, maximum efficiency. Minimize fun, maximize effort. To me, min-max is more of a goal than a must. To minimize... See, we've already got like 3 different definitions in the chat. People don't even understand what it means. Do I need that or greed that? I'm going to greed that. Min-max from a mathematical, mechanical point of view means numbers that are not relevant to your mechanical success are the minimum they can be. And numbers that are relevant to your mechanical success are the maximum they can be. That's why in Dungeons and Dragons we have what we would refer to as the dump stat. The idea that if this stat does not do anything that your build cares about, make it as low as it can possibly be. Because in doing so, you can make numbers that you do care about larger. RPG games have often allowed you to put points into certain stats. If that stat is not affecting your build it can effectively be 0 or 1. Sometimes having 0 kills you. But if you're not using it, make it minimum. Some people think min-max means minimum input, maximum output, which again, can be a valid way of looking at it, a valid way of effectively describing it. But what people mean when they say, I'm going to min-max this character, is there is a maximum value of a number and a minimum value of a number. And we just need to work out which numbers need to be high and which numbers need to be low. But I think people don't necessarily understand that you do not need to play at super maximum efficiency to clear content. If you did, only the world's greatest players would ever clear the content. Remember that World of Warcraft was designed, effectively over EverQuest, to be a much more casually approachable game. Every player can put in a... Consider this. Okay, here's what I think is fair. Correct me if you think I'm wrong with this. All content requires an amount of skill, effort, and numerical advantage to defeat. Are we with that so far? If it's a one-on-one solo boss, you need to do some attacks, you need to have some defense, you need to avoid some of the incoming damage. I think that's a fair thing to say. All content requires an amount of mechanical input to beat. Group content requires a shared amount of mechanical input to beat. So, if it's a boss that you take down as a group, the healer needs to be doing an amount of healing. The DPS needs to be doing an amount of damage. The tank needs to be taking an amount of aggro off the enemy. Like, there is a shared amount of correct choices to be made. But what I think people would need to really understand is that shared amount does not need to be 100% perfection from everyone. Sometimes that shared amount just needs to be 80%. It needs to be, 70%. And sometimes there can even be a thing where if one person is not picking up their weight, someone else can pick up the slack of that person. Don't need that wand. Oh, cool. Enchantment, fiery weapons. Cool. Don't need that. What is this? Can I interact with this? Am I allowed to interact with this? I assume I am. Cool. The statue looms ominously above you. I require Ironfell. I've got one of those. Give me the Shadowforge key. Well, thank you very much. I've got a cool key. And the times where that isn't true and the WoW community has pushed back. Yeah, I agree. In high-end raiding, the higher the level of the content, the more difficult the content, the smaller and smaller and smaller the margin for error becomes. Consider this. That enchantment sells for about 100 gold. What was the enchantment? Oh, who got it? Fiery weapons. Yeah, Isana. There we go. They've got it. Did I get the key? I did. I think I did. Let me double check. Yes. As content becomes more difficult, as content becomes, harder to do, the margin for error becomes smaller, smaller, and smaller. But I think that the hardcore MMORPG players think that the margin for error for casual content is really small, when it just isn't. The margin for error for casual content is actually quite wide. That's why it's called casual. The margin for error for extreme, mythic, super difficult stuff, yeah, that's pretty small. Your margin for error there, way smaller. But your margin for error in casual content, in normal content, pretty wide, to be honest. Sometimes people within the MMORPG space don't realize that. That's carrots for pigeons. What a great sentence. Casual players do not have the amount of time or the money or the skill to solve every single challenge in an MMO. And I think there absolutely should be super difficult content. I should. If you've got a player base who want to dedicate their lives to being amazing at this game, you should give them a bloody challenge. You know, the developers should be out there saying, right, listen, I'm going to give you this challenge. It's going to be really difficult. We're going to really push you to your limits. Not everything is that. Especially not level 48 Blackrock depths. If you aren't, people think if you aren't playing your weapon in the most optimum way, you're going to fail. No, you're not. You can succeed by playing incorrectly, as long as you just about match the skill requirement of that individual, challenge. Wasn't Naxxramas hard, so only like 1% of raiders cleared it? Potentially, yeah. If that's what you want to do, cool. If that's how difficult it was, excellent. There should be that challenge. I'm just having a look through what's going on. People say to me, you shouldn't play this spec because it's bad. I spent ages using a double-handed sword while fully spec'd into Fury because I couldn't be bothered to respec to arms, and I was still doing fine DPS. How am I wasting time if I make it work and we do the content? Exactly. If it works and the content's being passed, cool. If the choice was, hey, you could have passed this content 10% faster had you have done this, and we spent an hour doing it, that's a whole 6 minutes saved. If that matters to everyone, then fine. I'm not telling you you're doing it wrong. I'm saying that people that want to min-max their experience through it don't understand that you don't need to do that. I also think a lot of people forget, and that you've hit the nail on the head with this, Dax. A lot of people forget that we are playing this game with 22 years of knowledge of how to play the game. We are following min-max advice that simply didn't exist back then. We know exactly what we do need to be taking, what we don't need to be taking, where we need to be standing, what we need to be pushing. If someone says to me, why are you running that build? That build is wrong. Your response has just got to be, what happened to your whimsy? Where's your joy gone? Are you having fun? Is the way we should be looking at it. I think the fact that video games have tried to esports everything has done irreparable damage to how the youth see the games. Everything has to be competitive. Everything has to be min-maxed. Everything has to be the meta. What happened to just playing as a silly little guy? I know friends who play competitive League of Legends at low ranks as if they're going to become super professionals one day, and I had to say to them at one point, are you having fun? Like, just straight up, is this enjoyable for you anymore? And they kind of took a moment and went, no. How many people in this chat have either been the person or know the person who is playing a video game because they need to win at the game, but they don't necessarily enjoy the process of playing the game? Winning, you know what? Some people winning is fun. Winning is fun to many people. Many people will prioritize the winning over the process. And you know what? That's fine. That's totally okay. If you want to prioritize the winning over the process, you're not wrong for wanting to do that. The most important thing, and this is where it all comes back to, it literally all comes back to this. Play games with people who want to play games the same way that you want to play games. If you want to win, play games with people who want to win. If you want to have a good time, play games with people that want to have a good time. If you want to have a good time and win, then play games with people who are capable of winning while still having a good time. Just making sure I'm still trying to do some damage. As long as you are still able to do some stuff, you are doing well. You are doing well enough. Is the content being cleared? If yes, doing fine. If no, work out where someone else can pick up some slack. And maybe the slack will be me. Maybe the slack will be you. I'm going to level up soon, which is going to be great. We live in a state of online games where there are no more iconic loot in games. They're made to look like that. Can be fair. People just want to get ultra competitive with stuff. Am I enjoying the dungeon? I am. Whether my team are enjoying it, I don't know. I assume so. Died a couple of times, got some good loot, killed some bosses, made some progress, got some levels. Having a blast. Fantastic. One thing that I've noticed in online circles, and correct me if you think I'm wrong on this, and feel free to give your input. People love it when new players come to their game. But they hate it when those new players bring new player experiences, such as discovery, failing, not being meta. I have had so many people super happy that I am playing World of Warcraft for the first time. And I have had an equal amount of people super unhappy that I am playing World of Warcraft like someone who is playing it for the first time. And I'm like, what do you want? Do you want me to already know how to do all of the content? Or do you want me to experience and explore the content? Do you want me to make mistakes and be that cute little noob? Or do you want me to be immediately perfect? Do you want me to have 100% efficient gameplay? Or do you want me to be willing to be inefficient, to be fun to watch? The WoW streaming... Hang on. Alexander, Josh, I'd wager this will get lost. It's not, it's being fully read and focused on. When I was younger, my brother would go on COD binges and it would sour his personality. He'd act more combative. This WoW streaming journey feels to be affecting you similarly. I'd never ask you to stop playing or exploring topics, and we know some chatters will continue to be difficult, but is there any way we can convince you to lean into the jolly cooperation and lore immersion that gravitates many of us into experiencing these games through you? Alexander, that is genuinely some good input. I think it's important to remember that this is both. When people are around for the 1 hour or 2 hours of negativity, all they see is the negativity. And then yesterday we spent 8 hours asking if ghosts are wet. So I think that there is a variety of it. There is a variety of, some of this is going to be emotionally, conflict. Some of it is going to be difficult to talk about. Some of it is going to be a more complicated topic. And I think people need to, and I appreciate your input. I know what you're trying to do is you're seeing the negativity that conflict causes and wanting to push back on it. I wouldn't say that this is making me overly negative. If it was making me overly negative, I would just stop streaming. I have had so many messages on Discord and on Instagram and on Twitch saying, hey man, you need to take some time out. And I'm like, I appreciate that, but at the same time, this is my job. I'm going to turn up and do it as best I can. I have to balance the negativity, which people do want, with the positivity that I like. If you cannot handle me at my Warcraft, you do not deserve me at my RuneScape. And I think it's very important that people understand that I am a human. Things are going to annoy me. Asking someone to be positive all the time is honestly slightly dishonest. You cannot be positive all the time. You cannot be overly positive with everything. You need to accept that some things are going to irritate you. I might need to drink a potion here, which is going to be challenging because I've not got one. I'm going for a tactical level up in a moment. You're going to have things that irritate you. And I think that this is very important. If people think that I never get irritated, they see me as some kind of greater than, some kind of meta-human, which isn't real. Things irritate me. But how you deal with that irritation can say a lot about who you are. And it can help people who are watching me, who are irritated, understand that I'm not above you or better than you. But how I deal with those things is going to hopefully teach people the process of how to deal with things. If people never see me get annoyed, they just think, oh, he's never getting annoyed. That's not true. What I would rather do, and this is very important, I would rather people see me get annoyed, process through that annoyance, understand where those feelings came from, and work out how I can manage them. Because that is more important. Giving someone the skills to deal with negativity is much more important than telling them to avoid negativity. Because you're effectively saying, hey, just don't get in negative situations, which is not sustainable. It's very important to know how to deal with people who irritate you and situations that irritate you. It's more important to know how to deal with the process than just being told to avoid the process. Because ignorance is not a plan. Nomad Soul, welcome in, man. Any advice on handling something creative you've been seen by a lot of eyes for the first time? Gotcha. It's what you want. When it happens, it's a lot in terms of both criticism and positive feedback. Kettleby, any process of putting out creative works into the world is terrifying, for want of a better phrase. You have to, in the writing kind of community, there's a phrase called kill your darlings. Kill your darlings often means that just because you like something doesn't mean it has to be there. And through the process of understanding that just because I like something doesn't mean it has to be there, I have understood that my creative works serve a purpose greater than me. And it's very important occasionally to step back from anything I've created and say, right, this is now no longer just mine. This now belongs to the public. This now belongs to the viewers. This belongs to all of us. And honestly, having a bit of an emotional detachment to whatever you've created is sometimes super important. Right, Berserker stance, increase attack power by 10%. We've also got to level 49. I don't think that brings with it any new things. It does not. One level away from 50. Well, there's the boss. Right. Baelgar. Let's go. Let's see if I can actually hit you. Be lovely if I could. Tuned in just in time. Welcome, man. Myth, welcome to the stream, dude. Thank you for the bits. Your Cyberpunk video clarified to me that judging a game for what it's trying to do and what the devs of company are trying to do, yes, it's different. If Cyberpunk were marketed as an RTS, would this warrant anything other? That's absolutely true. Absolutely true. It's about finding out what the game is meant to be, how the game is doing it the best it possibly can, being fair with that. I think that what we're talking about, MMORPGs in general. Right, what have we got? Sash of the Burning Heart. That's good for casters? Okay, stamina, intellect, improves spells, critical strike by stuff. I don't need that. No waiting time before I can comment. That's first, my 4th day checking out Twitch. Still in the game? I've given you that power, don't abuse it. Let's make sure we're all being cool. You feel like you're not educated enough for some of this chat. Look, most of this chat is us talking about philosophy, and then it's an entire day about whether ghosts are wet. Let's try dwarves. Let's give the dwarves a go. I misspelled dwarves, but you guys know what I was getting at there. So are they? I don't know. Dwarves might be wet. Ghosts might be wet. Ghost dwarves, very dry. Did I say our dwarves wet as opposed to our ghosts wet? Oh, God. Sometimes my brain just combines two things together. They're ghost dwarves. You did. God damn it. Oh, our dwarves wet. I've got some friends which are dwarves. I can just message them and ask them how wet they are. That might not go down well, seeing as they do work in porn. So the answer is probably very at all times. Is that legal? I don't know. We'll find out. Josh, no. That's a sentence. That's definitely one of the sentences ever. Oh. Is being moisturized the same as being wet? Yes. Moisture is just slippy wetness. In a professional sense, yes. In a personal sense, no. This really is one of the streams ever. I could do things faster, but I enjoy making content. Exactly. Longer streams, more ad revenue, Gamer Sub sponsorships. You should go and buy some Gamer Subs. Use code Josh to get 10% off. And now we go and attempt to kill the 7 dwarves, none of which will be wet. Favorite dungeon thus far? I do enjoy Blackrock Depths. I think it's great. It's deep, it's complicated, lots of stuff. Bring towels just in case. That's what she said. Wet Dwarf is not the new Gamer Subs flavor. Clear for experience, please. I do need the XP. I know that we could, given enough time, just skip a load of these mobs. But killing them grants experience. And I would honestly rather we just get the experience from killing them. Because I need the experience. I think my Gamer Subs flavor will be Wet Ghost, and it will just be iced tea flavor. Is Wet Dwarf the new Games Workshop swimsuit mag? We can ask James Workshop himself. I will talk to John Warhammer and see what he wants to do with that. Have I ever played a game like Vermintide or Darktide? I've played both. I'm not massive fans of match-based kind of extraction-style games. Like, they're not for me. I get what they are, I get what they're going for. I understand what's happening with it. It's not really my kind of thing. It's fun with friends for a bit. But it's not my exact kind of vibe. Trying to do damage to this big bro here so I can slap him. There we go. There are some genres of games that just don't really appeal to me. Sports games I'm not particularly bothered about. Did I play Vermintide 2? For a bit. Yes. I played the guy that had the big Zweihander. Killing us faster, we're doing fine. Mithril Gear, I remember I had a large number of disagreements with Josh's videos, but I didn't write them down, so now that I've caught him live, I've forgotten them. Great. That works for me. Question now is, am I going to be able to reach level 50 today? What would be the fastest way to reach level 50? I would say probably... Is it grinding Blackrock? To a degree, it's probably going to be grinding Blackrock, isn't it? Questing! God, no. Plaguelands. Blackrock Depths again. And we'll try the dwarves here, then we'll see what happens. Some of you are saying questing, questing, questing. I could look into questing. There's a new quest you can pick up for a Nixia raiding. Cool. Please don't grind me, says BlackRock. I won't. Well done. It even works without following you. Interesting, thank you. Because following someone implies I like the channel. I'd say I find you all right. But there are always people with interesting takes or whatever I'd just criticize politely, or I'd point out a mistake without calling them names. We're going to have some interesting conversations, aren't we, still in the game? The fact that you've joined the Twitch channel and you've said, wow, I can type things. And I've said, yep, that's how the connection works. And you've gone, well, I can type things without following you. Because I'm not doing, because that would imply that I like you, and I don't want to imply that. Social interaction is definitely a thing. There's definitely some kind of connection somewhere. I'm glad you're whelmed. We truly do live in a society. Bottom text. I mean, you don't need to follow me. That's fine. It's okay. You don't need to follow the channel. That would imply that you like it. And I don't want... Neither of us want that right now. That's okay. Only follow this channel when you're very, very sure that you want to follow this channel. Because it's a big decision. It's a really big decision. Clicking follow on Twitch is... I think if you were to look at the moments in your life that are important... It would be having kids if you want to have kids, getting married if you want to get married, killing your nemesis when you finally meet them, following this Twitch channel, and being born. They are the 5 most important moments of your day. Everything else just honestly kind of pales in comparison to all of those things. Josh, come on, I can't remember when I followed you. What? Why not? Do you not care? Well, I'm dead. My bad, I was too slow on the sip. Well, that's fine. We've still got the hunters alive still. We're doing great. How much health you got? Oh, you got way too much. That's okay. No, the hunter's dead. Wait. Nope. The hunter's alive and the shaman's alive. Can the hunter and the shaman kite a level 55 war golem? Who knows? Ad hoc, thank you so much for the subs. That is very, very kind of you. You have gifted 5 ad blockers to the community. Your voice soothes my mind by just running in the background. That's what I do. People don't watch this channel. They fall asleep to it. They do other stuff to it while the channel's just happening. The hunter is doing really well. Mo is fantastic. You've nearly killed the war golem. God damn, you actually did. That was fantastic. The first clip I've watched of you was when you explained that you should wipe a blackboard top to bottom instead of left to right, otherwise students see your butt jiggle. That's the information I put out into the world. That's the knowledge you all have to have. Chat needs to go back to whimsy maxing and being joy-pilled. One day it will. Tell you what though, the amount of experience needed from 49 to 50, it's going to be quite intense. Maybe I should just grind some quests. Where do you quest at level 49? I appreciate you giving my comment a well-developed response. That's fine, I'll try and do that as often as I possibly can. I was watching yesterday and you guys were dead. Now I tune in and you're face down again. We're just having a nap. We're just chilling out. Searing Gorge and Ungoro Temple. Tanaris, Searing Gorge, Ungoro. Okay. We can go through those areas. We can see what's going on with that. We will accept the resurrection. Thank you very much. We'll also give it a moment while I heal. Maybe have a little snack. Sack of gems. I appreciate we get so much stuff. These sacks of coins and gems. Throw away some coal, don't need you. Don't want to wear the big bad pauldrons. It's a shame because the big bad pauldrons were lovely. Like, I really liked how they look. but pauldrons we've currently got, definitely better. Oh. Josh, I watch ads on your channel in their entirety, but I won't buy a WoW subscription. I have to stay principled. That's fine, Holy Based. A man needs to know where he stands. Can we return to the previous discussion on which moisture level is appropriate for the current content? I don't want us to define the content that is happening daily in relation to how moist it is. And the reason I don't want to do that is because I don't know how to do that. You know what? No, that's wrong. I don't know how to do that, which gives me the chance to learn. Every day is a school day. How wet is this content? Right, Summoner's Tomb. This might be our limit, guys, just so you know. This straight up might be our limit. Dripping, dampening. Is water moist? Ollie, I don't know. I'm not a water scientist, but I'm sure someone in the chat probably is. Let's do what we can. Full deeps. Get ready for the burn. We're going full Adele damage. We want to be rolling in the deeps, hitting these dwarves as hard as we can. Did I ever watch the Zarya vid? I did not. It's on the list. It's on the list to watch. I'm just going to sunder as often as I can. To do full sunder, then full burn deeps. Yeah, I'm missing way too much. These guys are level 55. I'm doing basically no damage. Yeah, I can't be hitting these guys with this kind of stuff. I can keep trying to sunder, but I don't think it's going to help too much. DPS back into the negatives now, guys. Not with that attitude, Josh. Well, we are further than we got yesterday. Because yesterday we did not take down 2 of them. This guy is going to be a problem. Maybe I should open my spell book and work out what I can do. What's happening? What's that? Demoralizing shout. Oh, he resisted it. He resisted me yelling at him. We just need... Oh, there you are. What's intimidating shout? Enemies... Oh, cower in fear. Don't do that. That's probably a bad idea. Maybe I can slam. Oh, they parried the slam. We're doing better than I expected us to do. Put it that way. He dodged my overpower. No, he dodged my execute. Who dodges an execute? God damn it. Is it too late to play midnight? Yeah, if you don't play on launch day, you've basically missed it. Sorry. Literally everyone else playing was waiting at launch day and they've already completed all the content. There is no one else playing it. Well, I hit 500, so that was nice. Yeah, the thing with MMORPG releases is if you don't complete all the content within 24 hours, you have literally wasted your entire time. Yeah, just play it now. Just go and play it right now. Doomrel. Whom is Doomrel? Okay, let's make sure we keep everyone locked up around here, eh? Right, my job is apparently just to keep you locked down. We've defeated the dwarves. God damn. Well done, team. Elite team. Can't believe we killed all the dwarves. No drops. That's a shame. Very good job, guys. Does Doomrail not drop something? They were a small problem. Right, we've got the Wraith Scythe and the Blood-Etched Blade. Wraith Scythe is a one-handed axe, which looks fine. And the Blood-Etched Blade is a one-handed dagger that increases damage and healing done by magical spells. I don't care about that. Is the Wraith Scythe any good? Powerful, take both. No. Don't think I need them. Steals 45 target life from the enemy. That is very much a... That's a healer weapon. I don't need that. No one needs those. Right. Show Josh the Molten Core entrance. We can try. This bridge is heavily guarded. Is there a final boss? Is there another BRD boss? Right, because we just killed Chest of the Seven. We've got who? Magnus, Princess Bronzebeard, and Emperor. Two more. Okay. Is this the way? Or do we go that way? They're level 54. Two more. They're behind a DPS check. Ah. I see. This is Molten Core raid entrance. Let's not go this way then. This way is probably not the right way. We're not doing Molten Core. Not yet. But one day we will. Does that mean you have to go all the way through Blackrock Depths to get to Molten Core? That's really cool. I love that. Definitely go into the core. No. No, no, no. Are you not doing the Molten Core achievement quest? Nope. I am currently level 49. Now there is another entrance. Ah, okay. So we've given ourselves like a shortcut. Oh, these guys are level 52. I can probably kill these. Or at least hit them. The achievement quest is level 55. I am scared from this. This is good. We're doing fine. We're doing A-okay. This room is terrifying, by the way. Is it that you, like, aggro everything? Is this the scary room? This room is responsible for many wipes. Okay. Once Hunter runs out, we'll have to call it quits. They respawn fast, and you need to set torches. Okay. Oh my god, there were loads of them. God damn. Okay, so we want to be tapping and whacking and slapping. Not generating rage as fast as I need to be. Mike, welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're having a lovely day. This is definitely a hunter carry, as I've been told. It's good. Shadow Forge Torch. Do I need that? I've taken it. Right, let's see if we can actually get some damage done. Hope we got some cleaves going on. Oh, here they all come. Lovely stuff. Love this for us. So, you don't get experience from this, do you? It seems. So you don't get experience from this room because otherwise the enemies would just respawn constantly. Alright. They're very weak. They respawn infinitely. Okay. And the totems... Right, so we're putting the totems there because otherwise... The totems are pulling the spawns, but that seems fine because that's kind of like what we want to happen. And the mages are doing an incredible job of keeping an AoE stuff going on. So when you said that we need to light fires, like here? Is this where we light the fires? How many fires do you need to light? We did indeed get past the 7 dwarves. Do I light this? Okay. Lighting the torch. Right, torch is gone. So they're individually quite weak, there's just lots of them. I'm locking in, guys. Right, no more dilly-dallying. It is time for only shilly-shallying. Dilly-dallying is no longer happening. Everyone stop being silly. I don't have that torch anymore, by the way. Is that a problem? Requires a Shadow Forward torch. Need another torch. Born to dilly-dally. Forced to shilly-shally. Can you thunderclap or cleave? You cannot. I can cleave, but I can't thunderclap. Honestly, my damage here is low because I'm not hitting enough to generate the rage that is required. How many torches are there to light? I'm guessing quite a few. Need to stand behind them so they don't parry. I still keep missing. That's the thing. Oh, there are 4 torches to light. God damn. Oh, enemies have spawned in. Someone says 2. Either 2 or 4. There's 2 torches. Okay. So we need one more torch. Do we have one more? Time to kill this guy. Let's see if I can charge up to do my execute attack when it gets below 20. Hopefully have some rage free. Missed. Missed the execute. I do not have... Oh, there's the pull. Do we need another torch? I don't have one. Oh, damn, my bad. Trying to work out where I need to stand for this, while also reading the chat. This is definitely a more challenging experience. Finally! Finally, my whirlwind attack was useful. Oh, are the torches dropped by, like, the captains? Are they always guaranteed drops from the roaming captains, as opposed to random drops from the enemies? Okay, so you've got to kill the captains. I see what's going on. Thank God for the mage. The Red Flame Keeper. I see. So we've got to find him, do we? I don't have any mana stuff that I can give the mage, unfortunately. Sorry about that. You've got to actually pay attention to this room. Good luck. Patrol left. Anvil reservist. Big patrol. Hanging around. Just standing with the tank. Is that the guy? Is that the guy over there? Or is that the one? No. No? Okay. Well, let's just fight now. Where is the dude with the special magic torch? That one guy over there, Arcane Reservist. Is he called Arcane Reservist? He's called the Flame Keeper. Okay. I cannot see the Flame Keeper anywhere. Got him. Okay, cool. Apparently one of you spotted him. Apparently someone's seen him. So now we just keep hacking away. Stay together at all times. I'm staying together, don't you worry. I'm staying very together. It's a shame this room gives no experience. This will be a load of experience. That was actually a good hit from me. Oh, you could type /target Flamekeeper. Oh, big pull. Incoming. Oh, big pull incoming. God damn, okay. I see what's going on here. Well, one person's dead. I see why this room is so dangerous. And I straight up don't have any attacks that hit everything. Unless I very quickly get this up. Oh, we survived. We somehow managed to survive. Shaman and the warriors. That was... oof. Not even close. Did someone get the torch? I did not. Patrol. Did anyone get the torch? Is the question. I can loot. Okay, cool. Mo can loot. Beautiful. Good stuff. Now we wait and we res the mage. Because Iro is absolutely essential for this run, to be honest. I can see why a mage is needed. Oh, there we go. Why? Yeah, why not? Why wouldn't they just pull a load of guys in? Beautiful stuff. Let's see if I can start doing some actual raging. I feel that my damage is just so low, I'm not hitting any of these things. Cool. Now I feel like a bother being here. You should be focused on this. You're not a bother being here. I'm focusing on two things. I'm focusing on the game and the thing. This is where I have to split my attention from one to the other. Alright, Eero's back up. Eero is with us. Eero is a beautiful hero of the Alliance right now. Ah, that wasn't a wipe, that was a focus. Hero's all good. Get yourself some mana back. Treat yourself. Torch has time, yep, 5 minutes on the torch, remember. Let's get that torch over here. I think Moe's got it. Well, pulled some people again, that's fine. Where's Hero? Oh, Hero's with us because there's the Blizzard. Continuing to attack. I think I'll definitely be more useful when I've got slightly more levels. Hey, we've got them both on now. Cool. That is both torches lit. And with both torches lit, the question is where to now? Now, chance of us defeating the last boss, basically 0. The door is opened. Okay, so now we have to go through the door, do we? Oh my goodness. Well done, team. Oh, patrol behind us. That was an incredible bit of surviving. Good job, all. The Iron Hall. Oh my god, okay. Hello, Magmus, level 56. Red to me. Basically going to be hitting 0 on this guy. Run all the way to the back of the room. Okay. I'm following you. I'm following you, Callie. I'm guessing you're going to grab the aggro on the guy. And then we run all the way to the back of the room. On our way. Oh, I see. There's like flamethrowers and stuff as well. Then we fight it here, do we? Alright. Now we fight it. Okay, I'm taking damage by just being near you. Goddamn. Well, Callie's dead. Okay, so you take damage just by being near this guy. Yep, I think... Okay, cool. What was the thing there? Don't... Poking flame giants. Don't stand in front of mobs. Your parries are killing the tank. Guess the guy is too hot. He cleaves. Need to go back even further. Gotcha. This may be too hard for us now. So... I think this is where we chill and reset. We call it here. Then I go and do some grinding. I need to level up. Time for me to grind. Which means resurrecting this lovely angel. Taking 25% damage. Returning to this camp over here. Time for a training montage, guys. Time for a training montage. I am going to leave the party. I am going to speak to this guy over here.
You got my attention.
Who fixes things. 4 whole gold to fix things. Ah! Terrible. It's time to live to win, guys. It's time to live to win. We have a 10-minute countdown timer. Here's what's going to happen. I need to accept some quests. Right, level 50, 48, 48, 50. Okay, cool. 50, 49, 49. This is good. These are the quests I need to be doing. So, what's in my quest log currently? Damn, son. I've got a load of quests that I just absolutely do not need to be doing anymore. So it might be a case of starting to slowly but surely get rid of these quests. These quests are no longer high enough level for me. Dust Wallow Marsh. You, my friend, are not good enough for me. You will be abandoned. I'm going to abandon all the quests and then just go and collect new quests that are the correct level for me. Then we're going to have a quest montage. Or as I would pronounce it, a montage. The Hillsbrad Foothills. No. No, they are grey. They are not quests I need to be doing. Maraudon. That's green. That's fine. We can do Maraudon later. Stormwind. Do not need either of these things. Stranglethorn Vale. I hate everything about you. And therefore, you seem like a terrible place to go. Sunken Temple I've actually completed, so I can go and hand that in. That's a great idea. And then Tanaris. I've actually got a couple of quests that are green and probably a good thing to do. Okay, so. Sunken Temple. I've completed you. Where do I hand you in? If I were a question mark, where would I be? I'd be there. Okay, that is the Sunken Temple map, and it's down there, which means we can fly to you, which is Guthrum Thunderfist, near the Hillsbrad Foothills. Have I not been there before? You, do I have Guthram at the Hillsbrad Foothills?
What's on your mind?
No. No. I've not unlocked it. That's interesting. Okay. Let's just have a quick check of where I need to get to. I need to get to there. The Western Plaguelands I've also never been to. Unless I have been to the Western Plaguelands. I need to unlock a little more places, don't I? I can go to the chill camp in the Western Plaguelands. And then we walk south from there. So that's the Eastern Plaguelands, that's the Western Plaguelands. That's the Hillsbrad Foothills. I've got to get to here. This is connected to, I suppose, Hillsbrad, and then just walk. Hillsbrad, and then walk to the hinterlands. Okay, cool. Hillsbrad, walk to the hinterlands. Closer to the hinterlands. You, take me to the Hillsbrad Foothills. Then we walk to the place we need to get to. Right, guys, thank you for joining me so far. I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break. Grab yourself a bite to eat, grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a drink, stretch your legs. Go and, I don't know, touch some grass. Whatever you need to do. We've been here for 3.5 hours. We're going to have a training montage, get to level 50, and then it's all going to be great and everything's going to be fine. So, here's a DVD logo because I know that you have no attention span. Here's a 6-minute timer because I know otherwise you would leave. I'll see you in 6 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. Alright, remember, if the streamer isn't back within 5 minutes, you are legally allowed to leave. That's how it works. Okay? I had to make myself some food. I'm sorry. I needed some food. Food was super important. Food was the thing. Grabbed everything I needed. I think now I'm good to go. You just got here. Well, you can wait. Alright? I'm having my dinner. I have a little snack. Like the substitute teacher rule. Yes. Just chill out for a bit. Bread and butter. Instant Pine, do you think just because I'm British I eat bread and butter? Do you think just because I'm English, my palate is not refined enough to deal with more than just bread and butter? Do you think that just because I am an Englishman, I'm going to sit here and eat buttered bread? Just because it's true doesn't mean that it's right. Right, where are we going? Shut up, all of you. Where are we going? Not to the Arathi Highlands. We kind of need to go east and slightly north to the hinterlands. Right, east and north to the hinterlands. Let's go. Okay. Follow the road north, turn east across the river, and then turn left when you get to the castle. Easy. Actually, if you must know, I made myself a chicken sandwich. This was just the end of the bread that I put some butter on. But this is a chicken sandwich. Now, I will ask that you all respect my privacy at this time and understand that sometimes a man just wants a chicken sandwich. Lynn just typed, I've had buttered bread for dinner before, but I put garlic and cheese on it, then toast it. Lynn, you've had cheesy garlic bread. What you've invented there is cheesy garlic bread. I just wanted a chicken sandwich, and so I made a chicken sandwich. Did you make enough for chat? Sizzling Sam, you are the student, I am the teacher. I do not need to make enough for chat. If you bring in food, you bring in enough for everyone. That's how the rules work. Hang on, yeah, I could mount up, couldn't I? Okay, quick question to all of you in chat. Would you be annoyed if I, despite having a mount, didn't mount up? You know what? Fine. It's time for efficiency. Let's mount up. Here we go. I am speed. I will turn this horse around if you complain one more time. I am going to slowly but surely make my way toward the hinterlands. Here we go. There may be enemies. I couldn't fit all the chicken on the chicken sandwich. So some of it is just here. Watch as I masterfully avoid this enemy. Avoid it. What kind of psychopath doesn't completely unscrew the water bottle cap? I live in England. We have to have the water bottle caps connected physically to the bottles. That's just how it works. That's how the law is. That's how the Queen declared that we should all drink water from now on. And no one complained. Apart from everyone. Oh no. Combat has been engaged. Let's return to the journey. You know, I'd forgotten what it was like to hit things and do damage. It's actually quite nice. How much horsepower does my horse have? Currently, half. Will I return to Tamriel rebuilt? In the future, maybe. So many people ask me when I'm going to play so many games, and the answer is I don't think I have enough life left to play all of the games everyone wants me to play. So we'll just kind of see how it goes. Now I've got oil all over my hands. So I put oil on the chicken. I'm going to wash my hands in a minute. God damn. This is truly whimsy maxing. Oh no, that giant moss creeper. It's in the way. It's creeping in the way. Are we going to avoid it? Oh no. Right, here we go. Run! No, we're not running. Of everyone in chat, of course it would be hooked on a feeding who is counting the amount of chews this is taking. But what if I've already swallowed the food? And now I'm just pretending. There's no food there. The food's here. I'm just occasionally throwing in some fake... just to put you off. You don't know. RP walking and RP eating, that's what's happening right now. Skill issue in your end, to be honest. Am I lying to my audience? Acting isn't lying. Acting is telling the truth from somebody else's perspective. I'm just sat here masticating on stream. That's what I'm doing. I've discovered the hinterlands. Masticating means chewing. There used to be an advert for chewing gum in the UK. I think it was 5 gum, and their advert, I don't know if you remember, was a Jamaican guy shouting mastication for the nation. And that advert got banned almost immediately. But I thought it was quite a funny advert. Did it actually air? Yeah. Yeah, I saw it on the telly. And just to make sure we round off this healthy meal of chicken, an egg. Hey Josh, I'm working on my own MMO. Oh God. And hope you'll have an opportunity to try it one day. Currently, I only have server architecture with a custom netcode setup, so only the entirety of the game's content remains to be implemented. So you're basically there. There's very little else to do. Is it going to be full loot PvP? Is it going to contain the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse Steam tags? Early access open world survival PvP. Cream eggs are pretty great. Because I'll be real with you, I've never actually seen a cream chicken. I don't know where they live. Okay, look, I am being silly. I've got a horse. Hang on. I spent money on the mount. May as well use it. Here we go. Why is the horse wiggling its butt at us? That's just how horses walk. In a very sexy way. That's how I walk. That was too fast. Young blood, my goodness, thank you very much for the gifted ad blockers. That's very kind of you. Why have the viewer count gone up? Why is the viewer count the highest it's been all day, and all I've been doing is sitting eating a chicken sandwich while walking on the game? I will never understand the entertainment industry. Hey Josh, you should do some difficult, competitive, mechanically complex content while talking about the process that you're going through. Alright, cool. Or you should eat a chicken sandwich and walk. Cool. More views. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know who you are or why I'm here. Core, just hang around. We'll work it out together. We'll fix that problem. You and I will go on that journey. I'm new and I'm watching background while playing retail. Cool. That's exactly what we need more of. Has Twitch decided to push this stream at this exact moment? Is this the moment that Twitch went, you know what, Josh? Let's push you a little bit. Let's see what you've got. Let's give the people what they want. And it's just me going, masticate. This is second monitor content, straight away. I've had my game of subs, I've had my chicken sandwich, I've had my egg. Packet of crisps up next. I'm having a full lunch. I'm treating myself to luncheon. I'm taking myself out for dinner. That's what I'm doing.
How are ya?
You. Right, flight path discovered. I can hand in the quest down there. And then I've also got some level kind of 48, 45 quests around here, which is honestly probably pretty good. I probably want to be doing quests that are slightly below my level. So let's go see what these guys are on about. Can I tell you an egg joke? They're too funny. I mean, obviously I know lots of egg jokes. But I think you're disappointed with the lack of tea. I've got a cup of tea here. Okay? Don't you doubt me. Is it moist? Is an egg moist? I don't know. All right. I'm not Einstein. All right, here we go. Hang on. A proper message. Hey, Josh. Long-time lurker. Watch through the clips and worst MMO series. Thank you. Want to give a little something back. Other day you talked about Japan and East Asia in regards to fitting in and conforming. The problem is both better and worse than it seems. Having grown up in the environment, the emotional pressure and worse can be crushing. People seem to not understand how bad it can get from the outside. I thank you for the bits. That's incredibly kind of you. Wibber, obviously everyone from the outside would never fully understand it, but if you've gone through that and if you've had to endure that, then, you know, goodness me, I hope you've been able to be kind of okay with it. I'm sure it is remarkably overwhelming. I know that Western culture has this kind of like idealized vision of Japan. It's this perfect conforming society. And they don't often realize that the conformity comes at the cost of individualism, which sucks. So I think that you get a lot of Western people very much saying this, this society is fantastic, without understanding, actually, no, it's stifling.
Open your heart to the light. Be well, Arcanon.
Give me quests. And now let me have a look at my quest log and see that they do indeed look green. It is time to take on some quests. Are you all ready to take on quests with me? What loop are we on now? I think we have lost the majority of the loop. I'm going to... Alright, accept your quests. Now I will go this way and go and kill things. You guys ready? I'm going to do things, and I'm going to get rewarded for those things. And that's gaming, baby. That's just what gaming is. That's my life. That's how I live. We're on the wet ghost loop. I don't appreciate the fact that no matter how hard I try to create content, I will just be the wet ghost guy. What's it like being a part of Western civilization when you live stream in the Eastern Hemisphere? Do I live stream in the Eastern Hemisphere? I mean, I live stream to Europe. America have enough. Yeah, they don't need any more. So what's the wet ghost guy? I don't... Okay, first of all, the colour palette on the hinterlands is gorgeous. It's got a real autumnal thing going on. This is really nice. I just watched your video about dead games, and a thought came to mind. Is people see player count as a way to determine if a game will have longevity. Lower the player count, the more likely it might die. I mean, yeah. Yep, spot on. It's exactly what it is. Which means you get into a death spiral. A game has a low player count. Featherbeard's journal appears to have a large number of recent entries. Right, cool. Well, I've read that. Fantastic. Anything to steal from your house? Nope. All right, cool. Have fun. Yeah, people absolutely see games, and if they think a game is failing, they don't play it, which means that it fails, which means people don't play it, which means it fails, which means people don't play it. And it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. This idea that if something isn't super popular, people just don't engage with it. To you, I'll always be the North Swiest guy. Daggerfall was definitely difficult to progress through. Daggerfall was really a moment, without a doubt. We're going south. We're going to kill these wolves as we go. What I might do is, just while I'm running, I'm going to stick on intercept instead of sunder, because I'm more bothered about intercepting enemies than sundering enemies. What's my favorite zone to quest in? Duskwood had a really nice story. Duskwood was super cool. I enjoyed a lot of that stuff. A smaller game can sustain a studio of 5 to 15 people and make a little profit. Yeah, absolutely. MMORPGs, people look at them as if they have to be the Walmart, the McDonald's of the genre. When a small-scale, mum and pop shop that exists in the background, that's making a bit of profit, that's doing fine, all that stuff's totally okay. That works as well. I just saw this troll get stunned. There is a rogue. Moo is around here somewhere. I just saw the stunned troll. Moo. I'm looking around. I'm going to do /who. Who's in the hinterlands? Maybe not. Maybe I was... There you are! I knew you were there. Moo is a rogue that follows me around to make sure I don't die. And occasionally stuns enemies when I am... when I'm in trouble. Like a weird guardian angel. Like a wet ghost. Right, let's gather whatever these things are. Moo is Moo. Be nice to Moo. Moo is helping. Sup, Bam Bam? With your very cool looking swords. What swords are they? Steel Speed Rapier with deadly poison. Steel Speed Rapier with deadly poison. Well, that's pretty deadly, I would say. Yeah. A guardian angel. Okay, so we can't open you anymore. There we go. So Moo is definitely around the place somewhere. Why can I not interact with this? It seems pretty sparkly. Can you interact with these things? Unless that's like another enemy thing. Right, let's go and kill some trolls. You experienced the sparkly tables and never found a use.
Need more rage.
So I need to kill trolls and get a tribal necklace. But are there more trolls? Are these all the trolls? Oh, there's way more trolls. There's loads more trolls down here. Just don't want to be, fighting for resources and stuff. So we travel south. Silvermane Wolf, trolls, witch doctors. Okay, I see what's going on here. I think. Am I planning to ever make a Horde character? If my attorney has advised me to answer maybe. I feel that's too much information from you. You can't just ask a man if he's going to make a Horde character. There are dust devils in Westfall which are ghosts but are also dust, so are they wet? Of all the work I've done, of all the videos I've made, to be remembered by some of you as the Are Ghosts Wet guy is, not gonna lie, it hurts. Because I thought I had generated more interest. But no, we must go with this then. Are they though? Maybe. Maybe they are. Why would you ask that when he has finally picked a guy and is making real progress? Yeah, do you hate progress? People are like, oh, Josh, will you make another character? Why? Why, do you hate the end game? Does this make you sad? Hello, moon butts in the Union alts. Love a good old moon butts, don't we? Right, let's kill these guys. We crave the mines. You all crave the mines. Elixir of Giants. Well, thank you very much. That's very kind of you. I will drink that now. My strength has been increased. Alright, give me your necklace. Oh, you did. Thanks. That's kind of you. What level is the Warlock? He drowned. Classic endgame reaches a point where it's just logging on once a week for a raid, so in a ways, yes. Do you not think that when I get to the end game, and it is just logging on once a week for a raid, that I'll just make a new character? I assume this person wishes to kill this boss. So now we sit and wait. Is that even legal? When I get to the end game and one character is boring and dull, I will just create a new one. Why does his... What is his hat? Hang on. Inspect. Electromagnetic Gigaflux Reactivator. Channels a bolt of lightning and hurls it toward all enemies in front of the caster. That's a level 28 hat. He's protected from 6G. He's protected. He truly is. Hello, Moonbutts. Do you also require whatever this thing is? Moonbutts, you shall be invited. And we will complete the quest together. I will do my weekly raids on my characters, and then I will level characters in between those weekly raids. We will do heroics. We will do dungeons. We will do other things. Would you ever make a Blood Elf Paladin? Why would you suggest such a thing? Do you hate me? Do you find the very concept of me disgusting? Well, you can't just ask a man if he's going to make a Blood Elf Paladin. This community used to have respect. A Blood Elf, or as we shorten them to, Blelf, and Paladin. A Blelf Paladin. A Blelfadin. The very concept of such a suggestion honestly hurts me. You're leveling your Blelfadin right now. A Blelf Mage. A Blage. A Blafage, as the French would say. A Blelfadin sounds illegal. You've got to pay a lot of money at some very special clubs. Pretty sure you got to sign a waiver as well. Have at least 3 towels. Some of you are suggesting awful things. Look, you've made the mage spin around. Are you carrying some kind of banjo? Oh no, it's a hammer with a weird circle in the middle of it. Josh always pronounces it wrong. It's been Belfs. No, it's Blelf. Blood elf. Blelf. You got an ad for old school RuneScape. They know their audience. Undead priest called Wet Ghost. I was going to say we could get an undead priest and just call it Am I Wet? But I feel that people that aren't in on the joke would see that name and be a bit confused. I will play a paladin at some point. I'll play a big tanky warrior. I do want to, at some point, turn this warrior into a tank. The question is, of course, how? How do you turn a warrior into a tank? Like, can warriors just tank? Like, are they just allowed to? I don't think they can. First, be able to hit things. Well, we'll never get there. That's a problem. It's a problem right there. We're waiting for the respawn of Charkaz. Currently, I am a Fury warrior. I've spent 40 talent points in Fury. I've improved my Berserker stance to the maximum. I haven't yet done Rampage. Warrior goes on a rampage, increasing attack power by 30 and causing most successful melee attacks to increase their attack power by an additional 30. This effect stacks up to 5 times. Okay. Lasts 30 seconds. Only be used after scoring a critical hit. Oh, you've got to actively pay attention. Well, that was easy. Cool. Both quests are done. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Both quests are finished and sorted. More quests going on down here, it seems. We've got preying on the predators, and then some troll necklace stuff going on down here. Yeah, you've got to actively pay attention as opposed to inactively pay attention. We just watched the Minecraft movie, Good Times. Froggo, I'm glad you had a good time. Not seen it yet. Rampage isn't good, says Dusty Goose. I'll make it good, don't worry. I'll do some stuff to it. We'll work out what's going on. Okay, so trolls have this weird kind of Mayan vibe going on, don't they? It's kind of Inca energy. Because in Stranglethorn Vale, we also saw the same kind of vibes, the same kind of feel. Can you jump through that little hole there? Just curious. Okay, so you can just... Oh, you can. Good to know. Alright, where are we now? We are in here. Alright. Good job, me. Well done. We have arrived in the maximum security compound. I did a good job getting here. Now go back. Don't worry, we don't want to go back yet. These things could find OOX-09/HL. That is apparently a quest that these things can drop. Guessing it's an item. Guessing it's a rare item. I didn't drop it. Oh my god, there's so many small tiny spiders. So that's going to be a random item dropped from someone randomly. These things are going to give me at least some experience. And Anna says, Josh, whenever you take a break, can you zoom in on the character's feet before leaving? What I appreciate about Twitch chat is there's just no filter. You guys are so direct with what you want. I admire that, to be honest. There's a level of admiration. Whenever I talk about anything, you're like, hey, could you just do this? You know exactly what you want. There is no kink shame in here. And you'll straight away say, this is how it is, this is what's going on, this is what I need. Do this for me. Well done. You miss Goth Mummy. JJ Viking, we all miss Strife Mum, or Mummy Strife, or Mummadin, whatever you want to call her. We all had a good time when she was around. But needs must. The future is now. Things have changed. Witherbark Sadist is currently experiencing sap, which means Moo is around here somewhere. If Moo wasn't around here somewhere, you wouldn't have been sapped. Where be Moo?
It's too far away.
I probably should sit down for a moment because I am quite low on health. I'm going to spot you at some point, Moo. You're in good stealth right now, which is a problem. Moo is somewhere around here. Moo is helping, that's true. Also, why am I dying? That's a good point. Why is my health super low? Like, how and why am I taking damage? What's up with that? Gonna have a sit down. Restore my health. I don't think I got anything new from leveling up to 49. 50 is gonna be good. Just don't die. I'm just not gonna die. That's my plan. Would a wet ghost die? I hate... Moo, there you are. I see you, you cheeky chap. You just can't keep yourself away from healing me, can you? Thank you, Moo. That's very... And then you fade away into the shadows. Moo is like a deadly pocket healer. A deadly, a silent watcher, a dark knight. That's whom they be. Does Moo exist in real life? Moo exists in the spaces between the silence. Moo exists in the thoughts we have when we aren't thinking. I think Moo truly exists in the ideas we have when we suddenly know that we've had a good thought. Whispers without a voice. Right, I'm still wearing the Ice Metal Barboot, which isn't that good. It's level 40, I'm only 10 levels ahead of it. Rainstrider leggings, damage and healing. Helm of the Exile, how does it look? It looks kind of the same, to be honest. I'll go with you and just sell you. Ooh, it's a nice chunk of experience right there. Love it. Love it a lot. Moo is the friends. Moo is that feeling you get when you woke up as a child on Christmas Day and there's a moment where everything is fine. I love Christmas because I want to recapture that feeling. And I keep thinking one day I will recapture that feeling of everything just being a-okay. God, I hate tiny spiders. Are you getting prepared to go to Outland soon? I'm level 49, so probably not. Let's just give it some time first before we start to look into the harder stuff. So we'll do the nice simple stuff first, shall we? Right, we're going kind of this way. Don't know if I was meant to make that jump, but I did, so go me. This way is not the right way. What about just... You know what, there's like a massive pair of steps, so we should just use those instead. There we go. That's probably easier. People recommend 58 for Outland. I'm nowhere near there yet. So give me some time, guys. It's a dwarf. Found it. And you also want me to collect some things, do you? What are we collecting? Griffin eggs? God, if I was a griffin egg, where would I be? If I... Oh, that's going to be a griffin egg, isn't it? That thing just there. Which means there's going to be a couple of them around the place that you have to interact with. Yeah, I see what's going on here. How many griffin eggs are there? There's quite a few, actually. But they're going to take a minute. Sir, that is a spider egg sac. Okay, but it could be a griffin egg. Like, if that's an egg sac, what does a griffin egg look like? It's telling me on the map that they are around here somewhere. When you say it like that, then yeah, it's pretty obvious it's a spider egg sac. But if I were a griffin egg, my map is telling me they're around here somewhere. But there might be some back this way. Maybe you just kill griffins. Search the oven. Let's not do that again. Fallout has left. We've gone, we've moved on, we've changed. Have I looked inside a griffin? What I do in my free time is up to me. The services I pay for are uniquely known to me. There's Moonbutts. Is Moonbutts moo? I don't think so. Do griffins lay eggs or are they mammals? Is a griffin wet? That's a question. The answer is who knows? Right. I don't think anything that I need is around here somewhere. They're not going to be underground, are they? Are they going to be above us somewhere? Like, I mean, there's Moo. I can see you right there, Moo. Stealing all the griffin eggs before I can get to them. Coming over here. Stealing my griffin eggs. Are bones wet? That's a good question as well, actually. That we don't know. Do you ever think it's weird that whenever you see a textbook, because at school, whenever I did biology, and you saw a textbook of the layout of the human organs inside, they would often colour the different organs in different colours. So you'd have the stomach, the liver, the pancreas, the kidneys. So you could see all of that. So in my mind, organs were like bright colours. And then someone said to me, did you know that all of your organs are in darkness all the time? And I thought, that's just a weird thing to think about. I have been streaming for 4.5 hours, and I think that we're very much getting into like 7-hour thoughts right now. Yeah, when you think about it, your stomach is always in darkness. Some of you thought that sentence was going somewhere, but ultimately no. No, it wasn't. It was literally just the idea that inside your organs are dark. I found that a bit interesting. Are the griffin eggs drops or things you get off the ground? They're things you get off the ground, but I've not found any of them. At least they're meant to be things you get off the ground. Apparently one of them's around here somewhere. Unless I have to do something. Hang on, what's it called again? It's called Reclaiming the Eggs. Interesting. The map appears to be reading 3 temples with X's. Presumably you may Place the map. I must find stolen eggs. Unless I need to put the eggs back here. I think I just need to find stolen eggs. In these temples. Somewhere. Read the quest again. The map is a rendering of Shadra Alor and 3 temples. Presumably the locations of the stolen eggs. Yeah, gather 5 griffin eggs and return them to the ambassador. So we must find 5 griffin eggs. And yet, I do not seem to be able to find any griffin eggs. If I was a Greg, where would I be? Like, I'm looking... There are 3 temples around here. And each of them, inside you are 3 temples. Because there are griffins flying around. I think. But I'm struggling to find any of the eggs. You know what, let's leave that for a bit. We'll come back to this. We'll put a pin in this for the time being. We'll go and kill some wolves. Then we'll go and do some of this cleanup stuff over here. That's my plan. One of the higher side platforms of the temples. Thank you. Spees, I'll give it a go. I'll trust you. I'll see what you're on about. The higher side platforms of the temples. I should probably use my horse at some point. The multiple layers sometimes have nests. Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Let me try and get rid of this spider first of all. Maybe the real eggs were inside us all along. Maybe the real eggs were the friends we made along the way. Or maybe they were just straight up actual eggs. Right, if I were a griffin, where would I be? There should be small troll structures around, like altars in that area, where you can find them sometimes. Okay. Oh, there's a chest over there as well. Never pass up a chance to grab a solid chest. Just there. It's on the side of this temple. Like down there. I'll find it. I'll look around. I'll find these. Don't worry. I'm going to find this. Moo, I can see you. Let me grab this chest, see what happens. Imperial leather pants. Stamina and spirit. I mean, we all want more stamina from our pants. But, Moo, I can see you. Thank you for bandaging me. Aha! Ah ha 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 ha! Got you. Griffin eggs, it seems, sparkle. Which makes them actually quite easy to notice. Oh, that's a cool little familiar thing right there. Let's kill that. Right, let's grab 1 egg. Let's grab 2 egg. Let's grab... oh, there's actually multiple eggs at once. This is great. That is excellent. If progress in your quest has lag, maybe you'll find help in your bag. Have you given me things? Hang on, Moo, are you putting stuff in my bag? Put that up there, that's useful. Right, you dropped some cool stuff. So we've found some eggs here. Maybe there's some eggs over here as well. There should be an egg this way. Is Moo reverse pickpocketing me? Is Moo put-pocketing me? Can you do a put pocket? Place pocketing. Yeah, that could work. You cannot. God, that would be cool if you could. Let's check over here. I just need some more eggs. Thank you for noticing that I managed to grind that rail. That was what we in the business call gnarly. Yeah, right. Okay. Let's look for some more eggs and some nests and stuff. In Wrath, you can throw a ball. I'm pretty sure I've got one of those somewhere. There is a leather ball somewhere. Right. Where's the other place? Unless it's like back here somewhere. If I was an egg, where would I be? Ask yourself that, hey? Riddle me this. If you were an egg, why play WoW? Feels kind of dreadful supporting Activision Blizzard. Because I want to play World of Warcraft. Let's keep going this way. I understand that people often have the best intentions when they say, why are you doing this? You are supporting this. Because you know what? For the longest time, I didn't want to play WoW because I didn't want to support Activision Blizzard. That's just the truth. And then I started to question why I was or was not doing that. And I realized something. And I'm not trying to make anyone feel bad for this. When you make any kind of purchase or transfer your money into any specific, thing, area, place, company, individual, I'm about to die from that spider. Can that spider swim? That's the question. You can't. You cannot swim, spider. Spoke too soon. The spider can swim. Well, warrior's about to drown. Okay, where am I? Oh God, I'm miles away. That wouldn't have happened to an undead. Maybe not. Anyway. What I was going to say was, I understand that there is, because I felt this way for a long time, there is a desire to not give your money to a system, process, person, any kind of community that you don't personally agree with. And you know what? I can respect that. I can get behind that. If someone comes up to you and says, hey, I agree with things that you disagree with, give me money, you're going to say, no, I don't want to do that. If that person comes up to you and says, hey, I agree with things you disagree with, I do things you don't like, but if you give me money, I will give you access to a program or a process or a game that you are going to like. Part of you wants to say, yeah, sounds good, I want the game. The other part of you wants to say, no, I still don't want to give you this money. Because even though I do want access to the game, I don't want to give you the money and support you. I get that. But what I started to realize, and this maybe this is me becoming bitter, maybe it's me becoming jaded. I am not the only link in that chain. I mean, don't fund things that support what you're against. That's very true. But I'm not the only link in the chain of where that money's going to. I could give my money to something that I 100% truly support. They could then give it to something that I don't support. I could choose to give my money to one person, to one shop, to one community, to one creator. And then that person chooses to give it to somebody else, and that person chooses to give it to somebody else. And then eventually the money has made its way around to the thing that I never actually supported. And therefore I have to ask the question. At some point, the buck does have to stop with me. At some point, it has to say, hey, I am not comfortable doing this. But I'm pretty sure that I've probably shopped at places that have paid their employees who have then gone on to give money to Blizzard. At what point do I have to say, hey, I'm not going to engage in any form of commerce or barter or exchange of money, because at some point the money that I give may make its way to a thing I disagree with. Now, there are, of course, balances to this. And people will say, oh, Josh, you're just engaging in moral relativism with it. But I have to then question, if I cannot control everything that I am connected to and how they are connected to then things. Sweet Abro says it's moral cope. I mean, I think you're reducing the word down slightly, but yeah, there is a potential of that. The idea that I don't want to engage in systems that I don't personally agree with. Okay, I get that. But there's a point of, at what point? Watch out, there's a big red spider around here. Thank you very much, Moo. At what point do I have to say, I just want access to the product? Everyone who is watching this on Twitch is supporting Amazon. Everyone who is subscribing on Twitch is supporting Amazon. People are bumping up their numbers, they're making it a lot more popular. People that watch on YouTube, they're supporting Google, and therefore supporting Alphabet, which is one step ahead of it. Most people are using this on a computer or a smartphone, which is on some level supporting a system I'm sure they disagree with. Now, I'm not going to come out here and say that I am holier than thou or morally superior to any of you. The idea is, if you engage with modern life in pretty much any way, you are forced to engage with systems that you are going to morally disagree with. Now, is that just me saying, actually, you do it too? Then, no, of course it isn't. I'm sure many of you guys own a smartphone. I'm sure you probably don't agree with child slavery. Is that part of the process of making a smartphone? Yeah. But you're so removed from that exact situation that it's not something that you specifically consider when purchasing a smartphone. Not many people have said, I am not going to purchase this because somewhere along the process something negative was done to create it. People are able to say no to a project that they disagree with, provided the project is right in front of them, provided there is one step between that. You do not want to give your money to this company because you've seen this company doing negative stuff. But you will happily give your money to another company because they do negative stuff far away. Which is why, unfortunately, it is very difficult to engage with modern life without at least on some point engaging with systems that you would morally disagree with. Now, does that make you a hypocrite? Does that make you morally indefensible? I wouldn't say it does. I would say that it is unfortunately part of the reality of living in the world that we have, and what people want to do whenever they say, I can't believe you're doing this, I don't want to support this, they're trying, and I actually agree with this, they're trying to take back a level of control over the situations that they're actually directly involved in. People want to feel in control of their lives. People want to feel that their choices and their decisions matter. And so what they're doing is they are saying, I am not going to do this because I do not support this directly. And I get that. I absolutely get that. And I agree with that. But at some point you do have to say, however, you do have to engage with some of the bad stuff at some point. People want to take control. You don't think that deeply when buying stuff. Just Pay for what you need. That's it. Ignorance can be bliss in most cases. This comes back to the idea of, why are you supporting this thing? I thought you didn't support that. It's very strange that a lot of people... I took a stance against Blizzard for a long time. That's true. I straight up did do that. And people were like, oh yeah, fantastic, I'm really glad you're standing up against Blizzard. Nobody complained about streaming on Twitch, on Amazon. Nobody complained about Microsoft. No one was bothered about other stuff. But it was because it was one step removed and they were directly connected to it. That's where the emotions came into it. The idea of thinking globally and acting locally is a good thing to do. What was it that got me out of my self-proclaimed extreme political stance after university? Stoptimus, that is a great question. I wouldn't say that I was extremely political after university. I would say that I was extremely interested in activism. Younger people are more emotionally driven. People that have energy, people that have time, and people that have at least a desire to change the world for the better want to feel that they are part of a system that is doing the right thing. This is why so many activism places recruit at university. Because you have people that are ideologically extreme, you have people that still have a lot of energy, you have people that want to feel part of a community, and you have people that may not necessarily be the most discerning with what they do or do not get involved with. They just want to feel part of something, which is why university is an absolute hotbed for recruitment of all types. They haven't got much to lose, they have a lot of time, and they want to feel that they're doing the right thing. And then I started, obviously, to get involved in all of this activism stuff. And the thing was, I actually still do, on some degree, believe in the ideology. I believe in the idea of wanting to make the world better. But I realized that it became more about ideological point scoring and less about doing things that were actually useful. And it became about performative... It was performative activism in the sense that it wasn't enough to care about something. You had to be seen to be caring about it the most. Because if you weren't seen to be caring about it the most, you weren't actually serious about it. But then I realized that some of these performative activism nature things were either actively harming or, potentially useless. It was virtue signaling. It was useless at what they were doing. So you would have university students who were against deforestation and against logging in the Amazon, which is an absolute fine thing to be against, who would then go and start their activism day by buying a Starbucks and then sitting around in a nice air-conditioned, heated classroom and talking about buying lots of coloured markers so they could make a nice big pretty colour board to really get people's attention about this problem. And I said, hang on guys, there are things that we could do right now which would potentially make a really small impact and push toward the kind of idealistic future we're trying to look for. And then I realized that actually they didn't want to do any of the sacrifice, the personal sacrifice that is required to make any progress, even the tiniest amount of progress within these areas. They wanted to be seen doing the big grand gestures that they thought would make a big difference. And then I started, while I was involved in all of these groups, to look into the behaviors of cults and the behaviors of any kind of collectivist ideal and collectivist group, because I was beginning to see more and more of what I thought were tactics as opposed to genuine belief. And I think the moment that I realized that choices that we were given were actually potentially obfuscating the truth was this. I had a friend who was a Jehovah's Witness. And they didn't talk to me about religion much. And this is going to get obviously dangerous to talk about online. I'm not saying that anyone's religion is better than anyone else's. It's neither right nor wrong. This is just purely about the tactical choices that that group was making. They were a Jehovah's Witness. And they told me about going door to door. I don't know if any of you have ever been in the Jehovah's Witnesses church, or is it the church of the Latter-day Saints? Or is that Mormons? I always get them mixed up. But the Jehovah's Witnesses went door to door, knocking on the door, talking to people about the religion, asking to come in, asking to check. That's Mormons, Latter-day Saints. Okay, Jehovah's Witnesses are the ones that they go door to door and knock, and don't they? All that kind of stuff. Yeah. Well, here's a really weird thing when I was reading all of these books. Do you know what the success rate of door-to-door conversions is? Of actually knocking on someone's door and having them actually decide to convert. The conversion rate, given the best figures we have, is roughly 1%. And that made me question, because so many people hate when they do that. People have said, oh God, I hate it when the Jehovah's Witnesses knock on my door. And I thought, you're putting your congregation, you're putting your team, if you will, through a huge amount of hatred for a very low conversion rate. And then while I was reading this book about cults, it explained the point. The point is not the conversion rate. The point is to convince the people that are knocking on the doors that they are alone. The point is to enhance the us versus them dichotomy. The purpose of the door-to-door knocking is not to convert the people at the door. It's to convince the people doing the knocking that nobody else is there to support them. And they need to push further and further into the support of the church to find the friends, the family, and the support network that they need. It is not for the people being spoken to. It is for the people doing the speaking. It is a ritual. It is a process that ingrains the person who is doing the knocking further and further into the group, into the cult. Now, I'm not saying that Jehovah's Witnesses are a cult. I'm saying that it uses cult-like tactics. The first thing you want to do whenever you create any group of people is convince them that they are the in-group and everyone else is the out-group. And you do that by placing the in-group in a situation where the out-group will actively be hostile toward them. And that's when I realized that a huge amount of the activism that I was trying to get involved in was doing the same thing. I was wanting to support. People were going, oh yeah, there's this war going on in this country. Oh, this deforestation is happening. Oh, this is happening over here. This is terrible. That's terrible. I'm like, oh man, that's awful. What do we do? They're like, well, we've got to do all these big, big, grand gestures. But hey man, people are going to hate it, but we're just spreading the word. I'm like, no, the purpose seems to be the hatred. You want me to put myself into a position where other people who would potentially be a rather good ally dislike me, because then I have to rely more heavily on you. And that's when I started to realize a lot of this is not necessarily about changing the world. A lot of this seems to be about making my world revolve around you. That's when I started to realize, yeah, a lot of this is just that. You say, hang on, Snark Monkey, this is interesting. Activists aren't normal people. The average mundane person has no interest in being disruptive. All of them are cultish. Snark Monkey, I disagree. And the reason I disagree with this is an extremely important actual cult tactic. The first thing you don't want to do is have an us versus them dichotomy. As soon as you separate into everything of us versus them, you make it very, very, very hard to move from one group to another. I dislike it when human beings get described as monsters. Not because human beings don't do monstrous things, but because it's a way of emotionally distancing ourselves from the actions of humans. People go, oh my God, you know, a monster did that. No, a human did that. A human being who was convinced or wanted to did that. That's a very important thing to do, is to remember that we are dealing with human beings. And if you say, oh, a normal person isn't going to do that, yes, they are. A normal person is absolutely capable of doing that, provided you say the right words to them, put them in the right situation, push the right buttons, and convince them that that is the way to do it. If you dehumanize people who are in groups that you do not agree with, you are showing the people in that group that they can never, ever leave it. If you close every door to leaving a group and returning to what we would consider to be civilized, normal society, you are not necessarily protecting the civilized, normal society. You are ensuring that that outgroup remains forever. Now, I'm not saying that we need to forgive everyone for everything. We are a bunch of fallible humans. It is extremely important that people, normal people, good, decent, human people, who have been pushed into one ideology or one extremism or another, understand that there is a route back out of that. Because if they understand that there is no route back out of that, what reason do they ever have to leave? And you are then continuing your own enemy's existence. That's the thing. Now, people hate it because we want to punish those that are on the other side of us. We want to feel that we are, dispensing punishment to those who are evil. But it's very important as well to understand that the side against you thinks it is right. People involved in that side think they are doing the right thing. It is possible to escape any extremist thought, but you must understand that you are escaping to somewhere. And it's horrible to think, I cannot believe I'm going to give this person who did stuff that I disagree with the benefit of the doubt. But if you don't do that, then what's the alternative? They just carry on in the situation you don't want them to be in? To link this back to cults, and to link this back to activism and ideology, I realized that a lot of the people that I was hanging around, activists, ideologists, political pundits, truth is, they were just lonely. That's kind of what it was. Joe says, are you suggesting criminals think they're doing the right thing? No, Joe. This is an example of what I said earlier, where when I talk about generalities, people want to know specifics. Am I talking that criminals think they're doing the right thing? As opposed to, morally right and morally wrong, they probably aren't considering it. They're probably thinking, this is the thing that I need right now. So in their mind, they are doing what's beneficial for them. I don't agree with it. I'm not sure they agree with it either. But they're doing what's beneficial to them at the time being. And people are obviously going to hear me say this and say, oh my God, I can't believe you support this or support that or support the other. We're talking about the general process. That's what we're talking about. Let's kill some jade ooze. And I realized a lot of people involved in these things were doing it for the sense of community. It wasn't necessarily the idea that they even fully believed in what they were saying or preaching, but they were doing it because they were lonely. Let's have a look at what Krenz is saying, because you've written something long with that. Seems important. You're causing trouble for the oppressors. Why are you trying to mince words here? Guys, here's another question. When you say, why are you trying to mince words here? Cred, let me ask you a genuine question. Do you understand that ending a sentence with the phrase, or ending a paragraph with the phrase, why are you trying to mince words, is often going to be met with a defensive nature? If you end a discussion or a sentence or a statement with something that makes the other person feel attacked, the first thing that person is going to do is defend themselves. And they're no longer defending themselves against an idea. They're now defending themselves against you. And if they have to defend themselves against you, that tells them one thing. You are the enemy. And as soon as you are the enemy, any position that you hold becomes the wrong position. This is one of the hardest points about talking to people. How dare you defend yourself from my attacks? You have to ask yourself sometimes, what's more important to you? Actually getting the person to agree with you, or attacking the person because you disagree with them? That's the horrible thing. Because if you want to just attack someone, and people have said to me, yeah, but why does someone who disagrees with me, why do they deserve my politeness? Why do they deserve my respect? Why do they deserve me being kind to them? And the answer is because you need to consider what you want the outcome of this to be. What do you want the outcome to be? Do you want the outcome to be that you feel righteous for defending your cause? Or do you want the outcome to be that they change their mind? Because if you want the outcome to be they change their mind, you need to make sure they don't see you as an enemy. They see you as someone to join, not someone to attack. Anger is very useful for physical fighting. It's not necessarily useful for debating. But remember how I said earlier that the point of knocking on doors in order to attempt to convince people to join your religion is not actually designed to convert people. Instead, it's designed to convince the people doing the knocking that they themselves are with the oppressed minority. We can do the same thing with online debates, and this is why I really dislike online debates. Cred says, historically, activists have been oppressed peoples. You're separating them for no reason. Cred, do you want to be seen as someone who is benefiting from the weakness of history, or do you want to be someone who actually brings people into your cause? Because if you want someone to join your cause, the very first thing that person has to do, this is the most basic, fundamental, foundational level thing, they have to like you. Because if they don't like you, they're not going to join you, no matter what. If someone does not like you, then they will see everything you stand for as something to be against. Even if they agree with it, this is the thing, even if they actively agree with what you think, they will push back against it on principle of not liking you. And that is a horrible thing to do. Now consider this. This is why I tend to push this. Have any of you ever watched an online debate? I'm sorry if you have. The purpose of an online debate is much... I'm less interested in people liking me in order to bring them over. Well, in that case, you're not actually that bothered about the point. If you are not bothered about giving your ideology every possible advantage to make strides into the world, then you're defending your ego more than the change in the world you want to see. Being nice is a tactic, but being on the right side of history has been a better one. I am not nice to bigots. I also don't judge those who are in oppressed groups for lashing out at bigots or fascists. Cred, I completely agree. In theory, I absolutely agree with you. You and me are on the same side here. But I think you're placing defending your ego over trying to live in a world that you actually want to make. The material reality shifts people's attitudes more than being nice to them. Totally disagree. There are many people who vote against their own self-interests because people they like tell them to. There are many people who will do something that is personally harmful to them because they have been convinced it's the right thing to do by people they like. But of course, we are all emotional creatures. Do people vote against their interests? Yes, but in the course of history, people eventually get to the point of a revolt. Cred. Again, I agree. And the people that lead the revolts tend to be the people that everyone else likes. Or are capable of doing it. We're also not necessarily looking at the idea of, large-scale mass revolts. We're talking about moment-to-moment, individual-to-individual human connection. You don't need to be nice to bigots. But you have to at least consider the idea that if a bigot hates a specific trait or a specific demographic, and someone with that trait or from that demographic is a dick to them, you have confirmed their own bias. It sucks to say, hey man, this guy hates you, but maybe if you show a little kindness, he may start the process of starting to not hate you as much. I hate that as well. I'm thinking, why do I need to be nice to someone who's going to be a dick to me? Okay, well, the answer is there is only one possible route out of this. The only possible route is that the person that has already decided they hate you decides to ask themselves a question of, but why? We need to find that way to make them think, but why? More. Now, not everything is an equivalent exchange. That's totally true. And if someone comes up and goes, hey, I hate you because of XYZ, and I turn around and go, yeah, well, you're a dickhead. They're like, oh, I knew you'd say that. I knew you'd be mean to me because you're an XYZ. Okay. So what you've just done there is confirmed their own bias. They thought that you were going to be something. You then did something. They then say, well, I knew that. Knew that all along. Annoyingly, the only way to prove people wrong is to do the thing that's hardest to do, which is swallow your own ego and your own pride and try and be at least somewhat nice to someone that hates you. And we've all been that person. We've all been that person at some point, man. It's usually true for cult-like groups because they're encouraged to think in a cookie-cutter way. Absolutely. Some of the stories that we read about people who have managed to convince people who were on what many people will refer to as the wrong side of history are normally people just being kind to them. But many people that want to build a world that is genuinely better struggle with one of the few things that would really help them, which is being able to talk to people in a way that people like being talked to. I know so many people who have their hearts in the right place, but unfortunately, they will never get the mass support they need because they're just not able to talk to people in the way they need to talk to. It's sad. It's really sad. Because, you know what? The person is believing the right thing, thinking the right thing, doing the right thing, but the one thing they're not able to do is convince the person that dislikes them they should like them. And then you just entrench the negativity more. To link this back to online debates, do you know what really helps an in-group gel together? A shared enemy. A shared enemy is one of the most powerful things you can have in the creation of any kind of human society. No matter how big or how small that society or that culture is, you give people a shared enemy, god damn, you've got teamwork right there. I would say, and again, correct me if you think I'm wrong on this, I would say that Asmongold and Hassan have relatively extreme opposite ends of the spectrum as a viewer base. Correct me if you think I'm wrong on that. I'm not endorsing one or the other. I'm saying that you've got Hassan on one side, you've got Asmongold on the other. And I'm saying that one of the most powerful things that each of them has in order to galvanize their own viewer base as being in the in-group, in the right, is the other viewer base. They see each other as the enemy. You ever asked yourself why they're both represented by Night Media Agency? Because Night Media Agency knows the one thing that's going to hold a society together is a shared enemy. And they are perfectly balancing each other out as shared enemies. Because it makes big money. People will say, oh, are you red or are you blue? All the big agencies are green. Real winner, ad companies. Which is why what I am trying to say is that if you have a belief system or something that you hold dear or something that matters to you a lot, and you would like to be able to convince people who are against that to come and join you, the worst thing you can do is convince them that you are their enemy. Because then they have no reason to ever come and believe in you. Which sucks. And of course, that means that you have to be the one that's taking the risk. You have to be the one that's saying, well, you know what? You're being a dick to me, man, but I'm going to be kind to you. You've said something, you've done something that I disagree with, but I'm going to be kind to you. You can only control how you treat other people, and if there is one possible route to the victory that you see, you kind of just got to go with that. And you know what? There are going to be people in the chat right now who are going to start defending and arguing with other people based on what other people have said. We are already seeing it. But ask yourself the question before you keep typing the messages. Are you trying to convince someone that you are right? Or are you trying to beat someone into submission that you are right? If you guys want to have a conversation like this, take it into Discord DMs. You don't need to have it on Twitch. Do not try to explain in this chat why the person that you do or do not agree with is right or wrong. Won't work. Please don't do that. If you want to have that conversation with someone because you genuinely think there's value in having it, go into that conversation. But this is very important. If you go into that conversation with the idea that you are going to convince someone that they are wrong and you are right, you must enter into it with the expectation that you are willing to be convinced you are wrong as well. If you don't do that, you are not looking for a conversation or a debate. You are looking to convince someone that you are right at all costs. Before you go seeking revenge, first dig 2 graves, as they say. If you are going to want to engage someone in a discussion about something because you think they are wrong, do not have that discussion unless you are willing to be convinced that you are wrong. And Cred has just typed, yeah, I'm not willing to be convinced that genocide is good. Cred, I agree with you there. Absolutely, genocide is pretty bad. I know that's a big hot take for me to say, but Cred, I think I need to point something out. You also don't want to go into a debate with the intention to use what we call hyperbole. And hyperbole is the idea of going to the ultra extreme of one end or another and using that example of why you should not be willing to concede any ground in the middle. I completely agree that genocide, a little bit bad. I don't think any actual conscious human being who is worth talking to or respecting in any way disagrees with that. But I also think if that is the first thing that you then jump to as, actually, I'm not willing to change my mind because of this, then you are proving that you are willing to go to the most extreme examples to never change your standing. And unfortunately, that is the kind of attitude that I have seen from people who are deep into the activism front, and they use that specific example to say why they will never change and why they will never give any ground. If you want to have an actual, genuine, good faith discussion with someone, you really need to be able to approach that conversation in good faith. If someone is that extreme in supporting something negative, then yeah, you don't need to engage with them at all. That's fine. You don't need to. But you also have to ask yourself the question, are you engaging with people who are willing to change their mind? Because if you're not engaging with people who are willing to change their mind, why are you engaging with them? Are you just trying to find the most extreme examples who are never going to agree with you and argue with them? Or are you going to try and find people who maybe haven't been convinced one way or the other, who are maybe leaning to one side that you wouldn't necessarily agree with, who you want to show an alternative to? Because you're not going to get the hardcore enfranchised of one side to come over and agree with you. But you might be able to get someone who's, just questioning. You might be able to get someone who's unsure. But if you walk up to them and start attacking them because they don't immediately agree with you, you know what you've done? You've pushed them to the other side. It's very, very important to actually ask yourself, what do I want from this? Human beings are totally capable of change, but they also have to be convinced that changing is the right thing to do. And if someone feels attacked or humiliated or humbled, the first thing most people do is get defensive. And I think if we're all honest, that's what we would all do. We would all just immediately get defensive. As soon as we feel that someone's there to attack us, those barriers go up, man. When those barriers go up, it's hard to get them to come down. If someone feels listened to and seen, because remember, most people are just lonely. That's when it's much easier to convince someone. And if you're more focused about convincing yourself that you're right and someone else is wrong, you're going to run out of allies very quickly. This is why there are entire discussions, entire topics about how to deliver information across. Yeah, Techless, I agree. Techless, let me ask you a genuine question, because I'm not going to bring up what you've written, because you are right. Okay, Techless, do you think that that is a discussion that we can have civilly with 3,000 people on Twitch, given you've seen how Twitch acts? Do you think that is genuinely something that is safe for us to do? Do you think that's not going to devolve into a mudslinging match immediately? It's very important to work out that sometimes you need to have a civil discussion within a civil place about a matter you can actually resolve, not something that is immediately going to start a massive argument. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm saying that you need to step back, look at the actual situation and say, is this going to solve a problem right now? That's the danger. That's what we have to curate sometimes. There is a time and a place for everything. And if you think that Twitch chat is the time and the place for every debate ever, then you are more bothered about simply winning than you are actually kind of enacting meaningful change. That's very kind of you to give some subs. Thank you very much. Personally, I find it very important to be able to want to change the world into a better thing. But if I'm more bothered about being... This is, again, the nature of the performative. Am I more bothered about wanting to change the world and being seen to change it? Do I want to be seen to be doing the right thing or do the right thing? You've got to be mindful of the fact that you have to consider your audience when discussing pretty much anything. And it's dangerous whenever I have to ask myself, hang on, let's just take a moment here. Who is going to be responding to this? Who is going to have their input? And how are they going to respond? Because if I don't consider that, I'm just pretty much throwing in the argument grenade and then leaving. Do I think that streaming WoW has affected me mentally? I don't think it's been WoW itself. I think it's been the discussions that have happened around the WoW streams. Shay's just gone, so, wet ghosts. Do they exist? These are the conversations we have to have. Consider this. This is the most important thing for me. I don't want to tell you what you need to think or believe. I want to give you the skills so that when you have the conversation with people about what you both think and believe, you can come to a much more mutual, much safer conclusion that hopefully pushes us toward a world where more people are able to have those types of conversation. I don't want to tell you, you must think this or you must believe this. I do want to say, if you're going to have a conversation with someone about this, consider having the conversation in this way. Consider approaching it in this way. Consider changing in this way if you're willing to. I would like to give people the skills to have the conversation, not tell them how it needs to end. Because I think, and this might sound naive, I think in general, a lot of people are good people. I think we are exposed to a level of evil because we simply have access to social media more. I think we see the negative in the world. I think we see people being bad. I think we see that all the time because of the news, because of the media, because of it being shoved down your throats all the time. But for most people that I've met, I think most people are good people. And I think most people, good people, when given the skills to have the productive conversations, do end up coming to positive, productive outcomes. Most people that you meet are just living their lives. They're the good, silent majority. They're living their lives, they're loving their families, they're going to work, they're doing their hobbies, they're engaging in whatever society they want to engage with to a level that they're comfortable with. They're telling jokes, they're cooking food, they're enjoying whatever holidays they want to enjoy together. Most people, good people. But sometimes good people just don't understand how to talk to each other. So if I can give one good person the ability to have a conversation with another good person, maybe those two people don't see perfectly eye to eye. Maybe they're, 51-49. Maybe there's a slight imbalance there. What I don't want, this is super important, I don't want a small imbalance to be brought up in conversation. And then, because of the lack of conversational skills, it becomes a big imbalance. And then it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And then you have two extreme people. Two people who were probably good. Two people who probably want to be good. Two people who didn't know how to talk to each other, who have convinced themselves the other person is an enemy. That's what I would rather have. I would rather good people have the ability to understand how to have a conversation instead of defaulting to it being a massive mudslinging match and a massive argument. A lot of people argue, but they're saying the same thing. That is a great way of looking at it. Because these people are arguing because they don't feel agreed with. They don't feel seen. I want people to be able to talk to people in a way that comes to a mutual conclusion instead of making two enemies. Two good people should not start making enemies of each other because there are more than enough evil people in the world. Two people violently agreeing with each other. Yeah, they both want the same thing, but they want to be seen as the one that wants the thing the most. You know what? True, 10, that's spot on. How many people here, I mean, you could admit this, I'm not going to have a go at you guys. This is genuinely a safe space to discuss stuff. And when I say safe space, I don't mean there's no consequences. I mean, we're not going to make people feel bad for admitting weaknesses. How many people, especially when they were younger, this is maybe a university thing, just sucked at communication? You were just really bad at it. You didn't talk very well, you didn't express your feelings well, you didn't help other people understand you well. Maybe when other people talk to you, you can't get it across. Have you ever felt frustrated that somebody else just doesn't get it? Because chances are, maybe they could understand it, but you need to explain it in a way that they get. People, when I say to someone, you have to explain it in a way that they get, people get irritated at me. They say, oh, so, you know, I'm dumb. I just don't get it. I don't understand it. No. You understand it perfectly. But you now need, your job, if you want someone else to understand you, your job is not to explain it to them in a way that you understand. It's to explain it to them in a way they will understand. And that might be completely different to the way that you understand it. A good teacher is not just someone that knows a lot of stuff. A good teacher is someone who knows how to get other people to know a lot of stuff. If I understand a concept and yet I can't explain it to you in a way that you understand, I need to work out how you learn. There is a level of translation that's going on between the information that I have and the information that you are receiving. You once said to a person after trying to explain something 10 times, I didn't have the ability to explain it. Soccer? That's fair. If that's something that you've noticed, that's a totally valid thing to say to someone. You need to be able to give them the information in the way they understand it, because people learn in different ways. The ability to truly understand would be a great ability society could master. I agree, wrong way, great thing. Whether you agree or disagree, you understand, you get it. You can understand a concept and still say, I disagree with that. That's okay. But I think understanding and communication as a whole are things that we do seem to be lacking, which is something that I try and push. Right, we have handed in 3 quests. Fantastic. And some people, and again, this it all comes back to this, guys. Some people just want to be angry. Some people like being angry.
You got my attention.
It sucks to realize, but they just straight up like the anger. They want to be annoyed. Some people want to just be irritated. And normally that irritation, at least from what I'm able to tell, that irritation normally just comes from a level of loneliness. Don't know if you guys feel that as well, but it's the classic example is the can I talk to the manager Karen lady. These people are just straight up lonely. They need to be validated. They need to be seen. No one listens to them and they want to be listened to. And they don't feel that anyone is listening to them. Bad attention is better than no attention for a lot of people. That's why the kid in your class always messed around to get attention, because that was the only way that anyone focused on them. You're the opposite end. You can try as much as I want and as much as I can, but for others it's natural to them. Yeah, it's different for everyone. Every human being is different, and we can talk about the general wants of a society, but ultimately we have to come down to the individuals. Here's an example. This is an example that I use to explain how you can sometimes be exposed to what a society wants, and you can ingrain that as expected. And then you can meet an individual who wants a different thing, and you can feel almost wrong or called out. I was playing Magic the Gathering many years ago with a couple of friends of mine, and after shuffling your deck to start the game of Magic the Gathering, you hand your deck to your opponent to cut the deck and then hand it back to you. It's more of a formality. We're not trying to cheat in a casual game. But I handed my deck to my opponent, and they grabbed it and they riffle shuffled it as if it was a poker deck. And I said, hey man, please don't do that. There's some relatively expensive cards in there. Please don't riffle shuffle like that. And their response was, they're just cards, man. And they did it again. And I kind of took them off and I said, I have directly asked you to not do something, and you directly did it. Why? I wanted an answer. And they went, they're just cards. You know, other people don't mind me doing this. They're just cards. I'm just going to do this. I do it to my cards. I do it to their cards. I do it to his cards. You know, everyone's fine with this. And I had to explain to him, I don't care what everyone is fine with. I, as an individual, as your friend, am asking you to treat my property in a certain way. And you have deliberately not done it in that way. That is a lack of respect for me. You are placing what you want and what society as a whole that you are familiar with is comfortable with over what I have asked you to do. And if you're going to do that, then I'm just not going to hang out with you. And I think you will meet a lot of people in your life who tell you that what you want doesn't matter because other people are fine with it, because other people are okay with it. How did they answer? They got a little bit embarrassed because I just called them out directly. You will meet people who tell you that you should be okay with something because other people are okay with that thing. And what they are saying to you is they have already decided what level they are comfortable at. You need to adapt to them. And you are then able to decide whether you wish to continue a friendship with that person or not. Entirely up to you. You have that power. Personally, if I explain something to someone and they tell me that I should be okay with other things, I just don't need to continue hanging out with that person. It's not what I see as respectful. Ooh, that's lots of level. Okay, this is Deadwind Pass. No, this isn't Deadwind Pass. Where is this? This is the Blasted Lands. Okay, so the Blasted Lands have a load of quests for me. This is great. Right, so the Blasted Lands, ton of quests. Let's go and do them. You. Take me to Netherguard Keep, please. It's a long flight, so we can chat during this. But the thing is, when you call people out for their bad behavior, especially that you don't particularly agree with, they get defensive, and they tell you why their behavior was okay. This is the first thing people do. As soon as you say, hey, don't do that, I don't want you to do that, I don't like that, the first thing they will do is tell you why it's fine. They will correct you on your own opinion, on your own request. You're like, hey man, don't do that. They're like, oh, it's okay, don't worry, I can do it because of given reasons. That to me sucks. That to me feels disrespectful. How long am I streaming today? I've been streaming for 5.5 hours, probably going for another 3.5. It's all based on wording, absolutely. Do I plan on selling my cards or just to use the point to add invalid weight to your argument? If they know you will never sell your cards and acted from that position, like-minded, does it matter what I choose to do with my cards in the future? Are you asking me if I plan to sell my cards, therefore they should not have done that? That's genuinely a really interesting point. Like-minded has just typed a great comment relating to my Magic the Gathering story. Do you plan on selling your cards? Or did you just use the point to add invalid weight to your argument? If they know you will never sell your cards, and they acted from that position, like-minded, are you saying that if I don't plan to sell my cards, it shouldn't matter if they treated the property in a way that may damage it? Are you implying that if I didn't intend to sell them, I shouldn't have been bothered if they chose to riffle shuffle them or not? They are just cards, they don't count as property. Yes, Warbringer, they do. That's how ownership works. Does whether I intend to sell them in the future or not play into this? Would I still be within my right to say, I don't want you to treat my property in this way? Because whether I plan to sell them or not, I may not personally wish them to get damaged in that way. Are you saying that something that I may or may not do in the future is more important to you than something I'm asking you to do out of respect right now? Are you implying that my future decisions are more important to your treatment of me than my present requests? Because it's very strange that I say, please don't do something, and your response is, well, I'm going to do it anyway because it's fine. And I say, no, please don't do that because these are my things and I'm requesting you don't do that. And you say, okay, tell me what you're going to do in the future so I can work out whether I should be allowed to do that or not. If someone asks you as a friend to treat their property in a certain way, they don't need a reason to ask you to treat it in that way. They don't need to justify to you why they are making that request. You answered my question with a question. I'm implying the reality of the situation affects the reality of the situation. You said please don't do something because the because was not really why. Oh, so you're just arguing for the sake of arguing. I see. It doesn't matter whether... Okay, I'll be much more direct with you, like-minded. What I choose to do with my property in the future is absolutely irrelevant to you based on how I'm asking you to treat it right now. That's the straight answer. If I ask you to treat my property in a certain way, then I expect you, as a friend and as an adult, to treat it in that way. Like-minded, so say that to that person. Yeah, I did. That's the conversation that we're having here. I did do that. Valid, you should say that. You're an idiot, I got it. It took me a while to get there, but I'm caught up. We're on the same page. I'm picking up what you're putting down, which is dumb. My bad. We got there together in the end. Sorry. Sometimes the problem is that some people are professional idiots, and I am just a gifted amateur. So it takes me a while to understand how smart within the kind of idiocracy sphere I'm dealing with. Teaching how to speak to people and you fall back to being an idiot. Like-minded, the thing is that you are a professional at this. Just a gifted amateur. I'm trying. I'm asking someone to treat my property with the respect that I ask for it to be treated with, and you're saying, yes, well, we need to consider what you're going to do with it in the future. No, you don't. It's okay. I enjoyed the light-minded saga. That was fun for a bit. God, this is so bad, says Red. You know when people message me and say, oh, that person's just trolling? Do you ever hang out on this stream and realize they're not trolling? They genuinely think that. Can a ghost get wet, though? Oh, we push back into that. I try and approach people in good faith right up until that person deliberately kind of misattributes or misunderstands. Deliberate misunderstanding is the irritating thing. So what you're saying is, and then like a deliberate misunderstanding of it. What I think a lot... This is one thing that I'd like to judge people on. And I don't like to judge people a lot, but I like to judge people on this, okay? No is a complete sentence. You do not need to justify a no with anything. And I learned this because my mum and dad were terrible for it. And when I, as a child, said no, there needed to be a justification. And as I got older, I realized there doesn't. No is a complete sentence. Hey, do you want to come out drinking with us? No. Oh, why? Okay, so I've said no, and now I straight away. But if you do justify it, does it matter what you say, light-minded Lamau? No. If someone asks you to do something and your answer is no, the rest of society then in general expect a justification for why you've given the answer no. But not many people expect a justification for the answer yes. Do you want to do this? Yes. Why? Well, because it sounds fun. Okay, that's a good enough reason. Do you want to do this? No. Why? Because it doesn't sound fun. That's a good enough reason. There are some people who are incapable of understanding that no, without a justification, is fine. That's okay. Doesn't need a follow-up. And Warbringer has just said, this is a dumb take. Why? Because you ask someone a question, they say no, and you think you deserve a reason for why? Because what it's normally saying is, that is not the response I wanted you to give, justify it so I can understand why you gave it. That's what it means. The answer you've given is incorrect in what my model of you was going to say. Justify why you've given that answer so I can see if I accept it. Sometimes you don't want to do it. Totally valid answer. Toby, I agree. Actively losing brain cells from reading the chat. Of course. Straight up. Now, context, of course, matters. Hang on, Light-Minded continues. The saga carries on. You gave a reason without being asked why, and the reason you gave had nothing to do with the actual why. Your friend didn't give it weight because it was not your point. If I say to my friend, don't do that, and they say, no, it's fine, I'm going to do it anyway, they do not need a justification for don't do that. If it's my property and I say don't do that, your response is, okay, I won't. Anything else is socially inept. If I hand you my property and you treat it in a certain way and my response is don't do that, your follow-up is not why. You do not need a reason, or they don't need a reason why. If it's your property and you're asking it to be treated in a certain way, then their response is, and should be, okay, I will do that. It was, though. No, it wasn't. I'm explaining that their reaction was, it's fine, I'm going to do it this way, don't worry about it, everyone else is fine with it. Did you follow the story wrong? Maybe you didn't get the story correctly. Do you want me to retell it? I'll retell it, because Light-Minded maybe wasn't paying attention. So I handed a friend of mine a Magic the Gathering deck to cut the deck. And he picked it up, and he riffle shuffled the deck. And I said, please don't do that. Expensive cards, don't do it. I'll totally grant their actions were unjustified, but I'm talking about the conversation you had with them. Right. So the conversation I had with them was effectively me saying, I don't care what other people are okay with. I'm not okay with that. And they're my cards. So don't do it. Context of that matters, because what my friend was proving at that point was that other people that have allowed something in the past was more important to him than what I was asking him to do right then. Is he still your friend? We don't hang out as much anymore. People do all the time on Twitch. They break a rule, you tell them, oh, but I was justified. Whenever you call someone out for shitty behavior, the first thing they do is explain their shitty behavior. If you call someone out for shitty behavior, it's okay for them to say, you know what, you're right, my bad. I shouldn't have done that. I was wrong, I'm sorry. And I've done that before. I've been on the receiving end of that, and you know what? It sucks. It absolutely sucks for someone that you want to be friends with to call you out on your bad behavior, because the first thing you have to do is sit back and go, was I in the wrong? But asking the was I in the wrong is itself not necessarily the most important thing to ask, because you're asking, was I in the wrong? When what you should be asking is, have I just upset my friend? If I do something that I think I'm justified for, but it upsets my friend, and they say, hey, please don't do that, that upset me, I have to ask what I value more. Doing something that I think I'm right for, or understanding that my friend is upset because of my actions. And if I understand that my friend is upset because of my actions, I would rather apologize to my friend and reflect on my actions. Because maybe after reflecting, I realize, you know what, my friend was wrong. My friend was incorrect. My friend should not have asked me to do this. That was too much. That was not the right thing. Maybe I will discover that. But in the moment, I would rather kindness toward my friend than defense and justification toward me. My point was only that when you said why, you are saying something your answer should be the actual reason you're saying. You should state why person A saying you treat your friend. Most people, if you come away from that point with being upset, with being stupid, that's on you. Right, like, you didn't explain it to me in a way that I understood in that case, which means that's on me and you. But I'll take it entirely onto me, that's fine. If a friend of mine asks me why, what they're saying is they do not take my request seriously without understanding. They treated my property in one way. I said don't do that, they said why. My point was they do not need to ask why. Because if they ask why, what they're saying is, I will consider treating it that way again. Unless you justify to me right now why I shouldn't. Their answer needs to just be, okay.
Glory to the Sindori. Hold your head high. Time is of the essence.
The eternal sun guides us.
And if their answer is, it's fine, don't worry about it, I've done this, 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 and this, they are explaining to me. So you didn't understand my point and called me stupid in front of 3,000 people while teaching them how to talk to people to gain understanding. Yes, I did. Let's scroll back up and have this conversation again. And if I'm wrong, I will apologize. Hang on. We're scrolling back up. Is there a way that I can only see what message one person has sent? If there is, let me know, because I'm not entirely sure how to do that on Twitch. We can have it again. We can have the conversation again. You know what? That's fair of you. If I have insulted you, and if I have offended you with that, then I apologize. That was wrong of me. The reason I started referring to you as stupid was because, let me see if I can see the messages you sent. There we go. Ah, gotcha. Oh, lovely. Okay. Let me see what I can do. The first message you sent said, do you plan on selling your cards, or did you just use the point to add invalid weight to your argument? If they know you will never sell your cards and acted from that position, ellipsis. If you don't plan on selling your cards, then they are just cards. They were in the wrong thinking you wouldn't freak out. Right, so like-minded, your input to this discussion actually came from the kind of the basis, the foundation that what my property is matters based on what my friend chose to do. You approached it saying, well, actually, my friend's actions can be justified based on what my property is, the value of it, and what I might choose to do with it in the future. by saying, do you plan on selling your cards, question mark? Or did you use the point to add invalid weight to your argument? It matters why you said it. Are you asking because that's why I brought up the value of the cards? The value isn't relevant with this. I was explaining the misunderstanding, not stating they were correct. You were asking if the value was relevant. That's what it is. His view isn't just disrespectful. He missed the point. Do you mean my view toward you? They are expensive still matters, even if you didn't plan to sell. Absolutely. They are something that I've purchased, that I see value in, that I find joy from, that I don't want to see damaged. Now, if I've upset you and offended you, I apologize. Straight up, unequivocally. No justification, no reason, no but after that. Shouldn't have done that, and I apologize. And now I want to be able to understand you. I want to be able to connect, and I want to be able to see where your point was and why I said that. Your friend considered your point and acted on it. They shouldn't need to consider. They should simply decide. He didn't, my friend, this is the point that I'm trying to get. My friend didn't consider it. They didn't act on it. When they started riffle shuffling and I said, please don't do that, the first response they had to me was, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Other people are okay with this. They're fine with it. They're just cards. It's okay. I do it to my own cards. And then they did it again. Do you not understand that's the story? They did something. I asked them not to do it. And then they explained to me why what they did was fine. And then they did it again. They riffle shuffled that deck twice. That's the point of the story. They did action A. I told them not to do action A with my property. They told me that I was incorrect. They do action A with other people's property, with their property, with other things. They did it again. And then we had the conversation where I explained why they are placing their understanding of other people's boundaries over my directly stated boundary of not doing it. Are you following the story now? Are we getting there? It's okay. The action of doing it again was totally wrong. I agree with you on their actions, and I never spoke onto it. Your point of telling the story was to explain how to communicate with people to help them get your point of view. Yeah, I was. So why does you putting input of the do you plan to sell your cards matter? You know what, Light? This is a very important conversation, and we're going to have to do the teacher thing now of saying, write this down and send me a message, and we will continue to have this conversation offline. That's the best thing to do. I'm going to run around, play the rest of the game, but if this matters to you, I want you to feel seen, I want you to feel valued. Write it down, message it to me, we'll have the conversation. All my stuff is open. This is an example of one student disrupting the lesson too much, but that student still having value. So write it down, send me a message, we'll keep having the conversation. I want you to feel seen, I want you to feel valued, and you know what? I don't want you to be called stupid. I think maybe we both misunderstood, and I think it's important for us both to be able to connect with that. I jumped the gun on calling someone stupid. And I think the reason I did that was because you were portraying behavior that I have seen from people who simply wish to get a reaction as opposed to have a conversation. And if you do want to genuinely have a conversation that we have both misunderstood, we can have that. But unfortunately, there was a huge amount of emotion and of overreaction and of behavior that I have seen, unfortunately, come from people that I think value the insulting more than the conversation. Give me a sec. Just scrolling back up and reading the messages to make sure that I am understanding. Oh, Moo's around with us as well. Hello, Moo. Never insulted, tried to help. I triggered your PTS. Understandable from a streamer. PTS? Not familiar with the acronym. Parent-teacher syndrome. Gotcha. Post-teacher syndrome. No, because he could have meant something different. You know what? This is irritating to me, and this is actually quite saddening. I was genuinely willing to have a conversation with the dude. But the fact that you had to end the sentence with, I triggered your PTS. I don't think that I've gone through anything in my life that would give me post-traumatic stress disorder. And I think that the people that have suffered from that remarkably debilitating condition would feel it insulting if I said I had. I think it's a real shame that I genuinely was willing to have a conversation with you. And I was willing to engage in what I hoped was good faith. But I think it ended with the idea of, hey, we'll have this conversation. Sorry that I triggered that. Was that delivered in a respectful way or not? Because I genuinely can't tell. Like, at some point, I want you to feel that you are respected here. Inju's like, it sure is a weekend stream. It is definitely a weekend stream. We are all here on the week. It's a Sunday. It is definitely a Sunday. Oh, hang on. I triggered your PTS. Understandable from a streamer. Right. Gotcha. So now you're reducing the position that I'm in relation to you. Oh, this is a shame, man. Like, I was willing to have a chat, genuinely. This is no Tuesday stream. This is the Sundayest Monday. Isn't it Saturday? I think it's Sunday. Wait, what day is it? It's a shame that my first impression was correct. I genuinely didn't want it to be. This sounds stupid, but I really didn't want my first impression to be correct. I hope that we can give people the benefit of the doubt. And then, unfortunately, those people just tend to prove you right quite a lot. Which I think is a shame. He was arguing for the sake of arguing. That's true. You know what? Totally not Noodle. He was arguing for the sake of arguing. No, he wasn't totally not Noodle. How dare you think that? What do you have to say for yourself now, totally not Noodle? I'm just choosing a new target. We're cycling round. Not Noodle, just come back. Just call me a poop face or something. Just say that I smell of pee. That will work. Hang on, we're waiting. Noodle, it's all on you now. Just say something really, really playgroundy insulting. Just something super basic. You smell of wet ghosts. That's quite funny. Okay, that I'll give you that. That was very funny. Mars just says I miss Ben. Remember Ben? Oh, Ben was a good one. He was no Ben. He was no Ben. Hang on, Rindor is playing Doubles Advocate. You play Doubles Advocate as much as you wish to. I hope I haven't scared Noodle away. Noodle's gone like, there's too many people. I'm not doing it. Right, let's keep going down. And who's Ben? Oh, Ben was the best of us. Ben was the best and worst of us. Ben was really funny right up until he made, like, genuinely awkward jokes. Like, he was funny for a bit. Kyra, I get that. I absolutely get that. People that joke about, you know, oh, you're a streamer, you've got PTSD. I've known people that have genuinely struggled with a lot worse than that, so I don't want to be out here, you know, reducing their struggles because of what I have to do. I have to sit and play Warcraft all day and talk to Twitch chat. This is not the worst job in the world. Ben was funny up until he played the bit that just wasn't funny. Can we bring back the guy that pitched his MMO ideas? So someone else just say, Josh, I'm making an MMORPG. It's going to be this, this, and this. I'm going to put the light back on. There we go, the light's back on now. Yeah, but is it harder than a 9 to 5? It's different. I wouldn't say it's harder, I would say it's different. Different jobs have different challenges. Thing is, whenever I try and talk to someone, I like to think that I'm trying to be an activist for the support for men's mental health. And when I say that, I don't mean that women's mental health doesn't matter. I mean that I don't think that I'm the champion that that cause needs. Because I think the most ironic thing that we could ever have for women's mental health is me going, move out of the way, women. You don't know what you're doing. You need a man to do this. That would be quite ironic, wouldn't it? To me, go, Josh, do you support women's mental... Josh, do you support women's mental health? I do. Why? Because they're not good at doing it themselves. You know? They need me to come in there and sort that out for them. Can you imagine? That's why I tend to push the whole men's mental health thing. And then whenever I chat to guys that are struggling, the first thing they do is point out how their job is harder than mine. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not denying that, but we don't need to turn this into the suffering Olympics. We don't need to turn it into the problem. Thanks, Josh. I always knew I couldn't do it on my own. You know what? It reminds me of one of the funniest lines in... Do you guys ever watch Flight of the Conchords? There's a conversation in Flight of the Conchords halfway through where they go, yeah, my dad was a feminist who very much believed in equality. And the other person goes, oh, was your mum a feminist? And he goes, oh, no, my dad wouldn't allow that. Which I think was brilliant. It's such a clever twist on that line. My dad wouldn't allow that. Oh, God. You know what? It's really, really stupid, genuinely, how many people I have met who really do believe that women are incapable of doing things. Am I a feminist? I mean, yes. Like, the idea of equality sounds pretty cool. I'll go with that. I don't necessarily want feminism to turn into misandry and misogyny. No, Josh, hang on, I have to ask Inju. That's a good point. I'm not allowed to make that call. I must put it to the Council of Women. You don't have to out yourself on Twitch if you don't want to, obviously. But I will have to put that to the council. I think that women get to make that choice for me. That's how much of a feminist I am. I don't get to decide that. I think I realized that I was a feminist when I would rather play Tanya in Command and Conquer than Boris. I think Tanya's just better. Sorry, but she just is. She does more damage, she's cheaper, she's faster, she has 2 cool Uzis, and she was just better in the live-action series that was, taking part before the missions. That, to me, is pretty much my basis for feminism. Why is the chat blacked out? It's not. Oh, the chat down there. It's just not showing anything. There you go. I think it was... Did Tanya have Uzis? Or did Tanya have, like, dual Berettas going on? Did you just call a woman cheaper? Oh, no. That's a fucked up. We've got to... Quick! Hide the council! Oh, dear. Shouldn't have said that, should I? Quick, to the oubliette with him. Oh no, it's over for me now. I also completely forgot to pick up any kind of health potions, so I might die here. Unless Moo happens to be around. Full on cancelled. I mean, it was fun. It was fun while it lasted. I'm going to be honest with you guys, I'm kind of okay. Like, if women try to cancel me, that's okay. They're just not as good at it as men are. That was funny. You have to admit, that was a little bit funny right there. That was slightly... Moo's just traded me potions while being invisible. Like, Josh, stop dying! Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I'll drink those when I'm in a fight in a minute. That was too good to not laugh at. Inju, can we mute or ban him? If you giggled, you are part of the problem. Just saying, right there. That was a sneaky delivery. Medical rogue. If you laughed at any of the jokes that I have made, you are straight up part of the problem. I'd say clip it, but it's already gone. ND's there going, I did not giggle. None of this was funny. Josh, you've lost privileges. The council will convene and decide your fate. Serene says, just because I giggle doesn't mean I'm wrong. And I'm not wrong. I can be part of the problem and the solution. That's important. Shep, I'm sorry. That is an incredibly funny line. Shep just wrote one of the funniest things I've seen in chat. And that is, are women still going for the lower paid jobs? Like female doctor? I'm sorry, it's funny because it's horrifically true. Oh. Sorry if you just laughed. That is quite funny. Like, it's horrible and we're all saddened, but it is quite funny. Oh, God. Some people have joined the chat right now, and that's the first thing I've ever said. Oh, man. Oh. If the council will allow me, I will tell you one of my favourite women be silly jokes. Which is, of course, negative. But it's also quite funny. I'll put that out to the council and see if they'll allow it. I think they will. My favourite old one was... an old, politically incorrect man walks into a bar. Now, the man is blind, but he thinks he's quite funny. And he says to the bartender, "Hey, you want to hear a joke about blondes?" And the bartender leans over and says, "Before you tell that joke, I should let you know that I am a blonde woman. Sitting to the side of you is a blonde woman kickboxing champion. And just behind her is a blonde woman who has worked in the military for 7 years. Now, are you sure you still want to tell that joke?" And the man goes, "Thinking about it. No, I don't want to explain it 3 times. You can giggle. You can giggle. Oh. Right. What I'm going to need now, though, is some anti-men jokes. Come on. Come on, hit them back. Let's go. The council have met. We will allow that, but you're on your last warning. You could switch guy for girl and it's still very funny. That's true. That's very, very funny. Ariel just wrote, men are already a joke. Fuck, it's funny. Oh. I giggled. That was quite good. That was quite funny. Far past the point of giggling. Some of you are wholeheartedly laughing. That's true. Right, what am I... I'm going to kill you guys. Level 51 Basilisk. Let's see how well I can kill you. I'm close to leveling, by the way, which is pretty good. Mara says, you went to have a sit-down wee. What happened? I've slowly begun the process of being cancelled. It's a very peaceful, very chill process. We're kind of combining arguing with the chat with trying to find out some funny jokes. Slowly, yes. Slowly that's happening. My man, you've been sprinting the last 15 minutes. Oh. You just auto-attacking. Yeah, I don't need to use abilities. If anything, abilities are honestly overrated. Right, where are the basilisks? There's one, there's two. Probably one over there. There's another one. There we go. Yeah, I'm just seeing what kind of happens with the cancelling, just in general. Just dipping my toe in, you know? Just see, I'm just reading what's going on. We're just kind of seeing what's there. After all this, after a 20-minute discussion, yes. Context matters, and I think it's very important to understand that we all need to be able to laugh at ourselves. I will laugh at me the entire time. I will happily laugh at me. You guys can hit the piss out of me all the time. Go for it. I'd like to know how I can send you an email. That starts off ominously. You've been part of World of Warcraft since you were 6. You're preparing a letter about how you see Retail WoW and Classic WoW, and it connects a lot with what you've been saying. How can I get my letter to you? Chris, in the most respectful way, please don't. Like, you can message me if you really want to message me, because most of my kind of connections are open, but I have had so many messages from people who honestly just want to be heard because they feel that they're not being listened to and they need an outlet. And I cannot be that outlet for this many people. If you want to be heard and you think that me hearing you has value, why not? That's a good question. A lot of people have messaged me saying that they have opinions, thoughts, feelings, input, and ideas, and they would like me to have a look at their thought, their idea, their input. And I've had to explain that I cannot read 7 or 8 long emails a day. I just can't do it. Diviner Longstaff of the Monkey. Dunno, I'll take it just in case. I have to explain, I cannot read. I would like people to be able to understand that they are worth being listened to, but I cannot always be there to listen. Have I been fake reading this chat the entire time? I just kind of guess. I just hope the things I guess are somewhat accurate. You, hellbore. I mean, people can send me emails if they wish. You can send me messages on Instagram. But I get a lot of people asking for input on various aspects of their life. This is level 53. I'm not going to be able to win this fight. Just realized that is way above me. Yeah, I can't do that fight. That's too hard. Should be able to do this stuff, though, this way. Whew, thank God. Now, I get a lot of messages every day from people who would like my input on life situations they're in, who would like my advice on problems that they're going through, who would like my, my general thoughts and feelings on situations they're in. And I just can't give that much in-depth focus to everything, which is a real threat. It's a shame, because people aren't messaging me for no reason. Like, there is a reason they want to know. People are asking if there is a World of Warcraft Zillow ad. There is, unfortunately. So WoW Midnight basically went all in on advertising in as many places as it could. You know, I can actually just get my old horse out. Is it sort of a cry for help? In a way, yes. When someone messages me and asks for my input on a situation that I am not familiar with, what they're often saying is, I feel ignored. I feel like I'm being ignored. I feel like I'm not being listened to. I don't have enough of this, don't have enough of that. I need you to pay attention to me. And there is nothing wrong with wanting that. How can people know your email address? Because it's pr@JoshStrifeHayes.com. Because it's a business email address listed on business sites. Which doesn't go to me, it goes to my agent, who is a friend of mine. Because honestly, his entire job is to act as a barrier between me and Raid Shadow Legends. Can we email you to ask about your day? You would not be the first person to do so. It's basically an employed ad blocker friend. Right, so I need some weird drops from these things. That was not a no. Where can we send ghost-related queries? Some people will email. People absolutely will send an email asking for updates and stuff and advice on how to get through situations. I can give advice as best I can on streams like this, but I can't always give the best advice one-on-one to an email. Right, where am I going? I just need to get basilisk brains. That's what I need. Is it that every single possible respawn here could be any enemy? That's what I'm starting to realize. Every enemy could just respawn as any other enemy. Oh, goodness me. There are some shared spawns. Yeah, I'm starting to realize that. Do I ever get dick pics in the emails? There's a lot of thirsty guys on Instagram. Like, the vast majority of my Instagram request is just guys. I think it's because girls are all too busy playing Nintendogs or something. You know, they're off playing not real games, like Dark Souls 2. Or Nintendogs. Or The Sims. The Sims 2. with all the expansion packs, obviously. You know, before it got shit. Or Fallout 3. It's not New Vegas, is it? Sims 3 is also a banger. Right, okay, listen, okay, council of women in the chat right now. Sims 2 or Sims 3? McBully Moo just said the best is Sims 3, then 4, then 1, then 2. I am 90% sure you have just proved yourself to be a boy. Alright? It's 2 all day, and it's not even close. Someone just said herb, Sims in the city. Let's not complicate this. Danny just says, can a gay like me vote? Danny, listen. You have to let the women take this one. When we're discussing musicals, your vote counts for 2. But right now, it's just the women and the discussion of The Sims. Unless your vote, of course, goes against Death Note the musical, in which case I will veto it immediately. We have a lot of councils. Various people. Do you guys want to see a really cool video? You can actually see Katy Perry recording her song in Simlish on YouTube. Katy Perry sings her songs in Simlish. Go and check. Why is the in-game chat hidden? It's not hidden, it's just not showing up. Some of you are like, that's awful, I don't want to see it, I will not. I'm sorry that you are not cultured like I am. Also, in all seriousness, go and watch the Death Note musical. It's fantastic. Why do some people keep asking about the in-game chat? I think it's just because I've got a black background going on. And they're, of course, intrigued by that. Inside you are 2 councils. One of them is the women, the other are the gays. There is a very small 3rd council made up of a combination of both of them. Right, let's kill this thing next. Is that where the male gays go? Yes, it is, actually. What's gayer, Josh? It's not just gay Josh anymore, it's gayer Josh. I don't know, I haven't spoken to him recently. I think he's still doing some theatre around the place. I'll have a chat to him soon. Let's see what's up. Nope, no, Ashmain Boar has been stolen from me. Need like one more enemy. You! You, give me your basilisk brain. I've got 1 out of 10. Hang on, 1 out of 10 basilisk brain. God damn. This is going to take me a while to get, isn't it? Steve-O asked the question, are gays wet? That depends what part of the musical Rent we're up to. All the theatre kids in the chat just showing themselves right then and there. I didn't know this was cancelled Sunday now. Yeah, I think Sunday what we do is we skirt as close as we possibly can to the edge of being cancelled until... Okay, basically what it is, guys, I'll be real. I need like a business excuse to business expense a ukulele. Some of you are asking if this is a Magic Mike situation. Can I just be so for real right now and point out that Magic Mike is an incredible film that every guy should watch? Like, I'm not even kidding. Magic Mike is a great film. Incredible dancing, brilliant cinematography, genuinely good costume design. I've had friends of mine that have said they don't... Why is it good? Absolutely incredible dancing. Fantastic general fitness stuff. There's actually a lot of men's mental health advocacy in it. It's very funny as well. Channing Tatum is exceptionally funny. I think my favorite interview with Channing Tatum was done at the same time when he was with Jonah Hill. And Channing he's a very smart dude. He is an extremely clever guy. And he was playing up for promoting 22 Jump Street. He was playing up the whole kind of dumb jock stereotype. And the interviewer said to Jonah Hill, so Jonah, I hear you've been, teaching Channing numbers. How's that going? And Jonah, without missing a beat, says, he's doing well, we're up to 10. And he looks at Channing, and Channing just goes, we're doing colours next. Which I think is brilliant. The fact that he immediately picks up on the comic energy and just goes with it. I'm like, that guy is funny. He gets it. But if you're a guy, I've had male friends of mine refuse to watch Magic Mike because they're like, oh no, man, that's too gay. I'm like, dude, go and watch Magic Mike. All right. It's a good film. It's a really good film. You're quite fit and you did 30 minutes of pole dancing you saw for a week. I took pole dancing lessons a couple of years ago. I'm not good at it, but I can do the basic twirly-whirly. I can do the old raspberry split if I need to. Do the old fudgy wudge. Do the spin to win. I know all the moves. Next, you'll advise we watch Brokeback Mountain for the plot. No, you watch that for the gay sex. Don't pretend you know where this stream is going to. This stream has no... You've got no idea. Some of you are like, that was just a film about cowboys. It was just a film about two guys being dudes in the mountain. What's going on? Some people are really upset. They're like, I didn't know that film had themes. I didn't have that. That subtext was very subtextual. Oh, goodness. This stream has been very gay for a while now. We need to balance it out. Also, what am I trying to find? Blasted boar lung. That's an Ashmain boar. Where's a blasted boar? I don't think I'm close enough to being able to get a blasted boar. But I can hand in the Jowls quest. Every enemy on this bloody map is just a random spawn. I hate this. This is taking so long to get anywhere. Right, let me scroll down, click my horse, and scroll back up. Let me get on my black stallion. Beautiful. Here we go. What's the most straight thing we could do to balance the stream? What's the most heterosexual thing we could do right now? I think we all need to go and watch... I was going to say we all need to go and watch Commando. But thinking about it, most of that is just an oiled-up Arnold Schwarzenegger. What's like the most testosterone-driven heterosexual film ever made? Someone just said talk about ancient Rome. If you're not a fan of gay stuff, you are not going to like where ancient Rome goes to. The Barbie film, that's true. Trainspotting, Twilight. I don't think John Wick is the most straight film. John Wick is just the most human film. Man seeks revenge for dog. Oh, you know what, Trey? Crank. You might be on board with Crank right there. Crank is Jason Statham turned up to the most Jason Statham he can possibly be.
State your business.
Conan the Barbarian. Yeah, that could be a good one.
Keep your wits about you. We will have
Hang on, we've just been given roids. R-O-I-D-S. Increase strength by 25 when consumed. Lasts for 60 minutes. Robust operational imbue derived from Snickerfang. We've just been given an item called Roids, which gives us more strength in the game. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. World of Warcraft canonically contains steroids. Fantastic. Watch WWE, oiled up men throwing each other around. That's very straight. We're trying to work out the straightest film. What's Rage of Ages? Oh, you get more roids. I'll just do some more roids. For those of you who have just joined us, we're trying to work out what the most... Like, we've worked out what the gayest film is. Probably Brokeback Mountain. What's the straightest film? Die Hard is not the straightest film. Die Hard is a love story between a man trying to reconnect with his wife over difficult circumstances. It's basically the Love Actually of terrorism stories. You know what? Arsenal and Joy, it could be the Rocky Horror Picture Show. It straight up could be the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Tim Curry was one of the first men that I ever saw that made me thought maybe I was gay. Like, the moment that Tim Curry appears in the Rocky Horror Picture Show, I'm just sat there thinking, there is a chance. There is a moment. Watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Again, fantastic. The Thing is just a great body horror film. Okay, so much stuff around here is dead. I might need to go and train in like a different area. Are there any other areas that give me quests that are remotely close to my level? Right, see, all this area seems to be... Right, Jadu, this is like lots of stuff that isn't... This is enemies just dropping stuff, though. This isn't actually leveled. What's the Western Plaguelands like? Ah, it's too much. What's the Eastern Plaguelands like? I seem to have out-leveled most places. Where's Ungoro Crater? Oh my god, hang on, it's all down here. It's all an Ungoro Crater. I've been doing this wrong the whole time. Let's just go over there. Is Die Hard a Hallmark movie? Pretty much. A man reconnecting with his wife during difficult circumstances, and it's Christmas. Pretty much. Pretty much. Right, Ungoro Crater it is. Let's go. In fact, do I have anything in my bank that I can equip now? Let's go and double check. Just to reference the jokes that we made earlier, because I always do want to kind of just take a step back and check in. Whenever we make jokes where gender is the kind of foundation around which the joke is built, if anyone is genuinely uncomfy with that, do me a favor, send me an actual message and let me know, because I will respect that and I will say, okay, never want to feel that we're poking fun at people, never want to feel that we're minimizing people. I know that's a bit of an energy shift from where we were just now, but it is genuinely important that we know that it is done with a level of respect and a level of fun, not in an attempt to minimize or an attempt to reduce. So if that's an issue with anyone, I will read those messages. Genuinely. I think it's always important to occasionally check back in and be like, hey, just making sure. I mean, yeah, they could also leave the stream. That's true. Fanes, people could just leave the stream if it upsets them, but that's something that I say for me. Like, if it's a thing that I'm doing that's upset people and I'm not occasionally checking myself, then I'm not improving either. And I want to make sure I'm doing that too. Right, let's check in the bank, see what I've got, if anything. I can use my Princess Therodrus' scepter. It's a two-handed weapon, which it might be good. It might be good. Oh, I could use my double blade of the Wretched, which they're slow swords and they corrupt the enemy, but I don't think I'm going to want to use those. Oh, the Might of Hakar. Is that better than the Thrash Blade? Strength goes up, stamina goes up, doesn't grant me an extra hit. I think I just keep my weapons on me, to be honest. Like, I think right now the weapons that I've got are just the best thing. Ah, hang on, there we go. Drake Claw Band of the Bear. 9 strength, 9 stamina. That's just straight up better than the Fen Ring of the Tiger. That, straight up improvement. Let's equip that. You, Drake Claw Band of the Bear, are going over my Fen Ring of the Tiger. So we've now got +9 strength, +9 stamina, increased defense rating. I'm still wearing Silverlane's family seal, you know. That's a really good ring still. That's straight up a really good ring. Their messages are always open. Right, what else we got going on? I should probably sell some of this stuff. Let me just get rid of a load of things that I can sell now. Where's the shop? There's the in fact, to be fair, there's quite a few quests around here. 53, 45, 44, 44, 45. Could probably sell some stuff to those guys. Right, let's sell some stuff to this guy. See what I don't need. I don't need the Magma Forge band. That's way better. And I do need, but I can't use it yet. That's good. That's bad. Right, we're going to sell most of the stuff that I don't need. Let me just do some selling. I've got to sell my big bad pauldrons. It's a shame. It's a real shame, but I've got to sell them. Is it worth picking up WoW as a new player? Looks overwhelming with the content added over the years. Disarmed, I would say if you're going to play Classic, yes, definitely. It's absolutely fine to pick it up and just give it a go and see what's happening with that. Farewell, Big Bad Pauldrons. Off to the shop you go. And we just get rid of, honestly, just everything else. Like, I'm sure this is probably important in the future, but I just don't need it. Not selling my Lucky Charm. That's way too important. That's staying. That Lucky Charm is staying in my inventory forever. Not going to sell my roids. How else will I get my... And sell the Fen Ring of the Tiger. Alright, cool. And there, I think, we have everything. Okay. Am I on the correct continent now? I am, aren't I? Right, I'm on Kalimdor. Where is Ungoro Crater? It's there. There seem to be 2 entrances. One of them is down there. Right, I guess we're going to Ungoro Crater for a little bit. Right, let's just jump on the old stallion, and then we ride. Let me just double check to make sure people who have sent a message saying, hey, stop it, have made it obvious to me. Alright, cool. Seems the council are mostly fine, so that's good. I did indeed get a mount. Finally have an actual mount. It's all good stuff. Oh, good. Lee, my friend who makes Magic the Gathering content, just messaged. Glad he's doing okay. Yeah, we've got a mount. We're about to head to Ungoro Crater. I don't know what Ungoro Crater is. People have told me it's very exciting. So I'm all excited to see what's going on. I love deserts. Deserts where there's just nothing around are super cool. Final Fantasy XIV has an incredible desert section. I love what FF14 does with deserts. It's so cool. This is classic, yes. Ungoro is pretty hard until level 51. Well, I'm level 49 and I'm super close to 50. So I should be okay. So we're going to go this way. I'm going to follow you. Ah, more Union members. Cool. Josh, have you tried Pantheon before? I have not. I don't look a day over 40. Oh, thanks, babe. Appreciate it. God, this place is massive. Oh, that's... God, the sun rays over there are gorgeous. That is lovely. And then... What is... Oh, that's horrible. Okay, that's just straight up horrifying. I have a thing about insects. And the fact that those claws are twitching... Oh, the sense of scale is mad. Okay, what am I looking at here? The Noxious Lair. What is that? That is disgusting. It's a hive. Okay. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna not play the area because of anything. Just not a massive fan of twitching insects. Can't get back up there. That's a problem. Well, I've fallen down here, it seems. How? Well, if you're going through hell, keep on going, as they say. It's the Tyranids. That's horrible. Do you want an answer, or was that rhetorical? Yeah, what is that? What's in that weird cave? That I'm guessing is a massive, huge creature infestation of some sort. I just love massive things in games. Just more bugs. Well, as we all know, the only good bug is a dead bug. Quick question. Is there a flight path in Ungoro Crater? Because if there is not, it is going to be super annoying to travel back there every time. Can't see... Oh, it's up there. There it is. This is cool. Oh, so it's like a bit of an oasis. Alright. And there's a big tree over there, so I'm guessing this dips down, and because the water level is lower, it's going to be quite verdant. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, this is the impact. If a crater is caused by a meteor strike, that is the... This is the impact zone. And where we're riding right now is the impact trail. That's really clever. I love it when stuff like that is thought about geographically. Oh, this is beautiful. God damn. This feels like a totally separate world. That is stunning. The rain, the lush, verdant grass. Damn. Okay, so what caused the crater? We are nowhere near... This is huge. Oh my god. Is this place massive? This is going to be a really big area, isn't it? You're lush and verdant. No, Stoptimus crime. You're lush and verdant. Shut up. Right, that is a quest for me. Greetings, warrior. For some, the hunter is a way of life, a chosen profession. For others, it's something of a pastime, a badge of courage or rite of passage, depending on your tribe. For me, race and profession, that's a Tauran. It's interesting. Race and profession mean nothing. It's the testing of your spirit and the mind that I respect. Born to stand against the forces of nature and test all of their skills is the true mark of honor. If you wish to test yourself and earn my respect, speak to me more. The crater has many strange creatures. They seem to be nobler versions of the creatures found throughout my homeland. Oh look, it's Bed of Chaos. I hate you in that game. I see. Go and hunt down the apes. And this... You wish to go and find... Once a long time ago, a brother of mine took some meat from one of Larkori's kills. He didn't know it at the time, but Larkori saw him from the forest. He followed my brother for days, destroying everything he touched. My brother, scared, finally decided to run from the crater and leave Larkori behind. Larkori killed him not far from this spot. If you want to provoke Larkori, find a fresh kill of his and take some of the meat from it. Right. Who is Larkori? I'm gonna guess. Oh, good, there's dinosaurs. That's cool. What level are they? 49, 49. Okay, so I can do this. I'm gonna guess he's a big enemy. My guess, Larkori is simply a big enemy. This is the dinosaur zone. I'll take the dinosaur zone. This sounds great. Love me a good dinosaur. Oh, that's a decent amount of experience as well. What I want to do first of all is get to the... what I'm assuming is the Flight Master up there. Hello, Josh. I happen to have been questing here. Would you like to team up? That's very kind of you, Game Wiz. Let me get the flight path first. Then I'll see what we can do. This is beautiful. This is really nice. Can you get a dinosaur as a mount? Ooh. I bet you can. I bet it's like a side quest or something. Have I eaten something beside buttered bread? I had the chicken sandwich. And then the cream egg. Then a bottle of Gamer Subs, which I am going to replace in a moment. Okay, so we've got level 52s, we've got level 51s. Okay, so I'm seeing that this area is very much 52, 51 kind of vibe. How would I rate the chicken sandwich? 5 out of 7. Perfect score. I'm seeing lots of stuff. This is a big crater area. Yeah, level 50, I'm probably going to be fine. Was it boiled chicken? It was the finest chicken Costco can provide. I'm keeping my eyes out for like a big dinosaur. Because I know what you guys are like. Stone Guardian, level 60. Let's not. Let's not attack the Stone Guardian. But it looks like the flight path is this way. So whatever I need should be this way. Why is there nothing around? I always get worried whenever there's nothing. Because I'm like, okay, that means there's going to be something. This might be one of my favorite areas already, just out of vibes. Pure vibes. Is it always raining down here? It's not always raining, I just got the rain. Did you just see Herobrine in the fog? No way. I heard that Mew is under the truck. You, my friend.
Talk to me.
Sup, tiny dwarf? Like a gnome, but cool. Have you seen all the wonderful things? Not as amazing as some of the things I can make with my skill at engineering. My uncle Remtravel loves old stuff like this place. I'm following in his footsteps. I want to discover new things from lost cultures. Fortunately, something's happened to one of my greatest inventions. I see. You've seen the mechanical squirrels. Well, to get closer to the apes, I created a mechanical ape. She has scrying gems for eyes so I could see everything she saw. She made it to fungal rock. That was the last I saw. Well, I'll go and find your weird thing. Don't you worry. Oh no, your apes. They've been funged.
Talk to
Sub shizzle. Right, he got stranded here and he's building something and he needs bits to get back to Gadgetzan. Can do, my friend. Don't you worry, I'll sort you out with that. What spec am I playing? Add-ons? What would I say to get into WoW? I would say don't worry about any add-ons whatsoever. Don't worry about add-ons. Don't worry about perfect specs. Just download the game, pick a character you think looks cool, learn to play it. That's it. Where? There you are, Flight Path. Right, I have been streaming for 6 hours and 41 minutes, so I'm going to take a 5-minute break, grab a cup of tea. When I come back, we are going to quest through Ungoro Crater, because I want to see what's here. With this bunch of quests, yeah, it's going to be great, don't you worry. What I might do is drop a couple of quests that we have from... I don't need Older Man quests anymore. I'm probably not going to go back to... The Blasted Lands was honestly a bit dull. So, not bothered about you guys. I'll drop these, and I'll grab the Ungoro Crater quests instead. Tanara's quests are fine. Right, guys, take 5, grab yourself a bite to eat, grab yourself a drink, stretch your legs, go and touch grass, whatever you want to do, all that jazz. Here's a DVD logo, because I know you're all millennials. Here's a 5-minute timer, and I will see you beautiful people in 5 minutes' time. Right, don't go anywhere. Or do. I'm not your dad. Remember, if the streamer isn't back within 5 minutes, you are legally allowed to leave. That's the rules, that's the law. Right, what are we doing? GameWiz, did you say you wanted to team up because you happen to be questing here anyway? Oh, tea. The greatest thing that England ever gave the world. GameWiz, why are you tiny? You know what? It doesn't matter. Questions don't matter anymore. Oh, that was so great. Oh, okay. I've had a cup of tea. I'm ready. We can sit and play Ungoro Crater. Let's read some quests. Hello, stranger. Welcome to the untamed majesty of the Ungoro Crater. My name is Willarden Marshall. My sister, our companions, and I make up the Marshall Expeditions, scientists and explorers of Azeroth's wild and great unknown. We've hit a bit of a rough patch here. We're looking for some help if you have the time. I don't know how you've made it here, but you're a sight for sore eyes. I'm Willarden Marshall, and I lead a non-aligned expedition troop. Our latest and greatest endeavour has met with what seems like countless disasters, the most serious of which being that we underestimated the savagery of Ungoro Crater. As we fled our base camp in the southwest and northeastern parts of the crater, we left behind vital supplies. You look like you're capable enough. Could you please bring them back to us? Yes. Okay, serious question. Have you done voice work and how do I hire you? Yes, I've done voice work before. You hire me by contacting pr@JoshStrifeHayes.com. I've not been doing any serious voice work, but I can do more serious voice work here. Right. Okay, Holly. Let's channel Holly's... Who's Holly? Let's look at her. Let's learn who she is. Let's do her voice. She's fair-spoken. She takes care of her hair. She's nicely dressed. She's a bit of an explorer, bit of an adventurer, been living outside for quite a while. Here we go. Okay.
Hello there. I'm Holanyi, Chief Scientist and Biologist of the Marshall Expeditions.
She's had a tough life. Holly, been through a lot. Smoked 60 a day before she was born.
My brothers and I, along with our companions, travel Azeroth, exploring the wild and untamed majesty. It's exciting, but I think we got ourselves into a little too much excitement this time.
Right, okay, seriously, Holly's voice. Geralt of Rivia. We could do Geralt of Rivia's voice instead.
Just because we've suffered a setback doesn't mean that the research must stop. We were investigating the Gorishi insects in the southern part of the crater before winding up here. Their presence is alien to the ecology of Ungoro, and we want to find out why. In their hive network must be larval hatcheries. You can identify these places by their hanging larval spawns. Use this vial to take a sample of the hive wall near any of the hatcheries.
Priest saying,
Winds howling. Place of power. It's gotta be. Bring it back for me to study, but be careful.
right, cool. Do some studying for you. Gotcha. Here we go. You, Spark Nil Minor. For the love of all that's holy and dear, please tell me you've come to deliver us from this forsaken land. Though I'm with the martial expeditions, I would give you the gold teeth from my mouth to climb inside your backpack and leave this place. You'd think being chief digger for martial expeditions means I like digging. There might be worse ways to do this in the world, but none really leap to mind. We were supposed to be digging in Terra Run, fantastic name by the way, for dead stegodons and dimetrodons. Well, there are plenty of live ones there too. Will and Hall are still all about studying this death trap, so we need these dinosaur bones. Between you and me though, bringing some from the live ones will work out just as well. Cool. Go and get some dinosaur bones. Gotcha. You. Beware of pterodax. Pterodax. Wanted, a skilled fighter to deal with the threat of pterodax. You will never hear pterodax go to the toilet. Do you know why? Because the P is silent. Hang on a tick. That's a really good pair of boots. I was really proud of that one. Some of you exhaled through your nose like a bull. That's like a straight up good pair of boots. Pair of greaves right there. The crag played greaves. Are they better than my current Atali boots of power? Maybe not. Maybe not. I'll accept anyway. Right, now there's a couple more quests over here to go and get. Maybe. These ones give strength, which is good. Mulligan.
What can I do for you?
See Larian over there? It's his fault we're here. God damn it, Larian. Go back to making Baldur's Gate 4. I told him we were going the wrong way, but would he listen? And would you believe that he's the one that won't speak to me? Well, until he changes his mind, let's have a bit of fun with him. Have you noticed the strange plant-like creatures around here? They're nothing but trouble, really. But I think if trained properly, I could get them to obey some commands. Right, you want some dead plants brought to you. Fantastic. This entire place is insane. And there's also a quest to hand in over there. Right, let's go. Come, Game Wiz. Into Ungoro Crater we travel. Wait, Josh. Waiting. One more. There's one more quest, is there? You're right. Crystals of Power. It's a level 53 quest. I don't know if I'm good enough for that. There's a cave behind the camp. Crystals of Power. Oh, I see. Into the damp, jungly cave. Ooh. Ooh, what have we got in here? Some of you have posted that you're enjoying stream streaks. 10 streams of me yapping through WoW. Congratulations. This is beautiful. This whole area is gorgeous, by the way. This is so pretty. The cave has gamer lights. RGB makes the cave game faster. This is gorgeous. Someone discovered the bloom effect. JD Collie, a tiny gnome. You probably weren't expecting to find me in this cave, were you? My name's JD, and I really can't tell you much about how I got here. But what I can tell you, this is my home now. I spend my time studying the strange crystals. I'm sure you've noticed them. They're everywhere. What am I talking about? The crystals, of course. The crystals, they're all over the crater. Most people ignore them, but I have a strange feeling that they hold power within them. I've been doing experiments with them here for a while, but I can't seem to find anything. Well, haven't yet, anyway. Say, I'm running a little low on the crystals I have here. Have you tried looking? Think you might be able to collect some for me? Please collect 7 crystals of each color. Yeah, you're hurting for crystals, all right. Good lord. None of them around here at all. Look at that. God damn. Can't move for crystals. This is the WoW voiceover we need. I will do it for every gnome. Just gnomes. I see you're a trained actor. Yes, I've trod the boards. I've partaken in the thespian initiation rituales. Gosh, Josh, they're ambient crystals. You can't use them for aesthetic purposes. I'm sorry, they're ambient candles. They're not the ones you actually burn. Good lord, this whole place is just covered in dots now, isn't it? You know what? Let's just go through and kill some stuff. Are you excited to go into Outland pretty soon? And Peo, I'm level 49. I am still like 10 levels away from Outland, and I've not finished any of the kind of base game classical stuff. Let me do that first. I'm sure I'll love Outland when it happens. But until then, we're just going to do this. You know what, Game Wiz? I'm going to follow you. Lead on, skeleton. Power crystal. Do we share these? If not, I'm going to steal them. I've never been to Outland. I don't know what it is. Like, it doesn't mean anything to me, to be honest. Just going to have my box open. Ankaraji and Naxxramas. Never done those things. Never done that either. I don't know what any of these things are. Oh, hang on. What's this? Wait a tick. Alright, there was going to be a crystal, but it's gone. Alright, I'm learning. Is your main game past level 60? This is my main character. I'm coming, Game Wiz. I'm with you. That's a cool horse, by the way. Right. Oh, hello, you. I need some super sticky stuff. You need some super sticky stuff, but I can't kill those. Game Wiz, we are not getting you anything that's super and or sticky. These things, however, do need to die. Once you hit 60, you could do a classic round robin of all the stuff you need to see. I will do. Once I hit 60, 61, 62-ish, I want to go and kill all of the open world, overworld dragons. I want to do the raids, the basic stuff. I don't want to feel that I am cheating myself out of an experience that I won't be able to have once I get past that. That's what I want to do. Soon as we hit 60, I mean, at like 65, 66, you can probably go and, not necessarily solo, but definitely take a smaller team to the open world dragons. Because remember when we were going through, I think it may have been Stranglethorn Vale, and you guys were like, go over there, there's a cool, massive open world dragon. That was amazing. That was super cool. I want to go and do that. But I don't want to just one-shot it, which would be silly. There was one in Duskwood as well. There was one in Duskwood. I'm sure there was one somewhere else. There was one in Duskwood and there was one somewhere else. Was it Feralis? You tend to out-level dungeon and it sucks not being able to do it. So you could still just go back and do a dungeon when you're over-leveled for it. There's one in the Hinterlands. Don't cheat yourself out the experience. I won't do that. Could a level 70 character with decent level 70 gear solo the level 60 endgame dragons? Surely they couldn't. Like, solo seems a bit too much. You'd still need a couple of people with you. To me, that's fine. Like, if I have a couple of people with me to do some stuff, that's okay. Like, we could take 5 decently geared characters to go and kill the dragons. I wouldn't even care about the items they drop. I would just care about the process of killing them with a team of people. That's what I want. Doesn't matter if the items don't feel as good. I just want the experience of doing it. I like the fact that the end game level 60 stuff is still possible, but difficult for the level 70 characters. That makes me happy. World bosses are always fun. I don't care if we aren't, you know, getting really good stuff. It would just be cool to see. Blackrock Depths was not defeated completely. We actually got to the, I think, second to last boss. Oh, it's you. Hang on, that's the thing, isn't it? Don't we have to do something with that? Hang on, what's the quest? Chasing Amy 1. Can you help find her? She has scrying eyes. I lost contact. Do we have to just escort her back now? Full level 58 to 60 characters from the guild to clear world bosses. Yeah, we can do that. Game Wiz is doing the quest. Oh, gotcha. You think someone else did this? Well, I mean, the interesting thing is it says to me, when I hover over it, complete. So, like, do I need to... We've got to find her spawn point somewhere else. Okay, right, somewhere else. Ignore me then. I got it wrong. Escorting now doesn't complete the quest. Gotcha. I want to be able to still do the interesting overall, because there's so many maps that I haven't even been to. Like, I'm about to hit level 50 and I still don't know, you know, what that is. I've never been to Winter Spring. I don't know what this is. There's so many... Not that I particularly want to go to Winter Spring, but what I don't want to do is feel like there's an entire part of the world that I've missed. But unless you quest through the overworld, you are going to feel that. The world is massive. It truly is a world of Warcraft. You'll feel the same when you reach level 50. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to choose my path through it. We're going to adventure. We're going to see what goes on. I mean, this place is massive. I think I underestimated how big World of Warcraft was, because there's literally a whole new world for me to go and see. I've never seen all of this. It's like a new, fantastic point of view. And none of you in the chat are going to tell me no, and none of you are going to show me where to go, and you're not going to tell me that I'm just dreaming this. Okay? There's a whole new... Tell me, Princess, when was the last time you let your heart decide? I'm going to use this sharpening stone on my thrash blade. And my flurry axe. A plus of not seeing everything on one character means you have an incentive to play alts. You'd think people would like that, wouldn't you? You'd think people would be like, oh, goodness, Josh, can't wait to see you play alts, when what it will be is, what happened to the other thing? Did the other thing drown? Ungoro Pelt. That's Ungoro Gorilla. Come here, my friend. That quote... Nox just wrote, hey, that quote was from Aladdin. Yes. Josh, do you miss the dead mines? I miss the dead mines as well. I think all of us miss the dead mines. Inside of you are 2 dead mines. There's Bremaxing. Sup, cheese person? Ah. You could solo the dead mines. I could solo the dead mines now. I might go and do that. Just to prove some points. Let's go and grab this green. And by that I mean green crystal, not the drugs. Would be illegal. Need to kill some more gorillas as and when we can find them. I'm not snorting the crystal. You can't Can't tell people to do that. All right, that's illegal. It breaks the law. What's this way? These rocks are different colors. It's a cave. Oh, I love a good cave. Got to admit, guys, I am a sucker for a good damp cave. You show me a good damp cave, we're exploring it. Let's go. Help, monkey, more apes here. Game Wiz, don't die. Bring them to me. Bring them to me and I will deeps them. Alright. Time to get Adele rolling in the deeps. Mines are your weakness. I see. Men just love a good cave. We do. You show us a good stick to go with it, and we are A-okay and happy. Alright, 1 out of 2 of you. I've got a quest in here to hand in. Let's go this way. What is the chunkiest skill on the bar? The skill that does the most damage? Probably Execute. Execute, I think, is the one that really hits with, like, serious impact. The masculine urge to explore a moist crevasse full of monkeys. We'll see if we can hit over 1,000 using Execute. I need to get the enemy down to less than 20% health with a maximum 769. That's not bad. Just let me... Oh, yep, thank you for healing me, Game Wiz. You are a paladin. Forgot you can do that. You should try out Bloodthirst. You mean this one just here? Bloodthirst is ready to go, to be honest. Uvo the Worm, welcome to the stream, man. How you doing today? Indeed, I do play the character of Rick Plan in Rustage's Space Pirates Dungeons & Dragons campaign. He is a 1,257. Finally, we hit the first over 1,000 damage. 1,257. That was pretty cool. I'll take over 1,000 damage as a special. Love that for me. That's a good hit right there. Do I often collect tufts of fur when you visit caves? Viper, how else would you know which cave you visited? But in all honesty, I know we're making a joke there, but no. I follow the country code of take nothing but pictures, leave nothing but footprints. Because as a kid that grew up in the countryside, that's the important thing to remember. Only thing you should bring home with you from the countryside are memories. Let's see if we can do a big execute going on right now. 886, that's fine. Right. I think I need to work out where this cave goes to. I'm just gonna kill it. Just gonna keep killing gorillas. Stuff from the gift shop is okay too. Yeah, the countryside gift shop, they've all got one of those. Robot monkey should be in here somewhere. Love it. Love the robot monkey. This is a pretty good grinding spot. Why is it that both Warcraft and RuneScape have one of the best slightly endgame grinding spots? Just be a load of monkeys? Oh god, if you're a mage... Oh, that's a problem. Game Wiz, I'm going to need you to heal me in a second. If you're a mage, is one of the best endgame spots just to blitz this place. I'm going to try and hit that thing there. Hang on. There we go. Zombies are slower. Okay. Oh my god, we just got an empty barrel from Ucha. An empty barrel drop. That's a reference to Donkey Kong. Straight up Donkey Kong reference. Nothing in here. The entire zone is Nintendo references. Is that true? Well done getting the reference. Thanks, Nat. I'm a gamer. Not because I don't have a life, but because I choose to have many. There's a certain green guy in here somewhere. Is it Link? It's got to be Link, isn't it? Hang on, which way? It's got to be this way. By the way, Josh, you're on the second row of the WoW section, just like you're on the second monitor. Yes! We've made it! But I'll call my mum, tell her I've made it. But look, Mum, I am one of the top 20 WoW streams in the world. And she's like, Josh, what does that mean? She wouldn't understand. Hang on. We're helping this person out. Hey, we found the thing. You. It's a me. Oh, it's a Mario reference. That's why it's a Mario reference, because it's a me, a Mario. Right, we need mithril casing. I got it. And now I need to get Angoro gorilla pelts from these things. Read the quest title. Don't tell me what to do. Chasing a me. Is I'm wondering if saying a Mio 1 is meant to sound like a Mario. I don't think it is, though. Crystals of Power. That makes... Crystals of Power reminds me of a Zelda more thing. The one above that one. Muijin and Larion. Is that meant to be Mario and Luigi? And you're getting flame petals, is it? No. Okay, I'm seeing this whole thing as just a massive... A mangled journal. You have uncovered a mangled journal. Parts of it remain legible. Willaden's journal. Swap the L. Okay, gotcha. Devs just had fun. If the journal is accurate, Willaden may be found somewhere in the northern part of the crater. Yes, cool. I can give this to him. You can't read the journal, which is annoying. Maybe the letters can be swapped around to form Mario and Luigi. They can't, though. It's just straight up incorrect. You're not able to do that. Let's just kill... Do we have to go back into this cave and kill more stuff? Because I've found the other gorilla. Find a mithril casing. Where's that gonna be? If I was a mithril casing... It's not going to be in here somewhere, is it? You know, we'll do every other quest first, which is going to be easy to come back to these afterwards. It's an art and engineer item. Okay. Engineers can craft a mithril casing for you. I like that, the fact that you actually make the engineering profession relevant within quests. That's kind of cool. Questions, are gorillas wet? Yes, this one definitely is, because we're outside in the rain. Got to buy it from a person right now. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. Hey, we've got the pelts. Cool. That is one more thing down. But I'm going to keep kind of circumnavigating this whole crater to see what we find. I'm just going to keep going. Forced player interaction. You can go back in for more pelts if you want. I'm going to kill these dinosaurs. What server am I on? It's at the top of the screen. I'm on Thunderstrike EU server, which is the PvE server of the Burning Crusade Expansion Anniversary Edition of the European servers. Specifically the European ones. Hey, okay, now we can kill these things. Love this. Lurkers Union Rep here. I appreciate you taking time to engage the chat, playing the way you want, and last but not least, letting lurkers lurk. I'm not going to call someone out for lurking in the chat. You want to be in the background, be in the background. This is a hobby. For you guys, you want to chill out with it, you chill out with it. It's entertainment. Engage with entertainment however the hell you like. Right, these guys have like an 80% chance of dropping the thing, and they're not dropping the thing, which is making me angry. Has he found the scary saw? Not yet. I'm an aspiring game dev and I want to make a game. I don't have any concrete ideas on what I want to make yet. That's a great start. What would you say is an important thing to focus on? Having ideas. I came to ask because I watched a microtransaction vid. It made me ask what other part of the pie is important since I don't care about microtransactions and probably never will. In that case, you want to make a passion game. If you want to make an actual game that sustains you as far as a business goes, you will need to consider the monetization of it. If you don't, you're just being naive. If you want to make a game, I would say download a game-making program and just start making something, and your first game will suck. It will be bad, but that's fine, because it will do something that not many games do. It will exist. Grab yourself RPG Maker off Steam. Grab yourself a really simple program. For your first game, just do that. That's okay. RPG Maker is fine. If you want to make an RPG, if you don't want to make an RPG, speak to another game dev who's doing something like you want to do. I would say join the subreddit about game development and game makers. Make a board game. Make something that sucks. Work out why it sucks. Make something that sucks a bit less. If you want to come and say, hey, I want to make a game, but I don't know what to do, why do you want to make a game? Because you like games? Because you want to be someone that just is able to say, I've made a game? I would encourage someone to do something that has the potential of failure. And I would encourage you to do something that has the potential of failure, where failure is not going to destroy you. Some people say, hey, I'm going to put hundreds of thousands of, potentially millions of pounds or dollars into this project, and if it fails, I'm going to be bankrupt. Don't do that. That's silly. Instead, work out how much money you can actually spare, and put maybe 100 quid, if you can, if you have that spare, into a project. Don't worry about art, don't worry about music, just make the program. Make a board game first. And do not make your game too big. If anything, see how many things you can remove from your game before it stops working. Do not just keep adding. A game does not need more mechanics. Take stuff away as often as you can, as frequently as you can, until you realize that you're taking away the essence of the game. Work out how much stuff you can take away from your game. I would be far more inclined to talk to someone about game development when they've already developed 4 or 5 small games, as opposed to them just saying, I would like to make a game, I have no idea, what do I do? You Google, and then YouTube, how to make a game, and you go from there. Because while obviously people are going to say, oh my god, Josh, I can't believe you're just telling someone to Google something. I don't have the knowledge that you need. You find someone that has the specialized knowledge that you need. I can give you the motivation to go and do it, But ultimately, if you're coming to me for motivation, what you want me to say is you should start here, 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 and here. Join the subreddit about game development. Watch a ton of YouTube videos on game development. Download a cheap or free game development piece of software, and then try to make the most basic possible game you can. Make it silly, make it simple, but make it exist. Make it exist, man. That's all it needs to do. Have you made a game, or is this armchair advice? Damn this, I've not made a game. Which is why this is advice of going to people who have made a game. When you say armchair advice, do you mean advice that has no value, or advice that does have value, that I'm pointing people into the right direction? Because I think if my advice is go and speak to people who have better advice than me, seems like pretty good advice. As far as would I talk to someone who comes to me with an idea, I get about 10 emails a week, or Discord messages or Instagram messages saying, hey Josh, I've got an idea for a game, do you want to talk about it? I do not have that amount of free time. Advice from perspective rather than the pits. Oh yeah, I'm not a game designer, which is why my advice for budding game designers is go and talk to game designers. The problem is that when you describe something, and this is what got me a bit defensive, when you describe something as armchair advice, it normally means you have no idea what you're talking about, you're just saying things. Boxar says you've been making games for 20 years and Josh's advice for getting into game dev is spot on. Talk to people way smarter than me. There you go. Talk to people way smarter than me. That's what I would decide, what I would say you should do. You do not need to start, I swear to God, if your first game is like, I'm going to make an MMORPG on Unreal Engine 5, stop. Stop. See if you can recreate what another older game does. Figure out what older games do, why you like them, and what you can do because of them. MMORPGs are older games though. Yeah, but don't make it too big, obviously. Don't say I'm going to create EverQuest straight away. You will make Star Citizen in Unreal 5. Good luck, Sniper. Some people do end up aiming for the moon. They truly do. And you know what? I don't want to yuck anyone's yum. I don't want to feel like I'm taking away your passion for game design. But I sometimes have to ask people, do you want me to speak to you as... Oh, 1,700, nice. Do you want me to give you feedback as someone who has seen people attempt this, or do you want me to support your passion project? I think something that people that actually want to treat these things as business ventures, because I can give different feedback based on whether it's a business venture or whether it's a passion project. Like, if it's a passion project, yeah, do whatever the hell you want. Doesn't matter what I say. If it makes you happy, go for it. If this is your hobby, if this is your passion project, if you want to do this because it makes you happy, great. I'll do that. I'll support you making yourself happy. It doesn't matter if it doesn't make progress. It doesn't matter if it, takes years to create. It's making you happy. You're enjoying the this is your hobby. You are under no obligation to create value during the time that you do your hobby. But if you come to me as a business, if you come to me as someone who wants to make a living off this, who wants to sell it as a product, then the advice is going to shift pretty substantially. Because then you do have to consider timelines and deadlines. Then you do have to consider target markets and demographics. Then you do have to consider monetization. Then you do have to consider your level of skill. You also have to consider what you bring to the team. The amount of people that I've spoken to who want to do something, and when I ask them, what do you bring to the team? They say, I'm the ideas guy. Cool. In that case, as soon as the team is assembled, you're the first person I'm getting rid of. You just made a crap version of Pitfall to get stuff moving on the screen. Good. You're way ahead of most people. Do I think it's possible to create a successful MMO nowadays that's not a passion project? I mean, for profit. What problem are you solving? You're creating... MMORPGs existed to facilitate online socialization with a game in the background. You create a brand new MMORPG, what problem are you solving there? What are we solving that's not already solved? Which sequel most impressed me because of how quickly it built well on its predecessor? Do you mean a game that I think the second game is better than the first? Baldur's Gate 2. That's a really good question. Let's open it up to chat. Which sequel is better than the original? Right, we are pretty much... Diablo 2 is what people are pretty much saying. Yeah, Diablo 2 I can understand. Game Wiz, I don't think there are that many things we need around here. Halo 2, that's a good one. Warcraft 3. It doesn't need to be a direct sequel. Are there any games where the first game in the franchise is not the best? I think Twisted Metal World Tour is one of the best ones. Street Fighter 2 is a better one. Heroes of Might and Magic 3, definitely the best one. Time Splitters 2, I prefer over the first one. Street Fighter 1 was... If you go back and play Street Fighter 1 right now, it's rough. It truly is rough. Do you guys think that Pokemon Gold and Silver is better than Pokemon Red and Blue? SSX Tricky is the best SSX. That's just a fact. That's not even my opinion. That's just straight up right. Now, here's where I will disagree with people. I actually prefer Mass Effect 1 over Mass Effect 2. Mass Effect 2 is an interesting game, don't get me wrong. It's fine. But I had a more fun time playing Mass Effect 1. Age of Empires 2. Age of Empires 2, Age of Empires 4. Better than 1 and 3. Game Wares, get yourself some blue crystals. Let's go. Do you know what's interesting about all of this? Is what we've just shown is that sometimes sequels end up being better games. So if you want to start in game design, it's okay to just make a game and, you know, have it kind of suck. Assassin's Creed 2, massive improvement. Dungeon Keeper 2, yep. I would say that the newer Legend of Zeldas, personally my favourites are A Link to the Past and Ocarina of Time. True enough for Crash and Spyro, 2 and 3 were better than 1. Yep, I agree. So if you want to make a game, just be okay understanding that your game might suck. But it will do something that not many games do. It will exist. And that will put it head and shoulders above other games. Resident Evil 2, widely considered better than Resident Evil 1. I've got a quest to hand in, by the way, which should let me level up. Where are the... This way and then right. Cool. Oh, more flowers. Dead Space 2. I think I prefer Dead Space 1. I think it's slower. Devil May Cry 3, often considered better than 2. But it's also very important that you are able to recognize that if you want to make a game as a kind of... if you want to make a game as a passion project, my feedback will be, go for it. If you want to make a game as a business venture, my feedback will be, go for it, but understand that you're dealing with business things now as well. You're no longer just a game designer. You're now within a company. You have a hot take for Mass Effect 2 after finishing it. Mass Effect 2 did very little to progress the plot and simply existed in the universe. It left resolving the plot entirely in the hands of Mass Effect 3 and caused a lot of storylines to feel rushed. Actually, I kind of agree. Mass Effect 1, I felt that I was going on an adventure that was progressing as I was progressing through it. Mass Effect 2 was a heist film. And I had fun with it as a heist film, but it very much just felt like a heist film. Mass Effect 2 was the one with the collectors, wasn't it? Yeah, there was the whole collector subplot that was progressing, and it was more important that I was gathering my team to take on the enemies at the end. I just felt like it was a heist film. Can I describe what Mass Effect 2 felt like to me? And I'm sorry, you're going to hate this. This is a really specific feeling, but some of you will understand. I like anime. I know, shocking. I like anime. And I quite like My Hero Academia. I think it's fun. I have been to the cinema to watch the My Hero Academia movies. All right? They're fine. They're good movies. I don't necessarily think that they matter hugely in the overarching plot, but they're good movies. Need a Thunderer pelt. One more Thunderer. To me, Mass Effect 2 feels like a My Hero Academia movie. Insofar as I enjoyed the time I spent with it, it started, characters were introduced, it finished, and then it kind of, that was it. Like that's kind of what happened. Anime movies start, happen, end, and then they don't really affect the main plot as much. And Karma says, you are wrong. That's fine. You're okay thinking I'm wrong. I'm okay with you thinking I'm wrong. I just didn't necessarily care too much about Mass Effect 2. Mass Effect 2 was a getting the gang together game. Which was fine. I enjoyed a getting the gang together game. You know, sometimes it's all good. But I just wasn't as bothered about a getting the gang together game when I was really bothered about the Reapers, to be honest. I require a Thunderer pelt. Where are the Thunderer pelts? Damn you, Ungoro Crater. I was promised experience. What about Mass Effect 3 then? Not played it yet. Played it on stream, people kept ruining it for me, so I decided to just stop. Have I played Dragon Age 2? Nope. Not yet. So far, the experience isn't bad. I'll give it that. What I do, however, need is the thundering things. Should we kill Ucha again? Might be some good experience. Need my pocket healer. There we go. I say pocket healer again, Wiz. You're doing some of the damage, to be fair. In fact, you know what? I might even have to sunder this guy. So hang on. Just let me... Where's some? There it is. Just let me cast Sunder a couple of times, reduce his armor down. How to return to monkey. Very simple. Just focus. Just do it. It's under C in the spell book. A, B, C. Always B. Sundering. Gotcha. You're gonna give me nothing. That's it, King. Give us nothing. I still require a Thunderer pelt from somewhere. What's my favourite class so far in WoW? Druid. Because it's the one class that nobody has told me that I'm playing wrong. Red just said, God, you're so annoying. Yep. And Karma Cham has just said, oh, Chameleon. Oh, Karma Chameleon, I see what you're going on with there. Has just said, Ozempic is my favorite drug. Are you just looking for attention, Karma Chameleon? Do you need a hug? Where are the stupid things? I just need one more Thunderer pelt. And to be fair, in today's world, who doesn't need a hug? That's very true. We can all say yes to a hug. Oh, God, these apes have been funged. They told me they were unfungable. You wouldn't right-click save as an NFT. Yes, you would. I hate to tell you this, but I absolutely would. That's a good question, Jas. Yes, I think it is. In these streams, you keep referencing how society keeps overcorrecting from one extreme to the other. Do you think that's just human nature, to flip-flop from one idea to the next? Yeah, I do. Ultimately. I think that emotion drives far more than we like to admit. And so people will follow something that makes them angry or that makes them not angry. Right, we've got to find a Thunderer from somewhere. That dude is huge. Right, a Thundering Ape. Give me a Thundering Ape. I need one drop from a Thundering Ape. And then people are asking, that's a good question, what do I think about identity? Many people have a fragile identity tied to a job, an age, or a title. Oh, absolutely. People want to be respected. They want to be listened to. They want to be valued. They want to be cared for. All that jazz. People want all that. And you know what? They are right to want it. And so people, when they aren't necessarily confident within themselves, tie that identity to whatever they have. A position, a title, a level of respect, all that jazz. It all gets tied together, doesn't it? Sometimes when you insult someone's job, they get upset because you think you're insulting them, and to a degree you are. You're saying, hey, this isn't worthy of you. You are not worthy of this. It comes from a sense of stability. Nope, let's kill you again then, shall we? Goodness gracious me. Let me open my spellbook and Sunder. Sunder is under C for Sunder. First time you paid attention to my question. Interesting, but so much of identity is very fragile. Yeah, it is. I try and pay attention to as many questions as I can. There's just lots of questions being asked. identity can change. When you ask someone, what do you do? What the question normally is what do you work as? What value do you provide for society? That's the hidden implication of that question. I saw a meme a couple of years ago. And the meme, well, it says a meme, it's just like a demotivational poster, if you will. And it said, when someone asks you, what do you work as? They're actually deciding how much respect to give you. And I thought, that's a bit sad to think that way. Because it's totally possible to discover someone's job and still respect them whether you do or don't respect that job. And I think that's a level of projection. Of thinking that if you don't have an identity or a job that's worthy of respect, you wouldn't give that to other people. That to me is sad. Right, you got all the things. I still need one more pelt. It means that from people who think that you have to have a hierarchy and they have to work out where you sit within it. What is my identity? Petruvius, I don't know if I'm allowed to answer that. I think that has to be answered based on the people who know me and what they perceive me as. What we think of ourselves may not be how other people see us. So I don't know. Our identity is wet. Why are you not giving me your stupid drops, you stupid gorillas? Okay, there's two of you over here. One of you is going to give me your pelt. Listen, I'm going to pound both of you, and one of you is going to give me a pelt. Okay. Might be dying. There we go. We can attack this one. Don't die, Game Wiz. Don't you dare die. You're doing great. That's not a pelt. Give me a stupid pelt. Hit 1,000, leveled up, didn't give me a pelt. God damn. Right. Ooh, Rampage. Is Rampage any good? Josh, go back a bit. Gotcha. There's one more over there. Yes, no. Click it and find out. Epic Sword Time, level 50. It was an okay game. Metal God just like, it was a fine game. It was totally A-okay. What else could I put stuff into? Maybe improved Whirlwind? Warrior goes on the Rampage, increasing attack power by 30. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's put that in Fury. Where's Rampage? Let's put you over you. Let's put you over Hamstring. Who cares about Hamstring? Alright, let's fight. Right, get me to... Alright, Rampage time. Let's go. Miss. 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 Love it. Oh, you can stack Rampage. This is great. Okay, cool. This effect stacks up to 5 times and lasts 30 seconds. Love that for me. Josh, yes. Oh, yeah, thank you. Okay, cool, we got one. All right, we're all good and done. Isn't tab target combat just very fast turn-based combat? Simple snails, yes, potentially. The turns are just not things that you're in control of. Now, here's a question. Here is a question. What is the cooldown for that? Oh, you could only use that after scoring a critical hit. I see. Right, so you need criticals. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Just like keep keep hitting criticals and you'll be fine. There we go. Is it worth me getting my epic two-handed sword? That's a question. I don't know if it is, because these double swords are really good. Because I've got the flurry axe and the thrash blade. I like two-handing these. Big sword, bigger damage. Yeah, as Fury, not as much, but it is cool. And Seal of the... Okay, Seal of the Crusader buffs my attack, does it? Cool. Well, that's good to know. I love how fast my stacks build up of Rampage. Increases attack power by 150. Because I've got the Lasher Epic Sword. However, at the same time, I've also got the Flurry Axe and the Thrash Blade. Let's go hand in these quests, shall we? Turning right as and when we can. Faster attacks, more chance to... Yeah, it's true. Both with Crusader, they're almost undroppable till 60. Unless I get like a really good weapon. That Lightweaver says, I enjoy the JoshStrifeSays content. I come in and the first thing I see is a lie. How could you? There is school. There is homework. It's due tomorrow. You hate calculus. Right. I need you to understand something. You need to just tell your tutor that you were watching a middle-aged man play World of Warcraft. And he will be okay with that. He'll be like, that's totally understandable. Sorry for bothering you. Here's a cookie. You're not middle-aged. I'm halfway to 70. Let's not kid ourselves. Right, give me a nice big yellow number so I can... There we go. Double Crusader, main enchant, 1,000 for the spec. Love it. There's no school tomorrow, but is there work? Asking for a manager. Unfortunately, yeah. Sorry, bro. Monkey quest hand in bottom right. God damn it. I've also got quest hands in top left. We're going to kill these guys until we've got all that stuff done. People have been like, Josh, you're not middle-aged. I'm 40. I'm like, I'm sorry, but you're old at this point. There's no hope for you. Josh, you're not old. I'm 50 and I don't feel old. You're basically at this point, you're just a warning. We're all unks. We're all chopped at this point. It's over for all of us, guys. The hill has been crested. We're basically just dust in the wind. Restel just said it hurts. I know, but that's just aging. It's just going to happen. Right, let me grab some red power crystals. Some of you have to accept that you're middle-aged people watching a middle-aged man play a middle-aged game. This game could have graduated university by now. This game is old enough it would have done GCSEs, which I'm pretty sure is now an educational standard that no longer exists. You probably did O-levels And even millennials are going, what the hell are O-levels? Exactly. Remote head, you and me just had the same thought right there. Some of you are talking about Linkin Park, Limp Bizkit. These were the true moments of our time. Why is it that when killing pterodaxes, my experience is now so bloody low? Like, I'm level 50, you're level 51. I should get at least some experience. Ooh, does that mean I can equip some new stuff? I can, my entrenching boots. That's fine, 144. It should still be more than that. So, hang on, let's have a look at this. Entrenching boots, more armor, more strength. And improves hit rating by 8. Yes, because they give me way more armor. Beautiful stuff. Have I got anything else? No, these require level 51, which is a shame. Those boots are way better. Thank you. Plus, the grippers are now no longer being displayed to the world. The old meat slabs have been put away. I haven't made the epic sword yet, no. I will do at some point. Don't you worry, it's coming out. Some of you have unsubbed because no more feet for free. Sorry, guys, that's just how it is. Just, you know, learn to live with it. Are these plants just all around? They are, aren't they? Right, lots of plants to kill. Just wanted to say hi. I've been watching you rambling on YouTube, trying the live experience while preparing your pen and paper adventure. Oh, excellent. How's the pen and paper adventure preparation going? Don't answer that. That would take away time from you preparing the pen and paper epic adventure. Just psychically think what you want me to think. Okay, good. I'm glad it's going that way. Keep going. Keep pushing forward. We're doing good. At this rate, I will get a level by the end of next week. No, don't worry. We're doing fine. We're going to hand in the quests, get a big chunk of experience. That's what's going to happen. Josh, is it gay if I like your avatar picture? Ekaro, I'm sorry, but unfortunately it is. You have now been outed. Your nightly rewatch of Brokeback Mountain will start soon, and then you must listen to all of Savage Garden. I don't make the rules. That's just what the council has decreed must happen when the gay is discovered. If you don't know all of the words to Crash and Burn by the end of next week, I'm going to be very disappointed. Doomcow just said, Savage Garden is gay. You've learned something about yourself today. I don't think they are. They themselves know. But their work, their writing, their essence. I shall learn the words. Okay, I'm just saying that because Savage Garden, love them. 2 albums. All they ever made. 2 albums. And both of them are absolute bangers. Josh, are you a part-time gay? Yeah. Only on, like, you know, Wednesdays and Thursdays. I can't be full-time gay. I don't have that much time to dedicate to dancing. I cannot, as Savage Garden says, carry on dancing. Oh, they're both classics. They're both absolute classic albums. Is the Scissor Sisters gay? I don't know. But again, phenomenal album. Maybe you should take your mama out all night. Wait, those are your days off. That's what I do.
Hey there.
Here's your journal, my friend.
Have a good one. Safe travels.
Thank you for 5,000 experience. That was basically nothing. Do you have... Oh, you've got a quest for me, finally. Hang on. I did not realize that not gnome ladies, goblin ladies were apparently absolutely stacked. Sup, short stack, what's up? My friend Ringo left to explore the volcano. I'll go and get him, that's fine, don't you worry about it. I'm pretty sure one of the singers from Savage Garden is called Darren Hayes as well. Same last name as me. Don't know if we're related, but be cool if we were. Okay, let's go and find more of these stupid flowers. Yes, GameWiz, what's up? Gnome. You can't just say gnome at me. I thought your last name was Says. Oh, God. It's Link. He's even got a little shield on. God, look at him.
Honored, I'm sure.
I'm not really sure how I got here. I seem to remember traveling. A raft.
Very good.
Okay. And you're in a tree and everything. He truly is linked to the past. This is just the Easter egg zone, isn't it? It really is. I love Princess Zelda. He is a cool guy and doesn't afraid of anything. The princess is actually called Link. That's why the game series is named after them. Right, what are we hunting? What are we killing? First of all, jump on a horse. Do you think LinkedIn, Linkin Park, and Link from The Legend of Zelda would get on? No, yes, no, yes, no. They are the same person. Do you think Link, Linkin Park, LinkedIn, the weakest link? Linkin Park. Would all get on? I think they would. In the town of Lincoln. LinkedIn Park is just an entire album of people posting business copy pastas ending with agree, question mark. So that increases my attack power by 115. Nice. That's pretty cool. I am liking the amount my attack power is being increased by. Right, we're heading bottom right to the Ungoro Crater Apes quest. I do enjoy having multiple characters in WoW. Very much so. I was kind of hoping at some point that we'd get to see like a massive dinosaur. It's a shame we haven't yet. What's my favorite in-universe RPG word for buffs? That's a good question. Probably is the word buffs. If you see it, run. Is that a reference to the greatest 6-mana 6/6 dinosaur? If you're a fan of Magic the Gathering, you will know the greatest 6-mana 6/6 dinosaur already. Crater Hoof Behemoth. How big is the biggest dinosaur?
It's too far away.
I'm kidding, it's Colossal Dreadmore. Everyone knows it's Colossal Dreadmore. You just said yes. That's how big the biggest dinosaur is. Go south. Okay, sweet. I'll see what's going on. It's gonna be like around there, isn't it? I mean, I've got to go south anyway. Because we need to get to... Quest. Yep, okay, cool. I'll get the quest. What's going on? Oh, quest over there, I see. I can't get that quest yet. I don't know if that quest is for me. Let's just try and kill this dude quickly. It's an item for a quest I have. Okay, gotcha. 2,230. That is a decent critical hit we just made there. And I think that's because we were able to stack a load of buffs together. 2,230 as a spec at level 50. That's not bad. It's not going to be standard, but it's not bad for where we are right now. We have definitely... We've got progress. We've made progress. Let's get some more crystals. I mean, I don't know if that's a good hit or not. I assume it's a good hit. Merry Christmas to me. Oh, there's actually a quest I can hand in the dead center. That's interesting. The reason I'm killing these enemies as I get to them is because it is getting rid of a lot of the symbols on the map that I've got. How often do I think of dinosaurs? An average amount, once every few seconds. I have not yet combined the swords. I don't know if I would even use them once they are combined. I just like to have them, you know. Just want to have the swords, that's all. I need how many more petals? I need 7 more blood petals. What is my favorite dinosaur? I think at this point, probably Dame Judi Dench. Some of you left. You're bad people. Straight up bad people. I have not yet combined the ZF swords. No, that's true. I've got them, but I've not yet combined them. Remember, oh, cool, more dinosaurs. Remember, we are stopping every time we need to collect either... There we go. We've got to kill these plants. We need to get the stuff. Chat, have we made it through that one dungeon? No. We've not yet gone through Black Rock Depths. There are still a huge amount of Black Rock Depths to go. Do you see a quest marker on those small lakes in the bottom right? Only... It's a secret to everybody. Wrecked Raft. Is that the one? Because we can head toward that. Okay. If we head toward that, that's fine, but I want to kill these things as we go. We're heading toward a quest this way, it seems. There are more crystals. There are more dinosaurs. Oh, blue. Yes, I need the blue crystals. How are you, good man? Just watched your Baphomet series. Which one was that one? Don't think I've got the Baphomet series. I think you're thinking of a different creator. Unless you're on about the Otherworld series or Otherland series. Dynamic level scaling in retail ruin the sense of achievement. Yes. I want to return... I think that level scaling and level static enemies both have a place. I think they are design choices, and both of them can have a place. Did you just say, ah, dead body? Oh, cool. Fresh Threshodon. Yeah, cool. Let's just go and take... Let's go and take a bit of that meat. I think level scaling and level static enemies have a place. Level scaling means that they are always a challenge to you, but if everything is level scaled, then progression is meaningless. Static means that you can feel the level of progression within it. However, if everything is static, you will eventually reach a point where nothing is a challenge. All right, we've got the meat. Where are you going, Game Wiz? I took the meat. Why are you leaving me? Don't need green power stuff. Do I need to use that meat with something? Must the meat be combined? I think good design works out which enemies need to always be a challenge and which enemies need to be static. Ah, quest for the guy in the bottom right. Let's go. My horse over there. Right, for lake quest. Let's go. Let's get the lake quest. Okay, cool. La Corey mate. Does that mean that Lord Corey's around here somewhere? Whomever they may be. Hello. A destroyed raft rests along the shoreline. Considering this is only a small pond, it's not clear as to how it ended up here, although looking at the trees tells you the water level may not be constant. Perhaps a little exploration in the area may uncover more clues. Look around. Discover clues of the raft. Interesting. Is there anything in the water? Oh, a bag. A waterlogged pack rests at the bottom of the pond. Grabbing onto it, you pull the pack to the shore. Perhaps if you examine the items inside the pack, you might find out who it belongs to. Let's have a look inside this bag then, shall we? Maybe the pack contains some secrets. Do I have the pack in my inventory? A small pack. Large compass. Curled map parchment. Lion-headed key. Faded photograph. Well, let's take all these things. The faded photograph. It's Link with a sword. And there's Zelda. Curled map parchment. The lion-headed key, has that gone into my... It has. That must be Link with his sword in the park. Link in the park. Let's go. Let's return this to him. Should we do this quest first? We'll do the Ongoro quest first, then we'll go and hand Link his little boat thing. The guy is Zelda. Yeah, the girl is Mario. Let's go hand in this quest over here because we're close by. Then we'll go and give Link his pack. Is this where I entered the cave? It is, isn't it? Yeah, I came in here. Which means that's the man that wanted the meat. You, my friend. Take my meat. I've also done the apes. These pelts will make wonderful clothing. Let us give praise to Mother Earth. Praise be. I've also found this meat for you. It seems like curry eats well these days. I will hold on to this until you are ready for our confrontation. Ooh, okay. Bring 2 pheromone glands. I will find pheromone glands. Also the mighty Ucha. I've already killed him. You might give me a mace. Increases attack power by 30. Beast Slayer. Or an even bigger Beast Slayer axe. Beast Smasher and Beast Slayer. It's not as good as my Thrash Blade. It's a shame. I will, however, accept your quest. And I will go and kill Donkey Kong. Now I need to return to that way. Hang on, is it not just quicker to go to... I was going to say, I could probably just use the flight path at that point. Yeah, we've killed that boss like 3 times. Attack power only against beasts, but I mean, like, how often are you fighting a beast? How many enemies are actually beasts? Let's be real. Hello, Josh. Started Expedition 33. It's really good, but a little hard on the eyes. I agree, Sid's a lot. It is quite a lot. Mess around with the graphics settings until you work out exactly what you want it to look like. It's a good game, though. It's a very good game. Dinosaurs are beasts, you say? Okay. Let's go and finish this Legend of Zelda quest. These guys are just not giving me the drops they need to be giving me. I have got a quest I can hand in the middle. Okay, I'm just going to beeline straight for the north. I'm going to keep going straight north. Have you ever been asked to do some sort of consulting for MMO developers since you've played so many of them? Yes, several times. And not just for MMO developers, also for general gaming companies and monetization companies as well. Is this my main character? Don't know. Probably. Not sure. Did they go well? They did. They did indeed. They were very, very good to work with, very respectful. Had a good time. I do still need some blue crystals. Yeah, so if we spot some blue crystals, you let me know. The crystals do seem to be around the edge of the trees. Right, that's green. Green is not blue. It's a knowledge bomb for you right there. That's what you get when you come over to this stream. Knowledge and information. Josh level 50, real gamer. It's not hard. It's just long. Just got to play for a while, you know? I wouldn't say getting to a high level is difficult. I would say it just requires a bit of patience. Let's go straight north, see if I can find some blue crystals. Just need to find some more. I mean, these things still need to drop their stupid... I forgot the word for... Oh, God, I forgot the word for petal, so I just went plant leaf. No, plant feather. I've been streaming for 8 hours and 20 minutes by now. We are getting to that moment where if you want an honest answer, you can just ask the question. And I've run out of the ability to focus. So just let me know what you need. I'm here for you right now. Jas, do you love me? No, I see you as more of a viewer. Do you like Watsits? They have got worse over the years. They're fine, but they're never going to be anyone's first crisp choice. Once and for all, what is the worst MMO ever? The one that ruins your life more than anything else. Turns out you can just die and then come back to life and then wait 10 minutes. That works. Where am I? I'm right where I need to be. This is easy. This is perfect. Right, you, fix my stuff. Well, that was a nice, easy way to just teleport straight back. You, Link, here's all your stuff.
Alrighty then. Off and away.
Yes, these things kind of do look familiar.
Very well then.
You see, I had no idea how I ended up here. No one really knows. It's a secret to everybody. I just can't seem to remember anything. These items you brought me, though. I am remembering something. My sword. I'm supposed to strengthen it somehow, but I'm not really sure why. Sorry, I can't tell you more. I just don't remember. Anywho, I do know where you can take it. Denova Snowden in Winter Spring. You'll find her by the hot springs. She can temper the sword by the pools there.
Off and away.
Take this sword to the hot springs. Lincoln's training sword. Cool. That's going to be like the master sword, isn't it? Right, I've got a 9-minute resurrection sickness, which is fine because I have been streaming for 8.5 hours now, and am going to call it a day. I will see you beautiful people tomorrow, probably at around 12 or 1 o'clock-ish. What day is it today? Is it Sunday today? Yeah, don't worry. I'm going to make sure that I'm here for your Monday to make sure you haven't got to pay too much attention to whatever work you're doing. But for now, ladies and gents, go and enjoy the rest of whatever Sunday you're doing. Let's see if there's a stream going on that we could raid into. Let's see who's doing what. Some of you have been asking about Crimson Desert. You know what? Maybe we should see what Luality thinks of Crimson Desert. Because she is a professional streamer and will tell you exactly what to think about Crimson Desert. Right, ladies and gents, go and say hi to Luality for me. That'll be cool. Apart from that, I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care. Good night. God bless.